Welcome to the 2024 year-end compilation for the Bridgeton Beacon podcast. We've taken some of our favorite episodes from 2024 and previous for your listening and viewing enjoyment. From Meg Horner and the team at the Bridgeton Beacon, have a wonderful new year and we'll see you in 2025.
Hey folks, Mark here with Chance's General Store, Hardware, Hunting, and Fishing. Hummingbirds are in right now. If you do not have your feeders, this right here is the best feeder out there. Very inexpensive, $7.95 plus tax. It's dishwasher safe. It comes apart very easily. That unscrews. Got a nice wide mouth there for cleaning if you want to clean it by hand. This comes right apart, twist apart. There are 10 ports here for your hummingbirds to sit and drink. If you love hummingbirds, this is the feeder for you. Chance's General Store down here in Newport.
It's brought to you in part by the Greater Bridgeton Area Chamber of Commerce. And we'd love to thank the Cumberland County Cultural and Heritage Commission. That is the grant that we mentioned during the show. That was the very first grant for the Bridgeton Beacon as a nonprofit. So thank you to the Cumberland County Cultural and Heritage Commission, the Greater Bridgeton Area Chamber of Commerce, Chance's General Store, and Glasstown Brewing. Talk to you soon. Look, and if you want to put ranch on your wings, hey, it's a free country. Welcome back to the Bridgeton Beacon. The following is a recorded conversation with our own Meg McCormick Horner and the ladies of La La Beating Creations. That's Sandy Acelta and Lori Latour.
Well, we were at a party. We're neighbors and we're friends. And we've been friends for years, but we were at a party in the neighborhood. We were sitting next to each other talking and we were looking at each other's jewelry. And then Maury said to me, I made jewelry. I said, you made it? I mean, I had never made anything. And so she said, yeah. So I came over to her house and she showed me everything that she was doing. And I was amazed. So we started taking some classes at different craft stores. And then we said, hey, let's do this. Let's make it a hobby. So first we invited some of our neighbors in. And, they looked at it and they made a couple of things with us. But then we said, let's do a craft show. And her husband said one time, are you ever going to make any money at this? There's so many supplies and they're costly. It's not like they're cheap. But we said, okay. So we did. We started one of the craft shows and eventually, after a few years, we made it into a small business. And hopefully, right now we do craft shows and festivals.
Well, we make, it's called weaving. So it's a needle and a thread, very thick, very thin, heavy thread. The beads are glass, so the holes inside sometimes are a little jagged, and they are millimeter size. So we're following basically a pattern where there's different names to the pattern, but they are very small beads. Some have one hole, some have two holes, some have four holes, depending on the style of the bead. And of course, as with all good manufacturers, they keep coming out of new styles and new sizes and new shapes. And of course, new colors. There's colors of every rainbow, of the whole rainbow. And we tried to just put together combinations that we think are going to look good together. We like bright colors. We love a lot of turquoise. But the average customer looks at all the colors and then wants something that they can wear with everything, so they're back to the browns and the blacks and the beiges. Which we laugh about, because if I'm going to buy a gift for somebody, I'm going to buy something that I think is very special, unique, something they're not going to see on everybody else. And that's what we try to impress upon people, that we're making something one at a time. We do not mass produce. So we don't make 8 of the same bracelet. We make 1. If that person then comes back to us and says, or tries it on at the show and it doesn't fit, we'll then try to remake it with existing inventory. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes we have to take the one apart that we have and remake it. So that's one of our biggest challenges is everybody's wrist is a different size. So it's hard to make them individual.
I would the average size in the bracelet. I was just saying the average size of the bracelet that we make is between 6.5 to 7.5. And like Lori said, if somebody has a smaller wrist or a larger wrist, we can always remake it if we can't come up with those exact beads.
A lot of times, the hardest one is the first one. When you follow the pattern and you get it figured out, then sometimes it cuts it almost in half. But that first one of trying to understand where the threads are going and the right length. We also do earrings. So we have necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and we do, besides the beading, we also have leather bracelets. So we purchase the parts, pieces of leather, and then there's metal parts that we glue together. So it's a much quicker process, but it's a completely different look. And I find some ladies really like that leather look. When we started, we numbered every item. So we have an inventory. Item. I know exactly what the description was, what style it was. And for those that have been sold, I could somewhat tell you if I know their name, who bought it.
Isn't that how sad Lori has one now? That takes about 8 hours. I wanted to complete. Versus this bracelet that I'm wearing, that takes maybe 2 hours. This leather bracelet, we can put this together. This has a stone, the leather, you cut everything, you got your metal magnetic clasp. This takes a half hour. So it all depends. The earrings I'm wearing, I can make a pair of earrings like this in, I would say, probably like an hour. But it all depends on, like I said, this is a necklace here, would take 8 hours. And there's a lot of beads in that one necklace.
We can do that a number of ways. They can call us by phone. We'll talk it through. They can text. We'll talk it through. And they can email. So lalabeadingcreations@gmail.com. We're not big Facebook people, but we can muddle through enough to get going. And then we work on that. I've even, kind of got the idea together of what we're going to do for somebody, meet with them, and make sure it's what they want before we go through that hour-long process to make something and then it not be what they wanted. We want it to be exactly what they're looking for, and it's going to fit just right. Yeah, we've done a couple different things. We really started out by doing an open house. So I cleared out my dining room. We put up the items on our on tables in the dining room, and we had our friends and our family come over. I tried to keep it private, because I didn't want the public just walking through your house, but we try to spread the word through people that you know. So we started doing a couple of those, and they were very, very profitable because we didn't have any overhead. We put out some beverages, we put out some snacky food or desserts, and we just sold stuff. We also gift wrap, so that's one of our little features. Sandy's a scrapbooker, so when you leave a craft show and leave our table, you will have it already bagged and it's manually give to your person or the car. So then we kind of spread out and went to some craft shows. We're finding that basically, homemade craft items are kind of thing of the past. There's not too many out there, but they're there, so we're looking to find them. We try to branch out and not be only in Vineland. We will, we're never in the Bridgeton Chamber of Commerce now, so we want to spread out to further out. And pretty much that is how it is, by word of mouth. What we're hoping, as we have business cards and we pass them out, when someone says, oh, I need a teacher's gift, or I need a graduation, or it's Mother's Day, hey, I don't need to go to a craft show, just call us on the phone, and we'll show you our items. We'll put them out, on a table, and we'll display them, and you can pick from something that we have. Or if you have that special need, we'll make it for you. So one of the other things that we would love to have happen someday is, you're invited to a wedding and you have the dress, and now you don't want to drive yourself nuts looking at all the different stores to find the right piece of jewelry, that you'll pick up the phone or contact us, text us, and say, here's my dress. Can you make me something? And then I think that would then catch on a little bit, and it doesn't have to be so much custom. We do have a lot of items that you can pick. We generally give them an idea. Yeah, we generally give them an idea based on if the the supplies that they have are readily available. If we have them, we can turn something usually around within a few days. If it takes a while and we have to order supplies, sadly, all of the small stores that we were buying from locally have closed. So we're ordering our items online. We had one in Millville, we had one at Kitten, we had one in Ocean City, and they've all closed. So we're having to purchase kind of blindly online. But we love to go to stores where we can pick and choose and find the items and know exactly what we're picking, but they're not too close by. So we can turn things around pretty quick.
We try to keep everything affordable. This is costume jewelry. We're using semi-precious stones, or, like we said, glass, a lot of glass beads, leather and all. But the average bracelet, our price ranges go anywhere from $10 up to $80. Like the Memphis Flora has on now is $80. This another bracelet is probably $22 or $25. We have some earrings that are $10. Our earrings are anywhere from $10 to $18. But the average bracelet, the average bracelet is probably between $25 and $35.
We've got a busy September, the Vitamin Food Truck Festival. We have done all 7 or 8 that they have done. That's going to be on September 8th, right on Landis Avenue, and that's from noon till 8 o'clock. And we've been very successful there. We know a lot of people that come back. And it's nice when they come back and say, "Look, I'm glad you're here. I bought stuff last year and I wanted to come back." Yes, that's just what we want. And then September 14th is Hopeball Day. Same thing here. We've done every single one of the Hopeball days that they'd had. And we enjoy that at Bridgeton Amish Market on the 14th of September. And then September 28th, we're going to branch out towards Woodstown. Woodstown is having their fall festival that day, and that is on Main Street from 10 to 4. So we've got a busy season for the fall coming up. And then, of course, we'll have some things before Christmas, because that's, kind of like a good gifting time of year to display stuff, and hopefully people will be buying gifts. Yeah, we made earrings that are shaped like Christmas trees, angels, snowmen, wreaths. Exactly. Yeah, but we're always open. We don't want to overtax ourselves, and especially when you get orders, you don't want to have too many. Oh, we really enjoy going out and, being with people and looking at the other vendors and seeing what they come up with. We certainly walk around and look at other people's jewelry and, think that we do a pretty cute variety of products. One of the things that we do is we've had people come back and for whatever reason that thread has just worn thin and the bracelet, if they can keep the beads even better, we'll repair it for free. We don't charge anybody to fix that bracelet. We'll repair it for free. Sometimes we've had issues with getting the beads, but not usually too much. But that's one of the things, that we want a good product, a quality product, and we want to stand behind what we do and what we make. Otherwise, we could just put out something that's not too, not quality stuff. Yeah, that's what we are. And I just sort of when we sat down and said, how about we make it into a little more of a business, was we wanted to do the quality. We both feel the same way about that. We've not had an argument ever about we should do this or we should do that. And it was when we're not having fun anymore, we're done. We didn't want to make it like, oh my gosh, you have to get 17 of these made by Tuesday. Our customers understand that they're getting something special. We try to do it as quickly as we can. And we, like we said, when we get together, we laugh, we giggle. Usually before Sandy's even in the door, we're already laughing at each other about something. Just some of our shows, you know, you never know whether people are going to show up. The economy's tough, and this is not a necessity. This is a luxury in a way. So sometimes it's been difficult. You're out there for 7 or 8 hours, and you don't make all the money that you wish you could. Sandy is the most positive person I've ever met. So as long as we had a good day and we're together, so it's fun.
You have to like what you're doing.
Yeah.
And if you pick a partner, if you're going to join with somebody, pick somebody that you can get along with and somebody that shares your same ideas.
Or you have to work through those. Not everybody's going to meet somebody that has all the qualities that they can agree with or that they already agree with, but talk it through. They're small hurdles. In some cases, it's back off. Sandy realizes that she's not the computer tech person or the business person, so she backs off. I take over in that respect. So we've had people give us ideas. Sometimes we look at each other, no, not going to do it. That's okay, thank you. And people have come up. We're only making women's jewelry. Men walked up and said, "Do you have anything for guys?" And we kind of looked at each other and said, "Guys wear jewelry? Okay." So we started making, now for the men, we do stretch bracelets. That's the only stretch we make. So that this way it fits them. It's generally pretty simple, like a little, string of round beads or something that they can slip over. But we make Phillies bracelets. We've made Eagles bracelets. Whatever somebody has requested, we'll give it a try. But then there's other times when, someone will show you a picture of something and say, "You should make these." And we kind of look at each other and go, "No, we're not going to branch." We've learned a little bit about if you try to do too much, then you don't do anything well. So you get too much inventory, you get too many supplies, you get too many things. So you try and find your little kind of niche or expertise area and stick with it. The business part of it, you're probably not going to make $1 million. I mean, face it. If this is going to be your full-time job, you really have to make it a full-time job. We made enough money to have fun, have bracelets and jewelry to wear. We meet fun people. We kind of joke, our husbands play golf. They don't come home with any money. They spend money. So we're at least making something.
I know. How much did you make at that show? I said, well, we made so much money. And then they'll go, "And how much did you spend?" We attended craft shows. We're selling, but we're also buying from the other vendors.
Okay, we're supporting the economy. That's good. We're lucky that we're both retired now, so we have a little bit more time, but we're busy people. Sandy works a part-time job. I work a part-time job. We each have family commitments. But sometimes we say, we just have to make a point. Tuesday night, we're going to get together and we're going to work on this. And we'll sit down and break out our stuff and just work on it. Because otherwise, like anything else, you can kind of let it slide, and before you know it, there's nothing being created, nothing new happening. So we have to make the time to do it.
Unless I have made a bracelet that I'm almost done, and I see a mistake, and I have to tear the whole thing apart, then it's not fun.
Yeah, we each had those challenges. I remember making a bracelet. I was on the very last pass through a bead, and the bead snapped. The last. I mean, the next thing I was going to do was tie a knot, and it was done. And basically, sometimes you can, kind of wiggle around and redo it. Some of them, there's just no way. That bead is now missing.
But I've come over here. She'll say she's had to actually put a timer on her phone because I would just sit here and bead all night. And her husband would go to bed, and we would be sitting here still at midnight. So anyway, finally she said, "You know what, I'm putting a timer so that we know when the end of the end of the night calls." I said, "Good thing."
So Megan, yeah. I'm working on product stuff for you. We're going to do an event, and I started to contact some of the other businesses that are chamber members that don't have a brick and mortar physical location. We're going to do a venue event, and it'll be somewhere like our B2B, where a company highlights themselves and people come there and, they talk about their business. And this will be similar to like a craft show or an event where we'll have tables, some can sell, some can just, talk about their things. Chatting about knowing businesses that have expressed interest in doing a night like that. So I think that'll be kind of fun. So the chamber's going to put that on. Well, we don't have a date yet. I just reached out to the chamber members to make sure they, are you interested? I'm blowing smoke and I'm crazy. And I've got quite a good feedback. So now we need to schedule a meeting of those vendors to find out when would be a good date and a time of day. But I'm just thinking, somewhere like a winery where we could have beverages. We'll provide the refreshments just like a business would. And then we'll set up the tables and we'll have it probably in the evening. We'll start with it that way to collapse. And this way, somebody like Mary Kay Cosmetics doesn't have a physical location. She could be doing facials. She could be doing something, not just passing out literature. But we started making these. So it's like a slinky, in that it's one continuous piece of wire that it's called memory wire. So we beat them around, and the great part about it is you don't have to worry about whether it fits the person or doesn't. And they can be 2 strands, 3 strands, 4 strands, but it just wraps around like that and becomes like a bangle. So we've made a lot of those. People love them because, like I said, it doesn't matter whether the woman has a thin wrist or a heavier wrist.
And some people like them because there's no class. Because some, like they like magnetic class because they're easier to put on. But if they toggle for a button, sometimes some people can't manipulate that with it because of arthritis or whatever. And they like the fact that there's no class that they have to deal with.
So this one has 5. This is one that only has 2. So it's a little smaller. Wouldn't be maybe so bold on Sunny's wrist, but if anything, it just wraps around. And is a little more compact. So we call it memory wire. So there's no design to it. We just kind of randomly pick the beads we want to put it and then just layer them on there. That pink bracelet is $25. $24, sorry, $24. And with your chamber discount, that would be even less. For sure. Absolutely. Just go with it. So if it's $2 off, it's $2. We're selling it. You're going to take it out there and show other people. So it's like free advertisement. So, the next person maybe doesn't get 10% off because they're not a chamber member. Well, why I did it, Tony has been telling me for 2 years or 3 years, if you don't even have to pay for it. Oh, I could do that. So we're holding a promotion during the month of March that minute-owned businesses receive the 50% discount. Our $135 membership became $67.50 for the year. So I said to Sandy, let's give it a try. For that amount of money, let's see what we get for it. So we will get, as one of the benefits that we have is to participate in something like that vendor show. We're hoping that will be successful. I'm going to put together, I'm going to need some help, but we're going to put together some of our marketing campaign so that before Christmas, when the gift time is here, Tony does a great job of sending buy local, shop local. So we're going to put together a, kind of a marketing campaign so that will go out to our 768-ish people who are interested in receiving chamber literature. So just by being a chamber member, you can ask the chamber to send out promotions for you, show you sales. So I'm going to add to our website directory that we give a chamber member a 10% discount. I'm just deciding that right now. And We'll also probably advertise for Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, graduation, teacher gifts. There's a number of seasonal and holidays that we can promote our business through the chamber. And I think that's where the benefit will come for us. Halloween, if you want, we actually have a bracelet right now that would be pretty for Halloween. It's black, gold, and a black gunmetal, so a dark charcoal gray with orange beads. It would be beautiful. It's like a Flyers bracelet. There are people that just continue to come to see me through scrapbooking and friends and other people that they just love what we do. So every so often, and I need another pair of earrings, or so-and-so's birthday. We didn't have two ladies that are friends. One buys for one buys for the other, and it kind of, on the sneak, we're buying gifts for each other, handmade jewelry. So, there's some really cute stories out there. There really are. And, I just hope it just continues. We're just, again, I'm not trying to make $1 million. We're just having fun. And sometimes we'll lose notes when we're fun. At the end of the day, the four of us go out to dinner and we spend our profit on that day.
So just with that being
Hey folks, Mark here with Chance's General Store. It's that time of year again for gardening and flower beds. Starting off with flower beds, even starting plants, we have Miracle Grow potting mix. This is moisture control. I love this stuff. This is good stuff. We also have his and hers gardening gloves. And if you're in the market for some tools for your garden and flower beds, we have sets of tools. We also have these in metal. For the big gardens, we have hose and rakes. And don't forget, if you have bugs while you're out there in the garden, we also have lots and lots of bug spray. If you have some unwanted weeds, maybe some grass that needs to go, we carry weed and grass killer. We also have garden hoses. We have a line of garden nozzles, hose nozzles, and repair packages for your garden hoses, because every spring you go out there, get your garden hose, and it's got a hole in it, a leak, it needs to be repaired. Quick, easy fix, we have the stuff. Stop here at Chance's General Store down here in Newport.
Because this weekend is really enhanced programming, so there are so many more facets that we've opened up. So there's like a mural artist coming in, there's wood carvers, egg painters. The community is going to be able to paint their own feathers that we're going to then create as a wing board that people can then take photos with. So there's so much happening just this weekend.
All right, welcome back to the Bridgeton Beacon. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you this morning or this afternoon?
I'm great. Thanks so much for joining me today. I have Terrell Thompson. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes.
Okay, Terrell Thompson, marketing manager for the Wheaton Arts and Cultural Center. So we are here today. This is the third in our three-part series here at the Bridgeton Beacon on art and culture in Cumberland County. And this program is produced in part through funding from the Cumberland County Cultural and Heritage Commission in conjunction with the New Jersey State Council on the Arts. And we would be remiss here at the Beacon if we did not highlight and profile Wheaton Arts. So thank you so much for taking the time to join me today.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor, and I'm excited to talk about everything happening at Wheaton Arts.
And you guys are getting ready to open for the spring season, is that right?
Yes. So our 2024 season is starting this Thursday.
Excellent. Okay, so before we talk about everything, and I know you've got a ton of things coming up this spring and this summer, can you just take a couple minutes to tell our listeners a little bit about Wheaton Village, which started, I think, if I'm not mistaken, like almost 50 years ago. And I did a little bit of research. You've got a great website, which I would suggest everybody go to. Is it wheatonarts.org?
Yes.
Okay, so everybody needs to go check out the website, which has a lot of information. But tell us a little bit about the Wheaton Arts Cultural Center and how it got started and all that good stuff.
Right. Well, Wheaton Arts started around 1970, so we're a little over 50 years old now. It was kind of a vanity project by Frank Wheaton Jr., who was the owner at the time of Wheaton Industries. And he wanted to create kind of a, if the words would not escape me at this moment.
It's like a mecca. It's a mecca for the arts, right? I mean, essentially,
Well, yeah, but it was originally a recreation of a Victorian glass town is what it originally was, and has expanded since then. We've evolved into a cultural center that highlights all different types of arts, from glass to pottery to paper. Our museum stores have also paintings and metalwares and everything you can think of.
Right. And I mean, it's known internationally. And from just looking at the website, you've got everything from classes, glass blowing classes, to stores, to a folk life center, to a restaurant. So there's so many different things. And I take it that it has grown and evolved over the years. Is that right?
Yes, it has. We actually don't have a restaurant though.
Okay. Why did I thought that you might have a cafe. I thought I saw that on the website.
Yeah, that was pre-COVID.
Got it. Another casualty of COVID, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But and it's located, you guys are located in Millville, right?
Yes, so we're the same different distance from Philadelphia and the shore.
Okay, so it's a great place for people who are traveling down from the shore to stop on their way to the shore, but it's also a great place for local residents to come visit. If somebody is listening and they want to come check out all the offerings that you have, let's just start with how do they get there? What's the address? What do they put in the GPS?
So we actually have two addresses that we kind of use. One is for our mailing, and the other is for GPS, which is 1000 Village Drive, Millville, New Jersey.
Okay, and you guys are you right off of 55?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So if someone, and you're the marketing manager, if someone is interested in coming to check out what you have going on, what would you recommend to them? Would you recommend that they look on the website to see what the local what the offerings are for that particular day or week, or can somebody just show up and visit the different shops that you have?
Yeah, you're always welcome to visit Spur of the Moment. We're open Thursday through Sunday, 11 to 4, but we also have special event hours throughout the year, which will vary, along with a special Wheaton Wednesday opening in July and August as well. But
Okay.
Mostly, though, we do recommend looking at our hours and programming ahead of time, because we do also offer make your own experiences, which you do need to sign up for in advance because the spots sell out pretty quickly.
And how does that work? What is that?
So you can actually come in and make your own piece of glass. We have different offerings, from hot glass to flame working to fused glass, which are cold pieces that you are stacking together to be tack fused together, as well as group offerings for pottery make your owns.
Okay. And is that a class that has a set time frame, or do you pick your own time based on the group that you have?
You can pick your time based on the availability that we have for those days, which are mostly Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay. And how long does that take usually?
So it just depends on which program you pick. Some are 30 minutes, some are an hour.
Okay. And the price is per person?
Yes, and by project.
That's great. Okay. So a family can come on a day like today, a rainy afternoon, if it was the weekend, and come take a class and, I imagine, learn how to blow glass.
Yes.
Okay, that's fantastic. That's great. Is that the primary event that you guys offer at Wheaton Arts?
No, we also have a collection of classes that we add throughout the year as well. They can be anything from acoustics to not paper, to basket weaving, to egg painting. There's so many different types of classes that we offer. There's also stained glass, which is really popular and sells out instantly almost.
Nice. So are they seasonal classes? Or are they offered year round?
No, they're not exactly seasonal, but they're offered as instructors are available.
Got it. So I would take it then that you would recommend that somebody who wants to come visit check out either the web page or your social media pages.
Yeah, we try to keep our website as up to date as possible. We're about to reopen, so we have a lot more information about to get poured on there. But
So
also,
how long do you guys close for the winter?
we close annually from January through March. And that's so that we can make repairs to the campus. The furnace can be rebuilt in the glass studio. The exhibits can be changed out in the Folk Life Center and museum. And we can develop our programming for the next several seasons as well.
So this is your busy day.
Yes.
April
Behind the
1st here.
scenes are extremely busy during our close season.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad that we're able to speak with you today about all the things that are going to be going on this season, so that you can get as many folks out as you can. What is there any particular event that you're most excited about for this summer? You touched on a couple already, but anything else that you want to touch upon?
Well, we have several annual events that we just love, or locals love. We have people that come in from all over. That includes Eco Fair on the first Saturday of May, Fantasy Fair, which is in mid-June, and then our Antique and Summer Market in July.
What is that last one that you just mentioned?
The Antique and Summer Market?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a collection of antique dealers that come to our campus. It'll be inside and outside in our event center, but then we also have a collection of artists and farm markets that'll come and set up as well. So there's a little bit of everything for everyone.
Oh, nice. Now, when you say farm markets, are you talking about like fruits and vegetables, or are you talking about other? Oh, very nice. Is that what days of the week is that on?
So most of our events are always Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, great. And do you find that you attract locals mainly, or do you mainly attract folks coming from Philadelphia area down towards the shore?
It's all of the above. So
Okay.
we're a great stopping point on people on further away to the shore, but we also have a great local community.
Excellent. How many employees do you have year round, full time? About.
Well, it depends throughout the year because we'll have a lot of part-time employees. But I want to say somewhere between 30 to 60 throughout the year.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a big place. I was surprised when I went onto your website to hear that it's located on 45 acres of wooded area in South Jersey. So was that land that was owned by the Wheaton family?
I'm honestly not sure about that, but we are on the Lenape lands.
Okay, got it. And so I would imagine it's preserved lands that they wanted to utilize as a nonprofit to, create and establish a place for the arts. I mean, it's literally Wheaton Arts, and it was always referred to when I was younger as Wheaton Village. Do you guys still refer to it as that, or is that kind of a name?
So
Yeah.
once we lost our founder, the center went through a transition to become a nonprofit, and the name was changed in 2006 to Wheaton Arts and Cultural Center.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. So you've also got, is it one store or more than one store on site?
It's technically 3 stores. So we have the general store, the paperweight shop, and the Gallery of Fine Craft.
Okay. And so I haven't been over there in a while, and we talked about doing this interview in person or remotely, and with the weather and schedules, we figured we would do it remotely. So if someone is coming from out of the area that hasn't been there in a while, is there parking?
Oh, yes. We
Okay.
have a
When you
large
park,
parking circle.
you can walk to all the stores that we're talking about.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay.
our campus is all one level, so it's walkable. It's all paved, so
Mhm.
it's wheelchair friendly as well, and or accessible. It's accessible. But yeah, our main parking is around the central circle
Okay. How long have you worked for Wheaton?
since April 2017.
Wow. Okay. So you started, and then of course COVID hit. How did Wheaton Arts and Cultural Center kind of maintain its support and funding during that time? Was that a hard time for you guys?
Yes, so we
Yeah.
really went for a lot of different grants that were available. We shifted some programs to be virtual so that we could still maintain our audiences and support everybody with visuals and artistic uh, divergence
Hmm.
while we were all in lockdown. So we
Okay.
did a lot of family art activities that we used to do in person, and we shifted those to be online and at a more regular pace so that families could create at home. We developed a Wheaton Conversation web series where we talk with uh, artists in our community and beyond to give everybody an idea of different artistic processes and different types of to art that really showcase a diverse and rich community.
Do you still have those programs available online, or
Yes,
and
we
how can
do,
how
and
can you
they're
access
still
that?
ongoing.
Do you have a YouTube page, or is it on your website?
It's on both.
Okay, I didn't check out your YouTube channel. Tell me how you can access that. It just
It's Wheaton Arts.
Wheaton Arts. All
Um,
right, we'll check
yeah.
that out, and we'll actually also send you a copy of this video if you want to post it. So that got me thinking. So these programs, the online programs, are still ongoing.
Yes, they are.
Okay, and if how do you access them just through the web page in
Yeah.
terms of what they're going to be?
So for the Wheaton Conversations, we still have episodes that are ongoing. So you can actually register to participate in the audience and ask questions during the event, which are on select Thursday nights. And then we post those videos on the website so that you can then, and on YouTube, so that you can then go back and watch all the previous episodes.
Oh, that's great.
And every first Tuesday of the month, we post a new family art activity or family art workshop. Sorry.
Okay, and what age levels are you gearing those towards?
All ages, really. You can really take the crafts that we create and make them your own. So there's a lot of different levels that could come into play.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Meaning that it's a very simple craft and you can elevate it with like some of our take your craft to the next step ideas, or you can
So
do
even non-artists like myself would be able to have fun with it.
oh yes, there's a lot of really cool things. We even have like segments where you can make your own chalk or make your own clay dough or
Okay,
play-doh, sorry.
great. Do you have classes that come in for like class trips, that kind of thing?
Yes, we do. So we'll
Okay.
have a lot of different homeschool groups, but also classes like fourth grade trips or high schoolers that'll come in, and we do have different projects that the teachers can sign up for to have the students partake in.
Okay. All right. That's neat. So all of my teacher friends I can share that information with. And then I would imagine at the holidays you guys are busy with different events too.
Uh, well, it depends on which holiday, but yeah, we have a annual craft sale. It's the Holiday Studio sale in November to December, where we have like about 30% off on all the handcrafted items from our artists.
Okay. All right. Great. So you as the marketing manager, do you basically plan out like a year in advance or a season in advance as far as getting artists to come in? to run these different programs and the different things that you've talked about?
So we have a really great team that go above and beyond with all the different programming that we offer. They work throughout the year to create enhancements for different programs as well as entirely new segments, so that everyone that comes to our campus will always experience something different.
That's excellent. Do you partner with any other local organizations?
Yeah, we do. We have several different local partners, including CU Morris River and Rutgers Master Gardeners.
Tell me about that. What are the Master Gardeners? How do you work with them?
So the Master Gardeners really take care of what we call the Discovery Garden. That's over by our schoolhouse. And they do different programs with our different events throughout the year, especially like offering crafts for the kids. And then CU Morris River really took control of the parking circle, which used to be just like a dead space, but they've created this beautiful rain garden and pollinator garden there that just really comes alive during the summer.
That's wonderful. What do you think is your biggest challenge in terms of getting folks to come out and getting the word spread about the things that you've been talking about? Is it really just word of mouth? Or
no, it's a little bit of everything. Word of mouth is always the number one, though. I think that's with any field. But I think a lot of it comes down, we're a nonprofit, so we have limited funding, so we're not really able to promote ourselves as much as we would like to. So we do a lot of grassroots efforts to get the word out. So thank you.
well, that's the whole point. I mean, our goal at the Bridgeton Beacon is to really shine a spotlight on people, places, and things in the Cumberland County, South Jersey area that are doing great things. And this series, as I mentioned in the beginning, was really meant to highlight art and culture in Cumberland County and really try to show that there are a lot of organizations that are, making the arts come alive in our area. And it really does come down to getting the word out and talking about it and showing people what there is to do in our neck of the woods, literally and figuratively. So that was really the purpose behind this particular series. And we've just been so excited to speak with you about everything that you have to offer over at Wheaton Arts and Cultural Center. So we really do thank you for all that you do too. I was wondering if individuals are able to be financial contributors, sponsors, that kind of thing. Is that something that you offer?
Yeah, we have an amazing membership program. So a family can actually come and visit our campus as many times as they want throughout the year for only $55. And that includes the two parents and all kids under 18. So that would make all their events free. Yeah.
That's a really nice opportunity to have for a family that's, even within a couple hour radius, I would imagine.
Yeah. And we have so many different events throughout the year that are family friendly. So there's always crafting opportunities, special demonstrations from artists, and exhibit highlights to really focus on and enjoy.
That's great. So even on a day like today, a rainy day, family could come in. So that makes me think that even folks that are at the shore in the summertime, you get a bad day, it's not a great beach day, you take a ride up to Wheaton Arts and Cultural Center. It's half hour, 40 minutes from the shore.
Yeah.
So that's a great opportunity for families that are not necessarily living in the area, but might be here on vacation and be looking for something to do. So I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I like this. I like the idea of what you were saying of partnering with other organizations. We do have so many great organizations. Just what I've found in doing this series is there are so many people and organizations that work really hard to get the word out about so many things that there are to do and see and visit in Cumberland County. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
So before we wrap up, anything you have on the immediate forefront that you wanted to share with our listeners to highlight or promote?
Yes, so we have two amazing new exhibits that that are opening up in April, and they'll run all year long. But those are in the museum and in our Folk Life Center. So in the museum, we have centuries of tomfoolery, trick glasses, pipes, and whimsical delights. So it's all about these age-old glass tricks that would trick people when they're like taking a sip of a glass or something, and then they would just get a face full of water or whatever their beverage was. So it's like a collection of those, but a lot of them are like recreations from the past by uh, current glass artists in the field. And the other one is Ceremonies and Circles, which focuses on West African masks and masquerades. So it really interprets everything from the perspective of the African cultures.
They both sound really, really interesting. How do you come up or formulate the ideas for the different events that you have? You have like a team that think about and things that you haven't done, because they're very unique. I don't want to say unusual, but unique programs that you have coming up.
Yes, so we focus on unique and thought-provoking things. Our Folk Life Center is run by Avetta, and she always partners with a new ethnical group from our region. So really highlight how wonderfully diverse of a region we have. So we've already highlighted, I think now over 60 different types of communities, which is
Wow.
fantastic. And over 25 years of the Folk Life Center. And the Museum of American Glass, they're always looking at ways to really push the boundaries of glassmaking and showcase what everybody in the field is doing.
Wow, that's fantastic. Okay, great. So if I wanted to go and look and see some of the earlier events that you've had, do you still have them listed on either your website or your social media page?
Oh, I don't quite understand what you just meant by that, by earlier
So,
event.
so you mentioned that you have highlighted, dozens of other individuals. So if I wanted to go back and say, I'm curious what other individuals have been profiled or highlighted, would I be able to see that?
I think so. I don't know if you can go back all 25 years, but I do know we have several different web pages, but it just depends on like what you're really looking for. Mostly you could search in the website bracket, but
Got it.
um yeah, we usually just keep everything up to date with what we have currently.
Okay. All right. Excellent. All right. Well, I would encourage all of my listeners to check out the two events that you just mentioned coming up in April, to share all of that with their friends and families. And we'll definitely be keeping an eye on what you have coming up this summer. And maybe we'll come over there and actually take some video of some of the things you have going on. I'd love to check it all out.
Oh, please do. Let me know when you're on your way.
I will. I definitely will. So now here on out, you guys are open. Can you just repeat the hours one more time for us?
Yep, so we're open April through December, Thursday through Sunday, 11 to 4, with special hours for selected events.
Great. And the address one more time.
1000 Village Drive, Millville, New Jersey.
Okay, excellent. If anybody has any questions, wants to call, are they able to call and ask questions about different events you might have?
Oh, of course, yes. So you can call us at 856-825-6800. Or you can just look up our website at wheatonarts.org.
Great. And Facebook you have, and Instagram and YouTube?
So we have, yes, that is correct. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and our website. All great places to find information.
Great. Excellent. Well, I intend to check it out this season and meet you in person, and really do appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. And I'm sure Mr. Wheaton would be thrilled with all the wonderful events that you guys have planned for this coming season.
Thank you.
All right. I will talk to you sometime soon.
All right. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great day.
Great. Thank you very much.
Funding has been made possible in part by the New Jersey State Council on the Arts, Department of State, New Jersey Historical Commission, Department of State, and the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners through the Cumberland County Cultural and Heritage Commission.
So welcome to Gallery 50. My name is Sharon Cooper. I'm the director here and curator at Gallery 50 since 2000 when we made the gallery into a nonprofit. I became the director then. What Gallery 50 does is has we're a cultural hub in Bridgeton, and we provide monthly artist exhibitions.
Okay.
Every month it changes out. And we have a little store in the back that remains there for cash and carry purposes. But each exhibition hangs for the month, and we have a first Friday opening artist reception.
Every month?
Every month, from 6 to 8 p.m. Okay. So you can meet the artist, you can buy the artwork, talk to people. We always have refreshments and live music.
Is that open to the whole community?
Yes,
or
free and open to the public. That's what I always like to say.
Right.
But we always have live music and refreshments. So, people stay. We're the only gallery in town. So, it's kind of a destination point. They come, they see the art, and they kind of stay for the 2 hours. So there's a lot of camaraderie here on First Friday.
How do you solicit your artists?
Well, we put out an open call on the card, like say 3 years out. And we just say we're accepting applications for shows. I'm also the curator at Perkins, so I see a lot of gallery shows. I go to a lot of museums. A lot of people email me with their portfolios, so I kind of put it together that way. This current show that's hanging now happens every January, and we are partners with the Cumberland County Cultural and Heritage Commission for this one. It's a plein air, and what a plein air is when the artists paint outside. And it's very unusual to have a winter plein air. And not only is it a winter plein air, but it's a 4-color winter plein air, which means the artists, when they come on the designated morning, which this year was December 9th, they come at 7:30 in the morning with their canvas. They get it stamped by Cultural Heritage Commission so that we know that's what they painted that day. We give them a map of Cumberland County. They have to be in Cumberland County, and they go out and paint all day. And it has to be returned to the gallery that night by 5 framed.
That's fantastic. Is that
and they have
common?
and they have to record their 4 colors that they're going to use. So the oil color painters and the acrylic painters, they can mix their colors, but the pastel painters, you'll see, you can really tell the 4 colors they chose because they can't mix as well.
Do you try to get a mixture of artists that use different types of mediums, or is it just whatever happens?
There is a group of plein air artists. Not every artist is a plein air artist. Not every artist paints outside. So there is a very strong, very professional plein air artist group in South Jersey. They also enter our September show, which is a wetland show in the gallery, regional, and in the window, the Cultural Heritage Commission sponsors, in partnership with us, another plein air in the window, but they paint in the summer, and it's a whole different feeling and atmosphere.
So 2 plein airs a year?
2 plein airs a year, and they do not have to pick the 4 colors in the summer. So it's fun. So this is what you're seeing now on the walls, the result of that. The ribbons are next to the winners, of course. I bring in a judge.
Who do you have judge?
Well, he's anonymous this year, so he doesn't want me to say, but he's a professional artist in the shore area.
When were the winners announced?
At our first Friday reception and award ceremony.
Can you show us who came in first?
Yeah. So first place right here, and it also sold, is Ellen Gavin, and this is the Bridgeton scene. Looking towards the courthouse.
I recognize the view.
Yep. So the artist loved her palette, loved the composition of the piece, the angles, the detail of the courthouse, the feeling of it. If you know anything about Bridgeton, this feels exactly like Bridgeton. So really captured it. The artist was very complimentary to, or the judge was very complimentary to the artist, saying that he would purchase this piece. Now, it's that good.
And do the artists name their pieces
yes,
that day?
Yes.
I like the title of this, Court in Bridgeton.
Because of the courthouse.
Because of the courthouse.
Yeah,
right.
So she won first place. Second place, where's second place? Oh, over here is a Greenwich artist.
Hey, you're allowed to walk through the shop.
Veronica Flanagan.
I get yelled at.
We call her Bonnie Flanagan. She was having problems that day. She said the paint wouldn't stick to her canvas. She came up with this moody, kind of, ethereal marsh scene, and the judge loved it. Another thing we do during the award ceremonies, I call the winners as their name's called. They come up to the microphone and they explain their 4 colors and where they painted and the problems and the everything about
and
the
I'm
day.
sure it's weather dependent.
Oh yeah, well they have to paint no matter what. So she was having problems and she let us all know it, but it worked out in her favor.
I was going to say, it turns out great, and it captures that feel of being on the bay down
Yeah,
in
it
Greenwich.
sure does. And third place is Dominic Martelli. He chose to paint in Greenwich as well.
Beautiful.
And it's just a street scene.
Bacon's Neck Road.
Yes, Bacon's Neck Road. And the judge really liked the shadows, the feeling, the composition, the palette. He said it was very painterly, the way that the brush strokes and the way that the artist placed the paint. Very aesthetically pleasing for the judge. So that was his third place choice. Beautiful. And then we did something fun at the reception. We numbered each one of the paintings and went around with little slips of paper and everybody could vote. So we called it People's Choice.
Right.
So the People's Choice winner, I didn't have a ribbon that says People's Choice, but we have an honorable mention here, is R.J. Haas. And that's another scene from Greenwich.
Okay.
And if you know anything about Greenwich, it's a very quaint little section. There's a little bridge, a little stream there. And this was the old Griffin that used to be a store.
Right, I know that.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
So he won the People's Choice.
All of the artists that you've mentioned, they're all South Jersey artists.
Yeah, all of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when we spoke the other day, you mentioned that you certainly have a lot of South Jersey local artists, but you also are able to bring in artists from outside of the area.
Right.
Why don't you tell us about that a
right.
little bit?
So this is an example of a show where I do feature South Jersey. Next month, for example, we are featuring a Venezuelan artist, Francisco Grisolia de Vila. He's from Venezuela, and he's a master artist there. And about 3 or 4 years ago, Wheaton and the Clay College of Rowan put a grant together to get him here. So this show that is going to be hanging next month, it's called The North of the South, and it's about the depressed neighborhoods and the political unrest there in Venezuela at the moment, and the reflection on people. It's a very contemporary show. The paintings are very contemporary and depict, the plight of the people of Venezuela right now with the presidency that's there, and they're food deprived. There's a lot of issues that the people are going through. But after this show was brought here, it then went to Perkins after the Clay College about a year later. And then 2 years went by, and now it's coming here. So we kind of all work together as galleries.
So what are the logistics with having pieces go around the world?
Well, this is a special show because it was brought here on a grant from Venezuela.
Okay.
So, he wants to show it in as many places as possible.
Do you communicate with him?
No, just via, he doesn't speak English. So via Facebook.
Okay.
But he's very complimentary. He loves the fact that this is happening for him.
That's excellent. That's great. And what a wonderful thing for this community to have an artist from Venezuela who's world renowned come in.
So then after February, then March, we are hosting the Society of New Jersey Artists, which is a group membership club of South Jersey artists. And there'll be probably about 20 artists displayed, and they do their own kind of awards within themselves. Then
all across mediums.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the next month will be a solo show, 2 solo shows in a row of artists, one from Germany and one from down near the shore. Okay. Very contemporary art for both of them. And then July is our annual show called the International Miniature Competition, which we have every year. This will be our 24th year. We abide by the strict rules of the national miniature standards, where the face of the work can be no larger than a 4x6, 24 inches, and has to depict something miniature. So if you're doing a hummingbird, which is miniature in and of itself, you have to do a miniature hummingbird. So it's very strict standards. It is a competition as well. We give prizes for that. And we do a separate window show. August, we'll have an open call. It's always some fun theme. We don't know the theme for this year yet, but last year's theme was Viva Magenta, which was the new color that Pantone chose for their color of the year. So all the paintings, it's open to everybody, no cost. And we did a little award show for that too. And every painting had to contain this Viva Magenta color.
That's so fun.
Yeah.
That's great.
Then we move on to September, which is another annual regional show, wetlands competition inside the gallery and the plein air in the windows.
Wow. So you have to plan out for the entire year. I mean,
I'm already booking. I'm almost through 2025. I'm ready to start 2026 because artists need, time to paint. They would like a year in advance of their show.
Do you get a lot of support from the community and the South Jersey area? I mean, how do you, other than grants from Cumberland County Cultural and Heritage Commission, how do you get support?
We have monthly sponsorships. So a lot of companies or corporations or just private individuals will give the $200, and they will be our monthly sponsor. Their name goes up on the card and on the sign, and then that pays for our reception, refreshments and wine and musical entertainment. So they're the sponsors.
And all of that can be accessed through your website.
Yes. Okay. And we also have a yearly membership drive, which is going to start in March.
This March.
Where we send a letter, we tell them everything we've done, everything we plan to do, and then they send in their contribution.
That's great.
So so we have memberships, we have corporate sponsorships, sales of artwork, of course, helps because we get 30% commission on the sales.
Got it. Okay.
And donations. We do have a lot of donations that people just give out of the kindness of their heart. And we provide the cultural hub for this area. And
as you said, this is the only art gallery in Bridgeton.
Yes. And we provide a showcase for artists to share their work. So what we're doing indirectly is supporting artists' careers and giving them a platform to sell their work and to show their work and to get other shows from here.
Without galleries like this, there's nowhere for them to get access to the community.
Right. So it's very important.
How long has Gallery 50 been in this location?
I believe it changed location sometime in the 90s. It started out in 1972 across the bridge in one of the Seven Sister stores, but it was very different. It was a volunteer.
I think I remember that. I grew up in Bridgeton, and I remember that.
I think it was the first building across the bridge. But it was run by volunteers. They had a lot of crafty volunteers that kind of showcased their own work, embroidery, quilting, knitting, and some shows here and there. Then it changed to this location, I believe in the mid-90s. Don't quote me on that, but around then.
But before you joined as director in 2000.
And then when I was here, I came in 2000. The landlord wanted to renovate, and we made it into a nonprofit, and I became the director. And then we started the first Fridays. We started the monthly exhibitions, to clear everything out after the month.
Right. Yeah. But you mentioned that you went all the way through COVID. You never didn't have a showing, which is, I think, admirable. You could have foreseen how that could have been a time when it
nobody
off.
really knew what to do. We always thought we were opening the next week. But little did we know 2 years. But anyway, so I had my shows booked for the whole year of 2020. So when we closed down in the middle of March, we were in the middle of a show, so they just picked up early, and I hung the April show, and I just did an iMovie, you know, similar to what you're doing now, and just showed it on the first Friday.
Right.
And gave the public a chance to see it and to purchase.
And the public probably really appreciated still being able to access art and beauty,
so that one
despite
was
everything that was going on.
Yeah, so then that was April. So May and June, I think we just did a virtual online where the artists just submitted their work to me. I put together a slideshow, and I showed it on first Friday, and then it was on our website. It was on our Facebook page so that people could access it through the month. So it was almost like the show was hanging. Right. And then July, we had a limited show with a mask. August, September, October, November. We had our first Friday receptions in person, you know, with the stickers on the floor that everybody had to be 6 feet apart and hand sanitizer and masks.
But you made it through.
We made it through, and, you know, we still were getting sales. The artists were still able to show their work. And then we reopened in January of 2021.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Do you ever have any involvement with young students or young artists in terms of either field trips or collaborations with the barn or anything like that that you can share
field
with us?
trips a lot from the Bridgeton High School.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay.
One of their teachers, well, an ex-teacher is right back here in our office right now, and another one that teaches there will line up. If she sees a show that supports something she's teaching in the classroom, she'll bring her students.
That's so
down.
great. I think that's so important because the whole purpose of the gallery is to create awareness, but unless you start young, it's kind of pointless. So,
and also Hope Loft brings a lot of
nice
of their students here as well. So
what are the hours?
Wednesday through Saturday, 11 to 4.
Okay.
Yep.
Wednesday through Saturday, 11 to 4.
And always the first Friday reception
okay.
of every month, 6 to 8 p.m.
Great. Excellent.
Free and open to the public.
Oh, wow.
So our next one is February 2nd for Francisco from Venezuela. I invite you both.
I will definitely be here.
6 to 8 p.m.
Okay.
And
great.
Yeah,
well, I think the Bridgeton Beacon
powerful.
would love to continue to support Gallery 50.
Super.
I'll have to get information on the site about becoming a member.
Okay.
And, I think this is just fantastic.
Okay.
I appreciate
Thank you
letting
so
us
much for
walk in today.
featuring us.
And I noticed back here. Tell me what you have back here.
Oh, this is our we call it our shop. It's a cash and carry. Items from artists that they just put 2 or 3 in on a permanent basis. And if you need a quick gift, you just come in, you could take it. If you purchase something on the wall in the exhibition, it has to remain here throughout the months until the show closes. So you just red dot it until the end.
Have you ever had people fighting over any of these items?
No, but cash and carry you can take it today. So
excellent.
That works out. Oh, we are on our website is www.gallery50.org. Our Facebook page is Gallery 50 Inc. And our Instagram page is also Gallery 50 Inc. Well, I, of course, support all the other art centers and galleries. Salem Art Bank, run by Bruce and Sue Joe in Salem County. They do framing and they have a gallery there. We are Bridgeton. Then if you move on to Millville, we have the Renaissance Center for the Arts under the direction of Diane Rogers. Then we have the Clay College under the direction of Jackie Sandro. Then we have the Village on High, which is owned by Marianne Cannon, which has a whole bunch of littler stores. Her La Bottega's there and Octopus Garden there, run by Marianne Kuntz. And across the street, Danielle Cartier has D&G Gallery and Studio. So Millville's really rocking.
Wow.
Lots of artist studios in the Cape May area. Moving up the coast to Atlantic City, we have the Noise Arts Garage in Atlantic City, run by Michael Cagno. He was one of our first artists here in 2000 to have a show at Gallery 50. Now he's the director there at the Noise. They also have a location at Stockton in Hennington, which is a really cool gallery. That's also the Noise. And then, of course, Perkins.
Tell us about that while we have you.
Yeah, I'm the curator of exhibitions at Perkins Center for the Arts. And I've just been there since 2020, right after they reopened for COVID. I've grown their gallery from 4 to 6 shows per year in 2 galleries to 18 shows a year in 3 galleries. So we have a rigorous schedule. We have 6-day-a-week gallery hours now, which is new for them, and established reception nights, second Saturday, third Saturday, one in Collingswood, one in Morristown. We just reach out and try to make community connections. We have 5 departments there, a huge education department that offers all kinds of classes in ceramic, glass, mosaic, painting, figure drawing, embroidery. I mean, you name it, we offer it. And then music lessons for students, and
That's
and a
lot.
folk life center. So
What's the address of that?
the one is 30 in Collingswood is 30 Urban Avenue and 395 Kings Highway in Morristown. Yeah, and then we have a connection there through Camden County with the Camden Fireworks and Asaya Kunz there. So
It sounds to me, and I'm
South
not.
Jersey is
I was going to
really
say I'm
happening.
not an artist. Okay, I'll just put that out there. I'm not an artist, but it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's a small, tight-knit community, and yet you have this reach around the world, which is really so neat, and that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah, it sure is. And the 8 counties, I believe there's 8 counties in southern New Jersey. I mean, we all know of each other and support each other and have collaborations and partnerships often between everyone I just mentioned. Yeah.
The love of the arts.
Yeah. So it's wonderful. Yep.
Well, thank you so much for
Oh,
taking
you're
the
welcome.
time to
Thank
give
you
us this
for
kind of
highlighting gallery
impromptu interview here today. But it's nice to be able to be on site when we can to do these types of interviews and highlight, the beautiful artwork that you show
thank
here.
you
So
so
we will
much.
definitely be back. Thank you
Oh,
again.
awesome. I'll see you at the reception.
I will be here. Thank you.
Funding has been made possible in part by the New Jersey State Council on the Arts, Department of State, New Jersey Historical Commission, Department of State, and the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners through the Cumberland County Cultural and Heritage Commission. Funding has been made possible in part by the New Jersey State Council on the Arts, Department of State, New Jersey Historical Commission, Department of State, and the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners through the Cumberland County Cultural and Heritage Commission.
Welcome back to the Bridgeton Beacon. I have the pleasure this afternoon of sitting down at the Bridgeton Library. We are on the 2nd floor in one of the oldest parts of the building. And I'm having a conversation today with Adaria Armstrong, who is the Director of Youth Services. Adaria, welcome.
Thank you for having me, Meg. I'm so happy.
I am so happy too. We tried scheduling this a few times, and here we are. So, without further ado, you are the Director of Youth Services for the Bridgeton Free Public Library.
So they say.
Self-proclaimed traveling Wilbury, which we will get into in a few minutes. But first of all, why don't you jump in and tell me a little bit about yourself, how long you have been here at the Bridgeton Free Public Library, and what you do.
Well, alrighty then. I've been here since the beginning of August in 2019. And I came here because I answered a job advertisement for a children's librarian. And I wanted to get myself back down to South Jersey. I really love it down here. I have a lot of roots down here. Even though I was brought up in North Jersey, I wanted to return to my roots. And I've been working in libraries for about 10 years. I started out as a page in my hometown library, and I consider my hometown to be Leonia, New Jersey, 07605. That's up in Bergen County. It's probably about a quarter of a mile from the George Washington Bridge. And my formative years were spent in North Jersey and in Manhattan, where both of my folks worked in FM radio during the 70s. And so I had that radio culture imbued in my DNA from a very early age. I was the radio station's mascot. I used to be on the air from the time I was 6 years old going, WPLJ, New York's best rock, always in stereo, 95.5 FM. The DJs loved to have me in because I could say
great.
things that really, but my little helium voice at 6 years old. And I loved being on the air. I bothered those DJs like you wouldn't believe.
You asked to have this as an audio
Yes,
interview,
that's right.
so now it's all making sense to me.
It's all clear now.
So you joined the Bridgeton Library just before COVID hit.
Oh, yes. We had a good 6 months and then COVID shut us down. Like right around this time in 2020. It was just before St. Patty's Day, I remember. And we got a lot of things accomplished in those 6 or 7 or 8 months previous to that. But man, that put a big hurt on our programs. The people didn't want to come out. People were, we all know what COVID did to us all, people being homeschooled, people working from home, if they could have the luxury of doing that.
People still had their books.
Yeah, they did. And we actually shut down. The building was shut down from, I think, a day or two before St. Patrick's Day. So right before March 17th in 2020. And we were shut down through the end of June. So we were down for a couple of months.
So what did you do during that time frame?
Well, I would come into the library once in a while to water the plants, get the mail, do some work from my office. And our director at the time, Linda, would do the same thing. So on days that she wasn't here, I would come in so that we both didn't have to come here every day. Just to sort of justify, getting paid, which we're very thankful for. The city of Bridgeton maintained us for those couple of months that we were shut down. Yeah, it was rough. It was really rough. And to try to swing back into it, our numbers are still down from that time.
When you say your numbers are down, do you mean
Patrons
donations
that come-
or patrons that come in?
that come
How do
in.
you track that?
There is a device at the door that goes off every time somebody walks in and out. And that automatically gets calculated, and we track that throughout the year, as well as, report it to different agencies that we're applying to funding for. And, then we could tell how many people have come to the library in the last year and how those numbers are down. And also numbers are down for our programs.
Mm-hmm.
We usually have a storytime program during the week, and I'll be darned if I've had anybody even bother to come in. And I changed it from Tuesday to Saturdays because who has the luxury of being home on a Tuesday? What mom is not working? What caregiver is not at work?
Mm-hmm.
So I changed it to Saturdays, like, oh, well, that's definitely going to bring people in, come in. And it's been spotty at best.
Well, you've had some really neat events. I mean, you have your children's storytime hour, but I've also seen that you've had authors come in.
Yeah.
You have, I went downstairs and took some video of some programming that you have coming up. So take a few minutes perhaps and give me some highlights on some of the neat programming that you've had, and also some of the fun activities that you have planned coming up this spring and this summer.
Excellent. Thank you. In an effort to bring people in on purpose, rather than just hope they come in for a regular program, I've developed a number of special programs throughout the year that have been very well attended. And we have history programs, like author talks. We have environmental stewardship programs where I work with the local schools and a lovely lady named Barbara Wilczynski, who I'm sure you all know. And she and I coordinate together to bring classes of kids here purposefully. And I coordinate with my environmental friends out there in the sector and bring about 6 or 7 of those folks in. And they impart their wisdom and information to these kids about stewardship, about careers, about education in the green sector, and why it's so important, because, we're handing off the planet to them, and, we're not in such great shape, and everyone can do better. And this is the type of information and education that I try to impart to young people and to youth, so that they know that somebody actually cares about the planet and cares to live simply, cares about nature and other critters, and that they can do that too. There is hope. I try to offer our youth hope, because there's a lot of apathy out there about everything, especially since COVID, but just in general about everything. And so that's a wonderful program that's been very well attended for the last 3 years. We have people here like CU Maurice River, the Atlantic County Utilities Authority, the Authority over there in Millville. We have the Cohansey River Watershed Association. We have Pinelands Alliance coming all the way down here to teach kids about how beautiful the pinelands are and how precious a resource that is. And we also have rangers from the Belle Plaine State Forest and other local state forests coming and giving information to Bridgeton students who might not even know that 5 miles away they can go for a beautiful hike. 1 mile away in the Bridgeton City Park, they can, enjoy that. It's such a beautiful park. I try to get out and walk a couple times a week. And
we're lucky to have that
We're
park.
so lucky to have that park. It's so beautiful. So, and other programs that we have during the year would be, I have a summer reading program, and that could be from, babies through adults. I worked with the Century 21 Pathways students last year, and it's called the 21st Century Pathways students, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And those are kids that are working with a program that feeds them and has activities for them throughout the month of July and part of August, where, their families may be working, can't afford childcare, whatnot. So we had about 6 programs last year where kids came to the library, or I went to them, bringing them science programs, environmental programs, reading programs, summer reading, all kinds of good stuff.
I jokingly said in the beginning of this interview that you were a self-proclaimed traveling Wilbury, and you had mentioned to me when I stopped in last week that at least at some points you've gone out to the community, which I think is really great. And that's what I wanted to touch upon, was this idea of the partnerships that the Bridgeton Free Public Library has with these other organizations that you mentioned, them coming to you, but you also going out to them. And it takes a connection both ways, right?
It really does. Outreach is extremely important, especially for a library that might not have the best reputation about, people might not want to come into the library because of so people with mental health issues, people with drug and alcohol issues that sort of frequent the library has tended to keep patrons away. So I go out into the community and offer our services remotely, and if you will, with not only with story times, which I go out to schools and do, but with different programs. And I've developed some very lovely and wonderful working relationships with teachers from K through 12, all throughout Bridgeton, but also in the wider area. Cumberland Regional High School, the Woodruff School up in Upper Deerfield around Seabrook, and the Fairfield Township School out along Route 49. I've brought those folks here, and I've also taken programs out to them just to try to keep it going. Another wonderful program that we have for adults and kids is we have a Japanese Culture Day, which I started about 3 years ago, and we're having it again this May. I don't have a date locked down yet, but it's going to be in early May. And the lovely ladies of the Seabrook Dance Troupe come here and they do their dances. They invite people to come up and have dances. We have free sushi and other Japanese snacks. We have origami and craft table for the kids. We have kimono displays. We have a fashion show. We also have a cultural explanation of what kimono is and what that means. And last year they just outdid themselves with tables of artifacts and ephemera from Japan. And a lot of the folks that are in the dance troupe are Japanese American, and they're descendants from the folks that came to work for Mr. Seabrook out of the internment camps from, as a result of World War II. And one of my uncles was one of those gentlemen. His name was Gene Nakata. They called him Knocker. He came here with his family from one of the internment camps in California in, I'm going to say, the late 40s. And my great-great aunt and uncle, Anna and Frank Morano, came from Philadelphia to work for Mr. Seabrook with their young daughter, Marie, also in the late 40s. Marie and Jean met, fell in love, and they got married at the church up here on Pearl Street in 1955. And they didn't have a family of their own, but they stayed together. And when I was born and my cousins were born in the mid to late 60s, we'd come over here from Philadelphia because that's where I was in Philly till I was 6 before we went up to New York. And we would visit Uncle Gene and Aunt Marie and Aunt Anna at Seabrook. And I'd just be amazed, like the corn and the...
So you've had a connection to this community since
For a
you
long
were a little
time.
girl.
And not only that, but my grandmother and my grandfather, my mom's mom and dad, were Italian migrant farm workers that would come over here from Philadelphia and work from what they call strawberries to potatoes. So that's like May through October. And they met on a farm near Dorothy. And they named my mom Dorothy, actually. But I think that was more for the Follow the Yellow Brick Road. And so if those folks hadn't met here, working here, which their parents had come and to work here, for years, that I would say my family has been working in this area farm-wise from about the 19-teens until about the 1950s. So that was another connection that I had with
That's
this
so
area.
wonderful. I speak with so many people who have told me similar stories about their parents and their grandparents and how they met and connected through places like working at Seabrook or working at other places in the area. And so it's wonderful to hear that. And it's wonderful to hear how you've now come back to this area
After
and
so
are
long.
now contributing back to the community. So
Yeah, it's pretty
that's just
cool.
fantastic.
Oh, let me mention one thing, Meg. I'm sorry. I know you're about to ask me something, but I also wanted to mention that in November, we have our indie author event. And how that came about was our previous 2 directors ago, Linda just handed me the project. This was in 2020, and we hadn't had anyone here, and because of COVID and whatnot. So I think the November of 2021 indie author event was the first actual program that we had here, due to COVID.
Who did you have? What authors did you have? Do you recall?
There are some local authors. Wanda Albizu is one. She's a children's author. We had Flavia Alaya. She wrote a book about the nail house. We have Zeus Cruz. He's a poet from Millville. And a bunch of other local authors who I can't think of at the top of my head. But Stephen Goldham, he's a writer. He wrote a wonderful book about the Greenwich tea burning. And Hal Taylor, who is not only an author, but he's an illustrator, and he's illustrated so many wonderful things about the Delaware River and the native Lenape, just remarkable authors. But then one of my coworkers and I attended the Collingswood Book Fair last October, or maybe it was September. And I wanted to get some new blood for the 3rd annual indie author event. So I went around, I talked to some authors. I told them that, there's no charge for a table. Would you come down to our humble little library and make the indie author event, that much more with your presence? And we had about 7 or 8 new authors, just remarkable individuals. And I said, the only price to pay, because usually when they go to these author events, they have to pay a table fee, and I would never charge anybody to come here and promote their books. So I said the only price for admission is if we could please have one of your books donated to our library, or your collection of books donated to our library. And everyone agreed, and now we have all these wonderful books, from kids' books to adult, great authors.
Is that Indie Day, Indie Author Day, something you're going to have again this coming year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Talking, you have
We
so
hope
many,
so.
you have so many different programs. How can people find you? How do they know what the programming is? I mean, for example, I noticed downstairs that you have a flyer for, is it a teen poetry contest? And
Yes.
so you have so many different things going on that we could talk about, but how can people find out?
Well, they can go to our website, and that's bridgetonlibrary.org. And we usually have the upcoming events posted right there on the front page of the website.
And you're also
Another-
on Facebook?
We're on Facebook.
And you have a newsletter.
And we have a newsletter.
Okay.
So I'm constantly posting our events on Facebook, updating them, and also revisiting them once they've happened so people can see pictures of the event. And our newsletter, if you want to sign up for the newsletter, just call us, give us your email, and we'll, it's Constant Contact. That's the software that we use for our newsletter, and it's monthly. And you won't get anything else from us except for occasionally I send out like an email blast for an event like the week before, not so you don't have to go plow through the whole newsletter to remember what was happening. But here's an event that's happening next week. Please join us, and I'll send that out.
You're a chief cook and bottle washer here. How many full-time employees and part-time employees does the library have right now?
Okay. Well, we have 2 full-time employees. There's a library assistant who is now a library associate because she just started library school, and me. And I've been, I studied at Wayne State University. I did an online program. And because it was
in library sciences?
Yes. And I have my master's degree in library and information science. That's where the MLIS comes from. But I also have a previous master's degree in social and cultural anthropology. And I actually went to Stockton when it wasn't a university, when it was still a college back in the early 90s. And I have a double major, sociology and anthropology, from that school. And that's what sort of gave me the impetus to get a master's degree in that field. And I worked in the field of anthropology for about 15 years while I was living in California.
Oh, tell me briefly what you did out there.
I moved out there in 96, a year after I graduated, because I worked for a year to save some money and because I was accepted to graduate school in San Francisco. And once I hit San Francisco in 96, it was like the dot-com boom was happening, and then I witnessed the bust as well. And I really should have gotten into either tech or real estate, because I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now. But no, I pursued my anthropology, social and cultural anthropological degree, while I also became familiar with the local reggae scene, which was pretty heavy, meaning a lot of people like to come through from Jamaica and play at different venues in San Francisco. And as a fan and a scholar of music from Jamaica, I was thrilled. I became involved with that as a performer, and I ended up touring the world with a bunch of different reggae bands and the country and the whole West Coast.
Wow,
and all
that could
stuff.
be the subject of a whole
For
nother
about 8
that'd be a
years.
whole nother conversation.
It was another life, I tell you.
That's fantastic.
Lots of experience doing many different things. And speaking of DJs, I didn't just, as a cute little kid, say the call letters for the radio station my folks worked for, but I went on to be a DJ for 4 years at Stockton on WLFR.
It's a great station.
It's a lovely station. I loved it to death. Lake Fred Radio, woohoo, 91.7. And then when I was out in California, I was a DJ at a local radio station called KGGV, which always sounded like a spy ring to me, KGGV. And that was wonderful. And then when I came back to New Jersey in 2009, after being in California for about 13 years, I was very thrilled to be accepted onto the DJ roster at WFDU, which is TNEC, which is Fairleigh Dickinson University, which is a very well-known radio station up in North Jersey. And I was on there for maybe about 2 years while I was working in libraries. So I managed to exercise my creative yayas in performing and music while maintaining other careers and interests as well.
I can understand that. I can relate to that. It sounds also like you are a lifelong learner and a lifelong teacher, which is really the hallmark of a good librarian, I would say.
Absolutely.
Is librarian, is that okay to call you a librarian?
You may call me a librarian.
Okay. I don't know. Is that politically correct? I don't know.
Yes, I think it is.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you about an award that the Bridgeton Library received last October from the Bridgeton Area Chamber of Commerce. And it was the Hometown Hero
yes,
Community.
Gary F. Zimmerman. Woo! Sorry, I had to cut you off just to say his name.
Exactly.
Gary. Now, of course, I didn't know who the heck he was when somebody called me and said, "Hey, do you want to accept this award?" And I was like, "Well, who's Gary F. Zimmerman?" And then as I learned about him and his life's work in the community, I realized what an honor it was for this library to be presented with that Community Leadership Award.
100%. And I heard you speak when you accepted the award, and it was just wonderful. I was so mad I didn't have a recorder at the time in my hand. So maybe you can just share some of the things that you shared with the audience that night.
I suppose I just wanted to big up the library and tout the things that we do here for the community, even though our budget is pretty small and our building is sort of falling apart and we don't have that much of a staff because we can't afford it. So I was just trying to go around those issues to present what we've managed to do despite those things. And, with a great and dedicated staff, what you could do, really achieve anything for people that want to see this library survive and thrive. And I'm nothing if not a Toastmaster. I pretty much made that speech up on the spot with a couple of keywords on some index cards. I don't mind speaking in front of folks if I think I know what I'm talking about, and if I think that they're interested in what I'm talking about. It's always good to take a read on your audience. Wake up, ma'am.
No, I think the sentiments that you shared about the library and its impact on you, its impact on the community at large, were very heartfelt and very well received. So congratulations, a few months late,
Thank you
for receiving that award on behalf of the Bridgeton Free Public Library.
I got some good hugs after I spoke. I was like, all right, I did good.
I bet you did. So how does the library get its funding?
Okay, well, we have something called a 1/3 mil. What's that? It's a formula by which we receive mandatory funding from the tax base, the property tax base here in Bridgeton. Now, 1/3 mil does not mean 1/3 of $1 million. It's a formula and a percentage, and we receive, not much more. A lot less than 1/3 mil, I'm going to tell you right now. And we also apply for state aid, which is good funding. And I apply for a couple of other grants that brings us money so that we can have this programming. For example, we gracefully and gratefully receive monies from the Community Development Block Grant, the CDBG, which is here in Bridgeton. And also, as part of the county, we very gratefully receive funding from the CCC and HC, Cumberland County Commission.
Cultural and Heritage
Cultural
Commission.
And
In fact,
thank you.
As did the Bridgeton
You're not
Beacon.
just an acronym.
As did the Bridgeton Beacon, and we are also so very grateful for them.
Yeah, the CCC and HC.
Mm-hmm.
And a big shout out to Omari and Matt, because they recognize, our value. And it's been wonderful working with them, and it's been a great lesson for me for grant writing.
Well, and this interview is part of a series that we're doing at the Bridgeton Beacon on the arts in the Cumberland County area, and how many, that the arts are alive, and certainly reading and books and this library are all part of that, which is, I have a very soft spot in my heart for the Bridgeton Library. I came here a lot as a young girl. My grandfather, Bob McCormick, was instrumental with the library many, many years ago. And so you probably have books floating around this library that have he had a habit of giving a little penciled review on the inside
nice.
cover of paperbacks that he would read. So if you ever come across RPM with a little notation, that's my grandfather.
That's your grandfather.
But
that's wonderful.
yeah, so I love the library, and this was
and it's
something
the
that I
same
wanted to.
as when you came for the first time.
It is very, very much the same. But
we're in a time warp.
But you know what? I think that there are even more programs now than there were then, that's why I really wanted to speak with you, so we can help get the word out, so that we can get more people to come in,
Absolutely.
more people to see all the things that you're doing. I'm asking everyone who's listening to this interview to share it. Come stop
please.
in, get your library card. Do people still have library cards?
Yes, they do.
Come in, get your library card, take a book out, and tell your friends, and contribute if at all possible. I have a Bridgeton library hat that my brother gave me, and I see downstairs that you still have some more for sale.
We do. Our friends of our library, the friends of the library, do marvelous things. We just had a book sale. They have a plant sale coming up in May. We have another book sale in.
So I'm going to interrupt you. Tell me what the friends of the library are.
The friends of the library. Well, here's an example. I worked in Bergen County. Bergen County has 74 libraries. Cumberland County has 4 libraries. Each of the libraries in Bergen County has a Friends of the Library. They're like a little bit of an ancillary group of people that support the library and do things to bring money to the library, fundraising, outside events. And it's a very strong community up in Bergen County. Our friends of the library are lovely folks that have been here for decades. You know, they're all like SEPTA and octogenarians.
Is it part of the library?
No,
is the library nonprofit? Okay.
It's not an official part of the library. It's like a club of supporters that love us and love the library and realize the importance of the library so much that they put on different fundraisers throughout the course of the year to donate money to us for things that we need. Supplies and equipment and programs and books and
so I saw some ladies downstairs last week. I think they were selling jewelry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything that they can sell to then pass on to their fund that, you know, we request from them. Hey, we need a new cash register. Hey, we need, you know, new children's books. Hey, we need some chairs. You know, they're very gracious and very hardworking, very dedicated, very loyal, and love the library. And we'd like an infusion of new members to that friends group because these folks are, you know, getting older and they work so hard and they all have, you know, their own lives. So we need some new friends. Let me just mention a couple of things that are happening that you can come and support. For example, on Saturday, March 16th, we're having a Maker's Day here at the library, and that's from 9:30 to 12:30 p.m. And that's, I'm not sure, I think there's going to be a 3D printer and a thing to make bookmarks with, and just as kind of come on and design bookmarks and stamps and choose from pre-made graphic layouts, bring a photo or a flash drive if you want a photo on a flash drive, and we could import that onto something. The same day, Harriet Tubman is coming to the library. What? She rose from the dead. That's right, folks. And she's coming to the library. A wonderful lady named Michelle Washington Wilson embodies Harriet Tubman in a very deep and spiritual and lovely way. And she's going to be presenting a program called Tales from the Trails. And that's from 1:30 to 2:30 on Saturday, March 16th, right after the Maker's Day. And it's for adults and also kids 11 and up. And if you want to support the Friends are having a wonderful concert called from a lovely lady named Zoe Mulford. That concert is going to be brought to you on Sunday, April 7th. Hold on, I lost my picture.
And I actually took a picture of that flyer when I was walking in. Because I thought that would be really kind of neat to promote.
Sunday, April 7th, 2:00, and it's here. And Zoe Mulford is awesome. She is an American songwriter whose former hometowns include Durham, North Carolina, Maryland, and she lives in Swarthmore and in Manchester, England. Her new album, Small Brown Birds, is available on CD Baby, iTunes, Amazon, many other online sources. And there's we have a poster up with one of those, what is that called, those things?
Oh, yes, the QR code.
A QR code. I have so many things in my head. I can only retain so much information.
We will share that QR code with our listeners so they can check it out.
If you scan that QR code, you go right to her YouTube channel. And just 2 more programs, if you don't mind. Sorry, I know I'm taking up a lot of time.
No, please. That's what we're here for.
We're having, this is going to be our 3rd year for this as well, but it goes back to something called the Gold Brush Art Awards, but it's sort of modified since COVID. We're having a youth art showcase. Area art teachers from K to 12 drop off art from their students here, and we display it at the library throughout the months of April and May. And we're having a kickoff reception on Wednesday, April 3rd from 4:30 to 6 p.m. You're invited to come on, have some snacks, look at some kids' wonderful art. And last year was a great event, and we're hoping that this year becomes a great event as well. And ongoing, we have our teen poetry competition. This, again, I started this about 4 years ago. So this is the first one was prose and poetry, but this is the 3rd year of just poetry. And I reach out to Bridgeton High School, to Cumberland Regional High School, tweens and teens, writing poetry, submitting it to me, and we print it up in a beautiful little booklet with lovely graphics, and all the teens get a copy of this booklet, so their poetry is actually published.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
that's so wonderful.
Published by us, produced by me, published by us. There's 2 books downstairs. I'd like to give them to you so that you have copies on hand. And that poetry contest submitted to me, and there's a submission form. All that information is on our website. You can go there, download the submission form, and the poems, up to 5 poems, are due, plus the completed submission form, at the end of April. So April 30th is the deadline, because then it takes me some time to get that together, turn it around, get it to the printing company, and have it back in time. And then we have a party.
That is wonderful.
We have an awards party.
Do you have the date for that yet or not?
I don't have a date for the awards
We'll
party.
We'll keep an eye out on all of these activities, and I'll try to come back and get some video and continue to share all the great things that the Bridgeton Library is doing, thanks to you, Adaria, and all of your volunteers.
Nobody else, just me. Why do you think we won an award? No, I'm kidding.
I was speaking with Minerva Alvarado, and I told her that I was interviewing you, and
good.
She asked to send her regards, and we want to promote.
Regards to Broadway. See, I'm just really a frustrated actor. I should be on the stage or screen somewhere, but here I am in a library in Bridgeton. So what are you going to do?
Your
or maybe a stand-up comedian.
Your talents are being put to very, very good use. That is for sure, no doubt.
And thank you so much for being interested enough in us to have me speak on it and speak about our library.
Well, I'd love to come back. Library. I mean, I think we should have, you could be a regular contributor to the Bridgeton Beacon.
That's right.
Perhaps we could do this on a regular basis.
What's happening at the library for the month of blah, blah, blah.
Exactly. You could have your own channel, your own show. You think of a good name and we'll make it happen.
Okay. Sounds good.
I've been speaking here today with Adaria Armstrong, Director of Youth Services here at the Bridgeton Free Public Library, who has been sharing with us all of the wonderful things that she and the entire staff have been doing here at the library, and all of the things to come. Did you mention the plant sale? I remember you had a plant sale before. Do you have a plant sale this year too?
We're going to have a plant sale. I briefly touched on it. That's through Friends of the Library. It's going to be sometime in May. We don't have a definite date yet, but just stay tuned to our Facebook and our website, and you'll have all the good info.
Okay, and I can't end without asking you, favorite author, book recommendation. We could do a monthly book recommendation depending upon ages. I don't want to put you on the spot here.
Don't put me on the spot now.
Yeah.
Well,
or you can think about it, and I can share it in the comments.
But, that would be cool. Let me think about it. But I I adore my historical fiction. I also really adore backstory. So I'm really good. I love biographies. I love autobiographies, especially anything about music.
Truth is stranger than fiction, I've always said.
It certainly is.
Great. Well, thank you again for spending the time to speak with me today. I'd love to have you come back.
I'd love to come back.
All right. And I'll let you do the sign off.
All right. You've been listening to Meg and Adaria live from the 1816 room at the Bridgeton Library. And we hope to see you here, and we hope to see you again. Thank you so much.
Funding has been made possible in part by the New Jersey State Council on the Arts, Department of State, New Jersey Historical Commission, Department of State, and the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners through the Cumberland County Cultural and Heritage Commission.
Sounds good. All right, 1965. 1965. So many important milestones in our country's history. Civil rights movement was at its peak. Martin Luther King marched in Selma, Alabama. President Lyndon B. Johnson sent the first combat troops to Vietnam. And protests raged everywhere, including here in New Jersey. On a lighter note, the Beatles were at the height of their fame. The Supremes had 4 #1 hits, but Wooly Bully was named Billboard's #1 song of the year. Today's guest graduated from law school in 1965. 3 years later, after completing his full-time military service, he began practicing law here in South Jersey, and he has not stopped since. I'd like to introduce our very special guest today, Colonel Stephen Patrick.
You know everything, don't you?
Welcome. Thank you very much for joining us here today.
No problem.
So we had a few technical difficulties, but we were persistent, and I'm really happy that we were, because I have not interviewed anyone on New Jersey Criminal Podcast in quite some time, and I had a number of people suggest that I invite you on to be a guest to talk about the practice of law and how it has changed in the last 58 years since you've been practicing.
Yep.
So let's jump right in. Where were you born? I don't know where you were. I've known you for a really long time.
Orange, New Jersey.
Okay, Orange, New Jersey, and
Essex County.
And did you? I know you went to Rutgers Law.
Right. Rutgers undergraduate, New Brunswick, Rutgers Law in Newark.
And I remember one day when I was a prosecutor down in Cape May County, you brought your law school yearbook in.
Actually, it was the year before. It was a 64 yearbook. Can't find mine. Buried somewhere.
And you had a pretty special professor at the school at that time.
Right. Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Right. Now,
She was young. She was very attractive, I might add. She just sort of, age didn't treat her very kindly.
Did you have her as a professor? Or?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't. We had 2 women who were professors, and I had neither of them.
So out of all of the professors at Rutgers Law School, when you attended, there was only 2 professors?
2 females.
Yeah, that were females. Do you remember, were there any females in your class? Any women in your class?
I believe there were a couple. That was one of the things that you talk about changes. Women in the law. I mean, when I started out, it was a rare woman. First place I worked was Atlantic City. And I only knew of one woman, Grace Skull, and she did, I believe, mostly estate work. Never saw any women in the actual trial end of it. That's changed.
What made you
I
go to
hope for
law
the
school?
better.
Yeah, what made you go to law school?
Oh, I don't know. I've wanted to be a lawyer. I know I thought the thought was in my mind when I was in high school. In fact, I'm not a good speller sometimes. So we had to write down I'm in homeroom, we had to write down some sort of what we wanted to be when we grew up. And so I raised my hand and said, how do you spell criminal? I wanted to be a criminal lawyer, but it brought down the house.
So you went to law school right after high school?
No, I went to law school after college. I went to graduate from Columbia High School.
You went straight through though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Where did you go to undergrad?
Rutgers, New Brunswick.
And then you went to Rutgers for law school. Okay.
New York, yeah. We were living in East Orange at that time. I moved a lot when I was young. Started out in Orange, hospital. Lived in West Orange for about 4 years, a little less than 4 years. And then the war started. My father went into the service. And we moved to Hamden, Connecticut. And the next thing I knew, we were back in South Orange renting an apartment. I know we were there on VJ Day because I still remember the bells ringing and my mother crying. Because my father at that time was in the Philippines waiting for the invasion of Japan. So obviously he was going to come home. So that was a good deal. And then we got transferred. No, we moved in with my grandmother, my father's mother, after my grandfather died. Lived there for a couple of years, and then Prudential, where my father worked, transferred us to California. So I went to Van Nuys, California. I was in second grades. And when I moved into seventh grade, they moved me from one junior high to another junior high. And California has a strange situation. They run semesters. They have an A and a B, 7A, 7B. You can start in either, depending upon where you come into it. So you can effectively graduate in the dead of winter, such as it is in California. And then the crew moved us back to New Jersey, and we lived in Maplewood. That's where I was when I went to college. And then when my brother went to college, we moved to an apartment in East Orange. So I've been in all the oranges. And so that's how I ended up wherever I was. And so when I went into the service, got a job in South Jersey, and I made up my mind that my kids weren't going to be shuffled around. I wanted to say 2 second grade and 3 seventh grades, which mean a lot in terms of making friends and all that kind of silliness.
When did you join the service?
September 1965. In fact, it was an interesting situation. I was at Fort Knox at the Armor School when I should have been sworn in. So I finagled a deal that I was personally sworn in December when I came home on leave. But Chief Justice himself, he came out and swore me in.
December 22nd, 1965, according to NJ Courts.
No, that could be right.
So you graduated from law school in 65, joined the service in September, and then were sworn in?
No, it's not quite. I was commissioned in 1962, and I had a 3-year obligation or 2-year obligation in ROTC as a reserve officer. So I got a deferment for law school, and then I went, and so I've been in the military since 1962.
And what did you join the Army? I know you're in the National Guard now. Okay.
Rutgers had 2 ROTC programs, Air Force and Army. Because it was a land grant college, they thought, or all land grant colleges did, but they had to have 2 years mandatory ROTC. So, and then they've later changed it so it's voluntary all the way through. There's no mandatory anything. And so at the end of those 2 years, I looked around the world, and we still had the draft, and I said, I'd rather be the guy who says, hey, you, than the guy who says, who, me? So I got my commission.
When you
Stationed at Fort Knox for however long it took me to get through that, and in '66, I got to fly to Germany, where I served for the balance of the 3 years.
So you basically, as soon as you were sworn in as an attorney, you went to Germany and spent 3 years there. Were you married at that time?
Yes, indeed.
And when did you get married?
1965. I mean, it was a good year.
It was a busy year. It was a busy year for you.
My wife and I had a little discussion about, I thought, well, I'll get my service out of the way. And she said, no chance, and that's going to happen. So we got married in '65, and it was a strange situation. My original, the Army has what they call MOS, as Military Occupation Specialty. When I went off got my orders, it sent me to Fort Knox. It had a MOS of 2019. I don't know what it is now. They've changed the numbers around. Nobody could tell me what 2019 was because all the armor officers were 1203 or 1204. 1203 was armor, 1204 was cavalry. So my duty station was supposed to be Garmisch-Partenkirchen. Now, Garmisch-Partenkirchen, for those who don't know, is a ski resort where they held the 36 Winter Olympics. So I figured, well, I've never skied before. I'm willing to learn. And I could have my wife with me if I went for current travel. So I applied for current travel and extended to 3 years because my obligation was only 2, but it extended to 3 years. And they promptly denied my concurrent travel and reassigned me to Baumholder, Germany, which is a troop training area. At that time I was there was the largest concentration of American soldiers anywhere in the world, I guess, than Fort Knox, because we had the 2nd Brigade, the 8th Infantry Division, which I was part of. We had the 3rd Cavalry. We had the Division Artillery there and a whole batch of other miscellaneous units. So it was a very busy place. And, but because I had in order to get volunteer or get concurrent travel and bring my wife over, I had to go to the 3rd year, and they stuck it to me. We've got you for 3 years, and by the way, you can't bring your wife, or we're not going to pay to have your wife transported. And by the way, you're going to Baumholder. And when I told all the people what Baumholder I was going to, they all laughed. They were envious of me for Garmisch, but not so happy for Baumholder. And by the way, 2019 is post commander.
You read
I was
my
a
mind.
first lieutenant at the time, and I'm thinking, well, Garmisch had a very small Army school there, and I know one of the things people don't realize is the senior man on post is usually not the post commander. Where I was stationed in Baumholder, the post commander was a major. We had a brigadier general on post, so it's I don't know how they decide who's going to be post commander, but it ended up not being me. It ended up being a tanker all the way.
So what was your specialty throughout those 3 years?
Armor, tanks.
Armor. Okay. My grandfather was a tank sergeant in World War II.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's it's a dicey business. Some people can't stand tanks because they get claustrophobic.
Mm-hmm.
Never bothered me. And to tell you what, it's an interesting experience. What sold me on tanks was when I was in ROTC, they sent me down in my junior year to Fort Bragg for ROTC summer camp, and they put on what they call a firepower demonstration. And at that time, the 82nd Airborne was at Fort Bragg, and they had a tank battalion assigned to them. It was an independent tank battalion, light tanks. They were, anyhow, with the firepower demonstration, they brought out they're flying overhead, and they dropped a batch of artillery pieces parachuted, and one of them streamered in, so it didn't land successfully. And then they jumped a stick of paratroopers, and a couple of them, their chutes didn't collapse. And the guy said that's because they were injured. They couldn't get up and collapse their chutes. So I said, that's not much fun. Then they had a guy come out with a flamethrower, and it was a fairly windy day, and he lit up his flamethrower, and his sheet of flame shot straight up in the air in front of him. And I said, I don't think I want to be an infantryman either. And then they brought out a tank platoon. Now, having nothing but infantry, it's all close quarters, relatively speaking. These tanks came out, and they did what they call a neutral steer, which basically one track goes forward, one track goes backward. It can turn in its own space. It doesn't have to do anything. So they figured 5 tanks came out, neutral steer, will fire 5 cannons, and they had targets which they put 55-gallon drums of gasoline in. So 5 pillars of fire and smoke went up in the air. They did neutral steer left and boogied off. I said, that's my idea of fun. And that's why I ended up being a tanker.
When you came back, so I guess by the time you came back, it was 68?
Right.
And
right after the Newark riots.
And where did you move to when you came back? Because, I mean, I know you live in Northfield and your law firm's in Newfield, but where did you land when you first came back?
Well, I mean, I stayed with my parents for a couple of months. By that time I had a daughter, and she learned how to walk in her apartment, in their apartment. They had an apartment in East Orange, and that's where we stayed. And then it's really strange. My father had a friend who had a friend in Atlantic City who was looking for a lawyer. So he called me up and asked me if I wanted to interview for the job. And I said, sure. So he came down, did my interview, and he offered me a job. And I got thinking, I mean, we just had the riots in Newark, and I could see I could have had a job with a pretty prestigious law firm in Newark because one of the partners was a good friend of my father's. And I said, I can see myself standing on the street corner in Newark about 10 o'clock at night and wondering if I'm going to get home. Mm-hmm. So when we came down to South Jersey, aside from wondering what kind of place I came to when the first sign to get off the Parkway was Pleasantville, and then I saw signs for Bargain Town. I'm saying, is this a comic book I'm going to? but so we landed in Northfield, and that was January of 66.
66 or 68?
65, 68, 69, January 69, yeah.
Got it. January of 69. Who was the lawyer that offered you your first job?
Daniel DeBreer.
Who was it?
He's Daniel DeBreer and Wallen. They did, as far as I was concerned, they had an insurance company they represented, so he did a lot of personal injury stuff. I know the general he was an Air Force Brigadier General. In fact, he was on the same promotion list that Jimmy Stewart was on, and they held up the promotion of all the named Brigadier Generals because somebody didn't think it's appropriate for an actor to be a Brigadier General. Stewart eventually got his promotion, and so did my boss.
How about that? I never knew.
I suspect was because of my military connection that he gave me a chance. And his partner was municipal court judge in Absecon, so I didn't do any criminal work that we're all working for them because it basically barred me.
Now, you are currently still in the National Guard, and so my question is... You're retired?
I'm retired.
Okay. When you came
back...
back...
I'm getting a pension and enjoying every minute of it. Thank you.
Good. Congratulations. When you came back, did you stay in the reserves, or how did you... As I know you spent a long time in the National Guard. That was a big part of your life. So how did that happen?
When I came back, I thought, well, here I am, I'm armor trained, and I enjoyed playing with the things. So I knew the 50th Armored Division was in New Jersey, and I looked around, and of course the phone book only listed the Atlantic City Artillery Battalion, and I said, I'm not really interested in that. So I went to the reserve place in Northfield and got sort of an indifferent feeling from that. And so I contacted the Tank Battalion in Vineland, and they had an opening. So in March of, I would say 71, join the National Guard.
I found an article in the Bridgeton Evening News from 1977, and it was there was a Memorial Day parade in Bridgeton in 1977, and you were at that point in time, I believe, were either a captain or maybe a major for the third Battalion, 102nd National Guard out of Vineland. And they quoted you because you were speaking at the Broad Street Cemetery where the parade landed. And I remember those parades that went up and down Broad Street in Bridgeton. I was probably at that parade. But
I didn't remember seeing you there.
yeah, right. So, but you were talking about the importance of the flag and the importance of a strong military. So you had, I guess, been in the National Guard for, 6 or 7 years at that point in time?
Yeah. And it was a very culture shock shift from the active Army to the National Guard. In the active Army, they were really very strong on officers not associating with enlisted. And the reason for that is, obviously, if you get to know and like these guys, you're not going to send them off to get killed, which is part of the problem of being a military officer. Mm-hmm. So you come to the National Guard, and everybody's on a first-name basis with the officers and enlisted. It really was a culture shock. I can remember going up to Fort Dix, and it was a typical Fort Dix cold, nasty day, and one of the guys comes up to me and says, "Are you cold?" At that point, I was still a captain. And so I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Here." And he holds out a bottle of brandy. I said, "I can do that here on active duty?" What did I know? National Guard, they don't have the same rule, or didn't have the same rule. They've tightened it up a lot. Because I can remember we had a guy who was captain. He'd been a captain forever. When I was on active duty, and they court-martialed him because he was drunk in the field. And he was just a controller of an exercise. So, I mean, he actually didn't put anyone in danger with that. But the point is, that's how seriously they took drinking on active duty. Whereas in the National Guard, the rule of thumb at that time was when they're done with the training for the day, out come the bonfires and the beer, and it's a whole other world.
Mm-hmm. When did you retire from the National Guard?
69, I think, yeah. I mean, 89.
89, okay.
Yeah, because it's a long, convoluted story, but to be the head of the National Guard in New Jersey, you have to be at least a colonel. You have to have had 10 prior years service in the National Guard. They apparently put that through in order to prevent some reservists from being made the Adjutant General of the state of New Jersey. Well, that was the year when Jim Florio ran for governor. And my landlord was very active in Florio's congressional campaign, although in fact he had very little to do with his gubernatorial campaign. Rumor had it that if Florio got elected, I'd be the next Adjutant General, which is not a job I want. 2 stars. I used to have the rank, but if you want to give me 2 stars, make me division commander. Mm-hmm. Anyhow, so that in order to ensure that I wasn't eligible, the then current National Guard Adjutant General said that he was going to. At that time, I was a brigade commander. He said they were going to reassign me to some place which called for a rank lower than mine, and I would be forced out. So he said, "You can exit gracefully." So I did.
So sounds like
I mean,
politics.
what you find in the National Guard is not only internal politics but real life politics. Because I knew one battalion commander who was well connected politically. He was not a very good battalion commander, and one of the years we went to Fort Drum, the 24th Infantry Division provided the the officers who were to evaluate what we were doing in our training. And the division commander of the 24th at that time was General Schwarzkopf. And I remember he found that in that guy's, I'm mentioning is his battalion, that some troops hadn't been fed. They'd been left out in an outpost, a guard post, and not fed. And he came storming into our CP and threw his helmet around and said the man should be relieved on the spot. Now, one of the things you don't do in the National Guard is relieve people on the spot who have political connections. So, again, real politics and National Guard politics both play.
Right. So the whole time you were in the National Guard, you were still practicing law. And
Yes.
How long did you stay with that first firm out of Atlantic City?
I want to say 3 years. I think I was them in 73.
And is that when you went out on your own, or
No,
okay?
no. Then I got an offer of a substantial increase in salary, and I took it. But the firm I went to, they had recently taken over. They did personal injury work too, defense work. They had taken over representation of Allstate, which put a real strain on their assets. So they did hire some new lawyers to fill the hole until they got organized on that. And then in 75, I said, I'm going to take a chance. And the guy who was my battalion commander had this building in Newfield. He offered me $135 a month furnished. Couldn't beat that with a stick.
So
here I
the
am,
office that you're sitting in now, you've been there since 1975?
Correct. Now I own the building.
Wow. And you have been on your own since 1975?
Yep.
Wow. That's impressive. I mean, now you right now, you don't have a secretary right now, do you?
Nope.
Did you ever at any point in time?
For a brief period of time, I had my landlord's sister-in-law, and there was a falling out in his family, and so he told her to go, never darken his door again. So I had no secretary. You know, one of the most valuable courses I ever took was in junior high when I took personal typing. And I found out that I could type faster than half the people who worked for me when I was in the Army. Because I spent most of my time in the Army as the adjutant, S1 as they call it, because that's where they like to put people who have legal training. And one of the things I got to do was when we had a court martial, I got to pick who was going to be the prosecutor, who's going to be the defense attorney, and then the brigade would task another battalion to provide the actual members of the court martial. So, I mean, if I had been a nasty person, I could really have put the irons to some of these people by giving them a lousy defense attorney or ensuring they got nothing but the best.
But you were never in the JAG.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No, if I wanted to be in the JAG, I would have had to give them 4 years. And I thought, I really want to be in private practice someday, and I don't want to give them 4 years to do that. So 3 years was good enough, and I left.
So when you go into practice in 1975, what type of law? I mean, it sounds like you've been primarily handling either personal injury or insurance defense. Is that right up until that point?
Yeah. I did a little bit of everything that came down.
Mm-hmm. As all good sole practitioners have to do.
Yeah, and I did some divorces, which I find very off-putting. And I'm really not into fighting over pots and pans.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the antics. I mean, it wasn't on my watch. The first firm I worked for, they inherited a guy he and his spouse did the classic nonsense. Whoever was off at work, the other one would pull up with a van and offload property from the house, the former marital residence. And And I mean, it was back and forth they were doing this. And I said, this is not my idea of an interesting thing to do. So, I in fact, I think it was in 75. It may have been early in 76 that I applied to the public defender's office in Cumberland County, and they asked me would I be willing to go to Cape May, because at that time Cumberland ran Cape May.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, sure.
And you mean doing pool work?
I beg your pardon?
Do you mean doing pool work, or do you mean
Yeah,
doing?
yeah,
Okay.
pool work.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so that's when you basically started doing criminal defense, because you've become known as a formidable criminal defense attorney in Cape May, Cumberland, Atlantic counties,
Right.
and you've been doing it, and you still are practicing
Yes.
criminal defense and doing pool work in those counties.
Not Cumberland
Not
anymore.
Cumberland anymore. Okay.
Yeah. There was a period of time one of the staff attorneys went out and made a baby. So they needed somebody to be what they call a per diem, temporary help.
Mm-hmm.
And I took that job, and I said, I really can't handle Cumberland County.
Mm-hmm.
Atlantic's just up the road, relatively speaking. And so I stopped doing Cumberland work. And
That
when
was
it
just
came
recently,
time,
because I remember that.
No,
No?
I've done that twice.
Okay.
This I'm talking about the first time. That's when I stopped doing Cumberland, because in the interim they put in more traffic lights. And what used to take me a little more than an hour now took about a good hour and a half.
To get up to Bridgeton?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but talk to me a little bit. I'm originally from Bridgeton, and actually I have a podcast called the Bridgeton Beacon, where I interview folks in the Bridgeton, South Jersey area. So I think actually this interview will get placed on 2 separate podcasts. So I'm interested just to talk for a couple minutes about Cumberland County courts and what it was like back when you started doing criminal defense work in the 70s and 80s, because I did a little search through the Bridgeton Evening News, and there were just so many articles of matters where you are named in articles for cases that you handled up there. So I'm curious what the court was like back then, in Cumberland specifically.
We had a couple. There's one judge. Well, when I was in high school, I took Latin because somebody told me that Latin would be helpful if you were going to go into the law. So I did 3.5 years of Latin, because in my school district, in the 9th grade, we had a junior high school, senior high system. And at 10th grade was when you moved to the senior high. But in 9th grade, they had a half year Latin course. So that's why it's 3.5 years. And I ran into one judge, Judge Miller, who actually did know some of the more obscure Latin terms that were used in the law. But I found out quickly it didn't matter. Aside from habeas corpus, that's the only Latin I've ever had to make any use of. Well, I also know de minimis non curat lex. The law doesn't trouble itself with trifles.
That's true. That's true. But you handled a number of trials.
Yeah, there was a time, one year, when I did more trials than the staff attorney.
I believe it. How many trials do you think you've done? Do you have any idea in your whole entire career, 58 career, how many trials you've had?
I would guess over 100. I have it written down someplace, just one loss and what have you, just for my own amusement.
Wait, one loss
So,
in all those years?
I say no. 1/loss.
Got it. Got one.
In
W-O-N.
In my opinion, when the defense attorney wins, means somebody made a mistake, because the prosecutor should not be bringing cases that are losers. You just shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
So either the prosecutor, when it came time to plea negotiate, made an outrageous demand, or sometimes you have clients who just don't see the light, don't take the but. So I mean, I would guess that realistically, I've won about a third of the cases I've been in on.
Did you never considered becoming a prosecutor?
No,
Sometimes you
never.
see people with a military background kind of move towards or become attracted to doing prosecution.
No, I had literally no interest in that. And the other thing I had no interest in was being a judge. I never thought I had all the answers, and judges have to have all the answers if you're doing the job right. One of the guys who was a judge who just always impressed me was Steve Kleiner. He was, at the time he was appointed, he was, I believe, the youngest judge in the state of New Jersey. And one of the things he could do is he could charge a jury without using notes, which impresses me.
That was Cumberland County Superior Court.
Yeah. And he could, he'd just sit up there and talk to them, and he'd talk in very clear English. I said one time, I said to him, I think I'm going to appeal your case because if the Supreme Court wanted that much clarity in your charges, they'd have written it that way. I mean, he was good at it, really good at it.
Wow. So, you have been a practicing attorney for what, just under 60 years, 58 years by my math. And I'm really curious. There's a couple things. First, just how the practice, not just of criminal law, but the practice of law in general has changed. I know it's changed a lot, but big picture, how has it changed in your opinion? For the good, for the bad? Sideways.
I mean, the changes, oddly enough, the change, what if to talk to a layman would probably think that these are the most significant changes. They occurred at points in my career where it really didn't make that big a difference. For example, you used to have voir dire, which was individual lawyer got to question each individual juror, determine whether they had any prejudices or otherwise. And then they abolished it and went to the system they have now, where the judge has a list of proved questions to ask, and he reads. Everybody gets a little piece of paper with those questions on them, and we go through that. So there's rarely any direct input from the attorneys in terms of questioning a juror. Well, when they abolished that, just before I tried not just before, but a couple of months before I tried my first case, so I never experienced voir dire. Therefore, the change didn't affect me. Similarly, I wasn't practicing very long when they changed the rules. We used to practice under what they call revised rules, and you may see some citations to RR. They changed to the present rules. I wasn't really settled in with the revised rules as far as that goes, so it was not a big transition for me. And the third thing, which one would think would be chaotic, would be the adoption of Title IIc, the criminal code. Used to be all criminal laws were under 2A.
Yeah.
Well, when I started doing the criminal work, again, I hadn't been practicing doing criminal work for all that long when they went to 2C. So, I hadn't mastered 2A by any means, and how got a new system, I learned it from scratch. So those changes have all gone on. As far as I was concerned, didn't have much impact on me. Well, I'll tell you one change that does have an impact on me, because I'm not a morning person. Court started at 10 o'clock.
Really?
When I first started out. Yeah.
Well, they probably did. They go a lot later?
I beg your pardon?
Did they end a lot later?
No, 4:30.
Okay.
So then somebody decided we should be able to do at least an hour or more. The beauty part about, when I first started out, the Atlantic County civil court was in the Guarantee Trust Building, North Carolina and Atlantic Avenue, a bank building, and they were on the 7th floor. Of course, now they have a brand new building, catty corner from where they were, where it's just nothing but civil, got all your divorces and all the personal injury cases there, and of course the criminal course where it is. But that's in a new courthouse. But the rise paperwork is one of the reasons why I don't enjoy doing personal injury work, because it's a paper war as far as I'm concerned. But the paperwork, as far as, I mean, a police form used to be a couple of pages long. Now minimum is 6 pages.
Right.
And if you got some of a weird situation, if it's a no early release act case, you got to fill out a form for that. If it's a sex case, you got to fill out a couple of forms for that. That, and it even reached the point, as you're aware, where you've got signed forms you have to sign that say you understand your appeal rights. And I can tell you, my experience was that a lot of defendants, as soon as they heard the judge pronounce the sentence, which presumably was in accordance with the plea agreement, and they were satisfied they got what they thought they were going to get, they started talking to the lawyer. They're not paying attention to anything else the judge is saying, which did include telling them about your right to appeal. And I suspect what happened is somebody appealed to the appellate division and said, nobody told me I had a right to appeal.
Right.
So
and
now
so
we
they
have
added.
the form we have to fill out.
Right.
So, I mean, it's just, there's a lot of papers that have been generated by just over the years. And they've become more than a nuisance than anything else. I mean, you know, if you go through the standard plea form, a lot of the case, or a lot of the questions they have on there don't really apply to your case. I mean, one of the things that bothers me is you've got 2 lines, one of which talks about if you're on probation, you want to move out of state, you have to clear your probation officer, which I can understand, but it has a separate entry for sex cases. But they don't have an NA block. You don't have a sex case. What do you fill in?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. I mean, with all of the electronic discovery now, for the 5 or so years that I was in private practice, the amount of time that it took to request discovery, get discovery, download discovery, then copy that electronic discovery to give a copy to the client. I don't know how you do it without any kind of administrative help. I mean, that in and of itself is a full-time job plus. You know, I like trees just like everybody else, but I really liked when you were able to just have the paper discovery. And, you know, I was, and same with, you know, interviews. I mean, you used to be able to get them on discs, and that was, you know, when I was a prosecutor, we would copy discs, and at least then you could pop them in and listen to them. Now, you have all these criminal cases, Steve, in all these different counties, and you've got to download and somehow be able to view, you know, body-worn camera footage, which never works half the time, and then get copies of that to your client. I mean, how in the world do you do it?
Long hours. I mean, on a typical night, if I get home before 8, that's good.
And I mean, you're spending.
And I work 5, 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday, doing something.
I would imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, that you must enjoy it. I mean, you've been, you know, doing it
it's
for.
Always, yeah, I mean, the thing about criminal cases, problem solving, and then, you know, if you can find the hole that you need, you know, I don't call it a loophole, but there's some problem with the discovery that you, or in the discovery which reveals that there's a problem with the case, you can do some interesting things. Some cases I have are stone losers. The biggest problem is convincing the client that, well, I said a guy who outfoxed himself. He had a plea offer which I recommended he seriously tape because his actual exposure is humongous. And he refused. And so they tried his violations of probation. And the prosecutor basically is asking for 12 years, 5 years on one and 7 on the other, which is a second-degree crime. Whether he gets it or not, I don't know, but my client's plea offer was originally 10 to 42 months. So, and we haven't even gotten to the consequences of the case itself, because that offer is off the table. He just outfoxed himself.
So,
but those are one of the things that is good is if you can convince the client to what's really in his best interest, not what the boys wearing orange jumpsuits who are practicing law in the jail tell him.
Right. Well, I mean, do you think the advent of criminal justice reform and the elimination of cash bail has been a good thing or not a good thing?
I would say by and large it is a good thing. Mm-hmm. Although I didn't find that when you're talking 10% you have to lay down on all the cash bails to get a bail bondsman, it's not that onerous. And there are people who are locked up who are really big players in perhaps a rather large scheme of some sort. You know, one of those ones with 30 or 40 defendants listed. And your guy, I got one where the original discovery I got was basically bank records. Didn't even mention my client's name, and that's I want to say over 500 pages of stuff I had to print. You talk about running this stuff off. Well, I had not only have to print, I have to look through it to see if it mentions his name, and all it is bank records.
Mm-hmm. What do you think is your most memorable trial?
Oh, I had one which was alleged sexual contact. The girl claimed that it was her grandfather who was touching her where he shouldn't be. Mm-hmm. But she also changed her story several times and testified that while all this was supposedly going on, at their place down at the shore, her parents were right outside the door, and she never contacted them. Mm-hmm. So I won that one, and that really surprised me because my experience is that people who get on those kinds of cases, the jurors, often want to send a message. Mm-hmm. I had another case where this guy was, again, a sex case, and I'm still convinced that there were jurors who had absolutely strong bias against those kinds of offenses, and we're just waiting because it's one of the few cases that I lost that I couldn't figure out why, and I think it has to be the nature of the allegations. And he said, "Oh, somebody's guilty of this. Let's punish them all."
Mm-hmm. Well, those cases are very hard. I handled them as a prosecutor and also as a defense attorney, and they're very, very difficult. But we had a trial together. I don't know if you remember it or not, but you beat me. It was my
Counterfeit money?
Yeah, it was my first jury trial in New Jersey, and it was counterfeit $20 bill case. And you really, I was very young, as I said. It was my first jury trial. But you have a way with jurors to just speak to them like we're speaking right now, and you really connect with jurors. And I guess that's why you've had 100 trials and been so successful.
I remember that case vividly, and you did a heck of a job with not much to work with.
Well, you said if a prosecutor loses a case, then something must have gone wrong. But I think sometimes juries nullify if they think that we meaning prosecutors have kind of wasted their time.
Yeah.
So,
that was, his excuse was semi-plausible.
right.
I mean, you always have that problem with counterfeit money was to, whether the guy really knew it was counterfeit
Right.
and was passing it off that way, or as this guy claimed, where he just got it in change for something and he pulled it out and paid
Right.
his gas bill with that, gasoline bill.
I don't think your closing argument was very long, but it was succinct and to the
I
point.
I'm not good at long drawn out arguments. I can't comprehend what a person can talk about. I mean, because one of the things is every case has 2 or 3 key items, and either they go your way or they go the prosecutor's way. But the rest of it is meaningless.
Yeah.
I mean, if you sit there and try and nitpick every little piece of issue, jurors' eyes glaze over.
Mm-hmm. Good advice for those that are listening. I want to talk to you for a couple minutes about, we've talked about the practice of law, but I want to talk to you about the business of the practice of law. And I think that's really hard for many sole practitioners. And, just being able to manage the business side of it. I mean, any advice for any young lawyers?
I'm not good at that at all.
I think a lot of, and that's the thing, a lot of attorneys are very, very good attorneys, but they're really not great business people. And then on the other hand, you have other attorneys that are good business people, but really probably shouldn't be in the courtroom. So to have both of them together, and you must be a good business person. You've been doing it for almost 60 years. So I just didn't know if you had any comments about that.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I don't do the kinds of things. I've never felt comfortable doing the kinds of things that bring in a lot of the high priced businesses, big cases. I mean, it's. I don't join the local clubs. I'm not a Rotarian, or I don't mean to deprecate any of them, but a lot of people join so they can make a contact there. They get business. I'm not involved in that. What few organizations I participate in are things that I do because I want to do them for whatever reason. I mean, I have subscription. One of the things that's always fascinated me is the Roman army. And so I subscribe to the Journal of Roman Studies, which a good friend of mine used to call the pedant's delight. But it's an annual thing that just discusses various factors in Roman history, some of which is interesting to me, some of which I don't really care about. The potsherd they found in some dig doesn't impress me. But the point is that's something I enjoy, Roman military history, so I get what I can about it, and I've got a pile of books.
And you have always been a history buff. I remember speaking to you years ago about history and the importance of history. I
followed it through I got interested in my family genealogy, and it's interesting that the internet has been very helpful. I mean, when I first started out doing that stuff, after my father died, which was 1977, I picked up all his notes, and he had a lot of material from various sources, but he didn't have a computer. They were just starting to come in with these computer genealogical programs. So I started putting the stuff up on there, and suddenly it made a pattern. I could see who was related to who, and piece together the family. So there has been one history that's now written by a guy, a lawyer, Syracuse lawyer, that described the early generations of my family. And I think I've found enough evidence to correct and change that in terms of who was related to who and how. So I mean, that's the same. It's basically the same thing. My family history is an interest just as is. I had ancestors that fought in the Revolution. They lived in the town of Stillwater, New York. Stillwater, New York is just a fairly, not to us lazy car-ridden people, it's a fair walk, but it is an easy walk from Stillwater to the Saratoga battlefield. And he participated in that.
Wow.
Well, they did. There's a father and his two sons. My direct ancestor was 16 years old. And it was sort of interesting because you dig into stuff, you find out what would happen is they'd go out there in the daytime, and when night fell, they'd go back home.
Wow.
Show up the next day. Here I am. Warfare was a lot. And I did have one group of my family moved to Louisiana. And one of them served in some Louisiana regiment in the Civil War. And he published a book. And he would go home for weeks on end. Nobody seemed to care.
Wow.
So
it's a lot different.
Those were little sidelights, yeah. And I don't know that most people who even do research in my family are aware of that.
Well, in the advent of Ancestry.com or 23andMe, DNA testing, I think has helped a lot of people find people in their family and learn more about the history. I actually subscribed recently to genealogybank.com, and you can access newspapers from all over the country, and it's been really interesting to me. I don't know if you've ever checked that out, but very, very interesting. Speaking of Roman army and your interest in military history, I came across an article, gosh, I want to think it's from like the mid-'80s, where you and a group of other gentlemen in the Northfield area were part of basically like a club that did war games.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I remember that, yeah. I bought one of these games, Avalon Hill games, Tactics 2. I couldn't figure out how to play it. And then when I was in the Army, one of my friends, who actually was a true unicorn, he was a Harvard ROTC graduate. It's almost as a contradiction in terms. But he was a war gamer, and he got me started. This guy ended up working for the CIA.
Oh, wow.
Interesting fellow.
Wow.
And unfortunately, he died relatively young. I would say he was in his 40s, and came home one night and went up to lie down, just take a nap, never woke up.
Wow. Well, I think that the importance of history can't be overstated for a lot of reasons. And, it's neat to be able to speak with you today about, the history of the practice of law in the South Jersey area for the last almost 60 years. And that's why I think it's so fun to have this conversation with you. I'm sure we could speak all day about things that have happened over the years and how that's led to changes in the system.
Well, as I said, I'm convinced that it was just because of that we have the appeal rights form you have to fill out, because somebody whined and said he didn't know he had a right to take any appeal until much later, and he was out of time and da da da. And then the myriad of papers when you put through a plea, depending upon the nature of the case, obviously reflect some problem that somebody conjured up. They decided they were going to solve with making you fill out another form. And
well,
you
they
do
want
have some.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sure it's because they have had individuals who appeal their pleas, so they want to make sure that it's knowing, intelligent, and voluntary, and it's a contract, right? So that's why it's recorded and all of that. But you're absolutely right. I mean, the amount of forms that have to be filled out for putting a case on the trial list.
I'll tell you what, one of the changes I've noticed over the years. When I first started out, a lot of the defendants did what I like to call the code of the West, which was basically if they got caught, and there were a couple other co-defendants, and they're the ones responsible for whatever went on. I found that most of my clients would step up and say, yeah, I did it, and get their other people off the hook. But with the advent of the drug cases, that's stopped. It's a different clientele. And in fact, obviously, as you were well aware, drugs have an involvement in a lot of different cases. The man, guy commits a burglary. He's committing a burglary because he needs to sell some of the stuff he's going to grab so he can buy his next fix. Right. And I think that itself has changed a lot of what the practice law is about. Because, on the other hand, in the same vein, thank God for drug court. I think that's one of the better programs that seems to work. I had an experience. I go to Shore Memorial for cardiac maintenance, and I ran into this guy. I didn't recognize him. He said, "Oh, you're Mr. Patrick." I said, "Yeah." He said, "You saved my life." And he's working there. He's wearing one of the maintenance uniforms. And he told me he'd gotten into drug court, did it successfully, and now he's gainfully employed. And I felt really pleased.
Yeah.
That's when you really are helping somebody else.
Right. I mean, yeah, you think about if you can do that, and I'm sure you've done that for many, many people, but that makes it all worth it. That makes those late nights all worth it when someone says that to you, because that's what it's all about. I mean, you said at the beginning of this conversation that you knew early on you wanted to handle criminal law, and you have. So, what advice would you give to young lawyers? There's a lot of young lawyers out there. I mean, yeah,
there's too many.
Well, I think sometimes that lawyers that haven't tried cases tend to, whether you're talking about a prosecutor or a defense attorney, they often tend to overvalue their position. So losing is sometimes the best way to learn.
Yeah.
Would you do it all over again?
Well, I would. Although I must tell you, I didn't encourage my children to go into law.
You did, or you did not?
I did not. I did not. So I have no lawyers following me. Now, my father had gone to law school. He went back in the old days. It was not uncommon for people to go to law school at night.
Oh, wow.
So he went to what was then, even then it was Mercer Beasley School of Law, or it might have been Newark Law School. It's now Rutgers in Newark. But he got his LLB. But by that time he was married and had a child, and he couldn't. In those days, you had to do, I think, 9 months clerkship in some law firm. Not necessarily like a judge's law clerk, but you worked at the law firm for 9 months, and what they got paid just didn't work for my father, so he never practiced.
Oh, wow.
I may have been part of it. He never really encouraged me either way. I mean, he didn't discourage me either, but it wasn't a matter of he's sitting there saying, "Gee, son, I'd like you to be a lawyer. That'd be a good thing for you. Do what I couldn't do."
Right.
There's none of that. But
right.
So I have his diploma.
Well, there's a lot of sacrifices that you have to make when you're an attorney. I mean, you had a family, you had, children, and you worked long hours, and you.
Yeah, every once in a while I'd come home and my wife had to say, "Who are you?"
Yeah. Your wife was a longtime English teacher at Holy Spirit, right?
Absolutely right.
Yeah. I think they still talk about her over there.
Well, it's interesting. One of the deputy attorney generals came up to me the other day and asked me if I was related to somebody who taught at Holy Spirit. And I said, yeah, she was my wife. And she was very, very fulsome in her praise, which I found very flattering. Because I always thought my wife was a good teacher, but you never know how the students perceive her.
Mm-hmm. Well, hopefully she didn't get too mad at you about your spelling.
She learned how to read my handwriting, more to the point.
I've seen your handwriting. You type
Yeah,
you
I've
type
seen
up
my
a lot of your plea forms if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I remember that.
Try to avoid forcing people to read my writing.
So you put those plea forms right in the typewriter? You still do
I have a
that?
typewriter. Yeah.
Wow.
I have a electric typewriter here, and I also have my great aunt's manual typewriter.
Oh, neat. I have a couple
With
typewriters.
ribbon.
Yeah. But I just collect them. I don't use them.
Well, the thing now, of course, you can upload forms. They have them all online.
Right.
Most of the standard forms, their index system is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a matter of chance when you can stumble on the forms you need. But
Well, hopefully the
filling
AOC is
those
listening. They can improve that.
I don't think they listen to anybody. They do what they want to do, and if you don't like it, doesn't matter. Do it.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time today to speak with me.
Not a problem.
And I should have started with this, but sincerely, thank you for your service to the country, and thank you for your service to all of the citizens of South Jersey that you have represented.
As I point out to a lot of people, in the 3 years I was in Germany, no Warsaw Pact troops came across the border. So I'm taking credit for that.
As you should, as you well should. All right, sir. Thank you very, very much for today. I'm sorry we had a little bit of trouble there in the beginning, but I'm glad we pushed through and got this done.
Okay, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, if you want,
It's
if you want to
talking
come
to you.
back, we can try it again.
Well, if you want me, if anybody's foolish enough to want to hear me rattle on, that's fine.
I think most people are very happy to hear you speak, and I told a couple people that I was going to be interviewing you today, and many people said they were very excited to hear this. So thank you again.
Well, they're kidding you. They're saying it because they're polite.
Nah, I don't think so. These aren't polite people. Now. All right. Have a great afternoon, and let's stay in touch. And I'm glad we ran into each other so we could set this up.
Yeah, I miss working with you. I really do. I'm sorry you realize you got to go where you got to go. But I was one thing I didn't comment on. Although there are a lot more women in the profession, they all seem to have taken governmental jobs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think the majority of the attorneys in the Cape May prosecutor's office are female.
They are.
And I'm glad to see women in the biz, but at the same time, I wish there were more defense people.
It's a hard practice.
Yeah, well, I can understand that. It's just a phenomenon that I'm not completely satisfied myself. I understand about why so many women go to government jobs.
Well,
prosecutor, deputy attorney general, and things like that. Because
it's probably the hours.
You may be right. It doesn't matter. My notion is I'll do whatever it takes, And there are some. You're right. There's some discovery. I've got one that case I told you where I couldn't find my client's name. They've uploaded some 8,000 more pages worth of stuff that I've got to pull down.
Oh my goodness!
And read through to find out something that mentions her name.
You have to try to
search. It was
search.
a little scam. They opened up bogus bank accounts. They put a little bit of money in there, and then they would overdraw the account.
All right. Yeah, I've had a few cases like that in my history.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
Follow the money, Steve.
Cherchez l'argent.
All right. Well, thank you again. And let's talk again soon.
Anytime.
All right. Have a good
Talk to you
afternoon.
later.
All right.
Bridgeton Area Chamber of Commerce to present Business and Community Hero Awards on October 30th, 2024. The Bridgeton Area Chamber of Commerce will recognize business and community heroes on October 30th at The Grove at Centerton. We will recognize an extraordinary group of business and community leaders who, by their leadership, entrepreneurial spirit, and concern for others, have demonstrated their hometown heart and love for where they live, said Barry C., president of the Bridgeton Area Chamber of Commerce. The 2024 Francis H. Sharp Sr. Lifetime Achievement Award recipients are Gil Walter and Ken McCouch. The Gary F. Zimmerman Community Leadership Award recipient is James Curtis Edwards. Business Hero Awards will be presented to Freilinger Engineering, Inca Chicken Bar, and Mexico Travel, and Starbound Gymnastics Academy. The recipients of the Community Hero Awards are Nina Young and Gary Fisher. To honor the memory of the late Francis H. Sharp Sr., who served his community with extraordinary dedication and integrity through his life, including a long, esteemed record of leadership of the Bridgeton Area Chamber of Commerce and the community, the Bridgeton Area Chamber of Commerce presents the Francis Sharp Lifetime Achievement. Gil Walter will be recognized for a lifetime of extraordinary business and community leadership. His service to Bridgeton began in 2000, when he was chosen to be president and CEO of Community Healthcare, Inc. He credits the vision of community healthcare to the late Gwen Gould and her fellow board members for giving him the opportunity to lead the organization. He joined a team of dedicated doctors, nurses, and other health workers inspired by a common cause to provide health care to farm workers and others in need of quality, affordable health care. Together, they transformed a hospital project of 3 small area clinics into a network of 21 quality health centers open to the health underserved communities in 3 counties. And with Gil's dynamic leadership, saw it grow to 300 health professionals and support staff who provide a comprehensive range of medical, dental, mental health, obstetrics, pediatrics, and other specialties to folks who may not get the care otherwise due to lack of money. Gil Walter not only gave his energy and leadership to complete care, he became and remains a champion of a better Bridgeton, finding many ways to serve others, including support and leadership of the Bridgeton Rotary Club, Bridgeton Area Chamber of Commerce, Big Brothers Big Sisters of Cumberland and Salem Counties, Bridgeton Main Street Association, Bay Shore Discovery Project, and the Complete Care Foundation. He acknowledges the love and support of his wife, Betty, who has helped him and supported him in his business and community accomplishments. Ken McCouch is a co-recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award. He is being honored for a lifetime of service to Bridgeton and Cumberland County during his 42-year career as a public servant and employee. This lifelong resident graduated from Bridgeton High School in 1972 and from Penn State University in 1977 with a Bachelor of Arts in General Arts and Sciences. In March 1977, he was hired by the Cumberland County JTPA program as the Summer Youth Jobs Coordinator for the Bridgeton area, beginning his career as a public employee. His years of dedicated and ethical service included working at Cumberland Manor to establish their purchasing office and to serve as purchasing agent. He later established and directed the Cumberland County Purchasing Office and was named County Purchasing Agent. During his time as County Purchasing Agent and Director, he assisted with the development of the South Jersey Power Cooperative for the purchase of electricity and natural gas for the 6 southern counties and various municipalities and school boards. His leadership led to a county-wide cooperative pricing system which permitted local municipalities and school boards to save money by joining in local county contracts. From 1985 to 2006, Ken served as the county's representative for various capital building projects, including county jail expansion, sheriff's office, 911 center, and EOM office expansion, courthouse expansion, and renovation of Vine Street School for the prosecutor's office. In 2006, Ken was appointed as county administrator and clerk to the board, serving in those positions until March 2019. He served on the Upper Deerfield Township Board of Education, Rowan College Board of Trustees, and serves on the Upper Deerfield Township Planning Board. To honor the memory of the late Gary F. Zimmerman, who served the Bridgeton Area Chamber of Commerce for 40 consecutive years in many leadership roles and was a leader in the business community and community in general throughout his life, the Chamber presents the Gary F. Zimmerman Community Leadership Award annually to recognize community leaders who exemplify Zimmerman's leadership. James Curtis Edwards is this year's recipient of this award. Curtis, as he prefers to be called, is being recognized because of his extraordinary leadership of Complete Care Health Network in general, and for his service to and leadership of his community. Curtis graduated from Rowan University with a BA in Business Administration after he served in the U.S. Navy in Alameda, California, and Tacoma, Washington. Curtis completed his Master of Business Administration at Wilmington College in Wilmington, Delaware. In 2003, Curtis Edwards joined Complete Care Health Network through a Robert Wood Johnson grant aimed at uniting community leaders to enhance regional health. Shortly thereafter, he became a key member of Complete Care's executive team, focusing on community engagement and government relations. In 2012, he was promoted to the role of Executive Vice President at Complete Care. During this period, he supervised the establishment of 5 new health centers and initiated the organization's largest project, a full-service health campus on Sherman Avenue in Vineland. In 2015, Curtis was named President and CEO of Complete Care Health Network. BACC will present one of its Business Hero Awards to Inca Chicken Bar in Mexico Travel, owned by Hector Bonilla, who has made a personal and financial investment in downtown Bridgeton in recent years. Hector was born in Puerto Rico and moved to the United States when he was 14. He lived in Newark for a couple of years and moved to Vineland, where he has lived since. He attended Memorial Junior High and Vineland High School, graduated in 1985, and continued his education at Cumberland County College. His employment began with blueberry picking. Hector studied AutoCAD and became a draftsman for Rudco Products in Vineland. He was intrigued with computers and switched his field, working as a computer tech for Bally's, Caesars, and The Ridge. Hector joined FAA William J. Hughes Technical Center and worked supporting the Tech Center in various projects. In 2018, he saw the opportunity to open a store in downtown Bridgeton. This is where the entrepreneur spirit sparked in him. He established Mexico Travel on Laurel Street. 3 years later, he bought the old Bridgewater Pub. He personally headed up the redesign and reconstruction of the facility, doing most of the construction work himself. Inca Chicken Bar opened in 2021 and has grown in business and popularity. While establishing Inca Chicken and running Mexico Travel, Hector also purchased the former Laurel Theater building and land. For the last year or so, Hector has worked on remodeling the front part of the Inca Chicken building, the former Bridgewater Pub facing Laurel Street, into an entertainment club and private party and event venue. His entrepreneurial spirit, determination, and assistance of new friends and organizations have helped him succeed, making him a major investor in and believer in downtown Bridgeton in recent years. Hector says he has big plans for Laurel Street and that he's just getting started. Frailinger Engineering is receiving the Business Hero Award for the second time. They were honored in 1993. This award recognizes its continued growth and success under the leadership of the next generations of the Frailinger family. Frailinger Engineering was established by Albert A. Frailinger in 1966. The firm expanded several times, with the corporate office now located in Hopewell Township. Cumberland County 629 at Shiloh Pike. With the growth of the company, the Frailinger name has remained a constant, with founder Albert's son Charles as the president of the firm and his grandson Michael Jr. serving as municipal engineer for several municipalities. The firm employs a staff of 35 consisting of licensed surveyors, environmental specialists, AutoCAD draftsmen, and construction inspectors. The firm currently represents 23 municipalities in Atlantic, Cape May, Cumberland, Gloucester, and Salem counties as the municipal engineer, or land use board engineer. As municipal engineer, the firm handles all the land surveying, capital improvement projects, civil site design projects, environmental permitting, and construction inspection services for each municipality. Nina Young, an employee of Gateway Community Action Partnership, will receive the Community Hero Award for her dedicated service to and concern for those in need in our community. In 2009, after 30 years in advertising, Nina Young returned to college to obtain a degree in early childhood education at Cumberland County College. While attending college, she worked at Bethel AME's Early Childhood Learning in Millville under the leadership of Pastor Wilkins. At Bethel, in 2011, she met Fran Sykes and saw her passion to make a change in Cumberland County, which mirrored Nina's vision of helping people lift themselves out of financial poverty. This is where her vocation and dedication to helping the community and others flourished. In 2012, she went to work at the Center of Human Service in Bridgeton as an ESL assistant teacher, teaching Latinos to speak English. It was at their 2014 graduation ceremony that she met Mayor Albert B. Kelly of the great city of Bridgeton and the president and CEO of Gateway. She began working for Gateway, and in the fall of 2014, she began overseeing Bridgeton's second season of Code Blue. 100% volunteers run, Code Blue had 4 warming sites: St. Teresa's, St. Andrew's, Bethany Grace, and the Salvation Army. In addition, numerous private and public business organizations chipped in by providing meals, clothing, monetary donations, and support to make Bridgeton's Code Blue a success. In addition to running Code Blue, Nina also served as Gateway Special Project Coordinator for the Village of Hope, a partnership between Gateway Community Action Partnership, the Kintock Group, and the Reentry Coalition. The Village of Hope received its first resident in November of 2022, providing temporary housing for homeless individuals released from incarceration. To date, 19 individuals have been able to call the village their home before reuniting with family, while others have found permanent housing in and outside of Bridgeton. Nina's dedicated service to Gateway Community Action Partnership and to the community that led to her nomination and selection as Community Hero included designing materials for Cumberland County's first food summit held at Cumberland County College in partnership with Live Healthy Bridgeton. The Greater Bridgeton Area Transit Bus, supported by Pascal Sykes Foundation and the Next Generation of Community Leaders in collaboration with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. She considers this as her most rewarding community service from 2017 to 2021, giving opportunities for Bridgeton's youth to launch their own ideas. It was a feeding program that helped bridge the gap of food insecurities during the summer. This included a mobile feeding bus, one of her largest design projects. The Community Hero Award will also be presented to Gary Fisher. He grew up and still lives in Hopewell Township. He attended Immaculate Conception School, Sacred Heart High School, and York College of Pennsylvania. Gary has over 40 years with Duran Manufacturing in Millville and is currently the superintendent of packing and warehousing. Gary has baseball in his blood and a history of participation in the Bridgeton Invitational Tournament, beginning as a player in 1979 and playing on 7 different teams. He has the tournament record as the most games played was on the tournament champion teams and has been selected as the most valuable player. In 2022, Gary was inducted into the Roy Hobbs Baseball Hall of Fame. In 2006, he opened a training hitting facility that provides fielding, catching, and hitting coaching for both softball and baseball players. Gary also helped coach at West Cumberland Little League for 10-plus years when his 2 sons were involved. He is the proud father of his 2 sons, Gary and Darren, and a proud grandfather of 3. It was only fitting that when this historic tournament, a long-time Bridgeton tradition, faced challenges threatening its continuance, the tournament committee turned to Gary Fisher to head the event and find ways to turn things around. Gary agreed to step up to serve as executive director of the tournament in 2017. With innovative ideas, including changing the date from August to May, his energetic and dedicated leadership and the support of other leaders, volunteers, teams, and the community, the Bridgeton Invitational Tournament has continued. He remains as the executive director heading into 2025. Like Gary Fisher, who stepped up to save a community tradition, all of our 2024 award recipients with their amazing accomplishments and community spirit exemplify what we call hometown heart. And clearly they are people who love where they live, stated Randy Galan, co-chair of the awards committee. The public is invited to join the Chamber of Commerce at the Business and Heroes celebration on October 30th, 2024 at the Grove in Centerton. Sponsorships and ads are available. For more information about the award recipients, the celebration, sponsorship opportunities, and reservations, call 856-455-1312 or visit baccnj.com/hero. That's baccnj.com/hero.
My grandfather, Robert Patrick McCormick, served in the United States Marine Corps during World War II as a tank sergeant in the 22nd Marine Regiment. After the war, he returned home, moved to Bridgeton, New Jersey, where he married my grandmother, Janet McCormick. They raised 5 boys in the city of Bridgeton. During the 1990s, my grandfather wrote a story that was later published in the Bridgeton Evening News about his experiences in the Battle of Eniwetok, a battle that was later memorialized in Life magazine. These are his words. On the atoll of Eniwetok, the prevailing winds never seemed to cease. The 22nd Marine Regiment, having recently acquired the real estate from the Japanese Imperial Forces, were bivouacked here, there, and everywhere on the atoll. Food was scarce, but adequate for survival. K rations and cans of Van Camp beans were the main staple, with plenty of hot coffee. The Navy Medical Corps decreed that screened company mess halls and cooking areas were a requirement to prevent illness before the usual cooked food was provided. This was due to the masses of flies on the recently deceased Imperial forces. Strenuous methods were employed to inter the remains properly. In every group of men or women gathered together for whatever cause, there are to be found some enterprising individuals whose minds, innate abilities, and inventiveness will improve most situations. One such individual, named Schultz from Minnesota, nicknamed, of course, Dutch, provided those of us near or in his circle of friends with a long-lasting memory. Spam was much in use during World War II, especially wherever I happened to be. Spam sandwiches with catsup, even today, give me reason to pause. Spam stew, even more so. So much Spam was available that I actually saw cases of Spam used to construct holding cells for those Marines who attempted to circumvent the strict rules and regulations. 30 days on bread and water was not unusual. Dutch Schultz was not to be denied. A can of Spam and a can of condensed milk, along with a tooth-busting chocolate bar from K Rations, provided a real tasty treat and much good fellowship. Dutch's recipe will never be forgotten by me. Slice the Spam into 1/4 inch slices. Fry in your mess kit over a medium flame until crispy on both sides. Shave the chocolate bar with your ever-handy knife into a can of condensed milk and a can of water. Heat over medium flame and stir well. Just imagine the dark of night, a million stars, a new moon, the ever-present ocean breeze under a tent tarp with 8 or 10 other Marines singing barbershop melodies and eating and drinking the Spam and cocoa. Even today, for me, it is an unforgettable memory. I quite often enjoy at home crispy fried Spam with eggs over easy. I often wonder how those good men are, and hope they have been as fortunate as I in these years since the successful conclusion of World War II. Do any of you have any memories of family members that you would like to share? Did you know that you can record a voicemail of up to 2 minutes right on the Bridgeton Beacon website, and we will air it? If your memory is more than 2 minutes long, send us an email at bridgetonbeacon@gmail.com, and we will schedule a time so that you can come on the Bridgeton Beacon and record those very precious memories. We sure do hope to hear from you soon.
Welcome to the Bridgeton Beacon. We're going to take you back in time for some breaking news from 100 years ago. This is from the front page of the Bridgeton Evening News, Saturday, August 9, 1924. Visiting fruit men continue their tour. Subtitle, Big Peach Crop This Year. Not so many late apples, authorities say, at Emma Roberts' farm yesterday. C. Fleming Stanger of Glassboro was host to the 300 fruit growers who continued their tour from Bridgeton on Thursday on a 2 days inspection journey through South Jersey's magnificent fruit belt. Besides the members of the Pomological Society, many of the state members joined in with the party. Tourists found prospects of a big Jersey peach crop, while late apples will not be so plentiful as they usually are. Early peaches, growers said, are bringing better prices than a year ago when the markets were glutted. Roadside markets with a single transaction between grower and consumer were advocated by the president of the American Pomological Society, Paul C. Stark, in one of his addresses for the improvement in marketing and distribution. The visiting fruit men who left Kentucky on July 15th on a 5,000-mile trip through 17 states had another interesting session yesterday at the Emma Roberts Farm at Moorestown. The program was as follows. Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Emma Roberts. Some experiments with fruits in New York. Professor H.B. Tukey, Geneva, New York. Some factors in fruit setting and dropping. Professor N.A. Blake, New Brunswick. Latest facts on the Japanese beetle. Dr. T.J. Headley, New Brunswick. Special report of the marketing committees. Joseph Barton, Chairman, Marlton. The plant disease situation in 1924. Dr. William H. Martin, New Brunswick. The tour continued through Camden and Burlington counties yesterday. Has mumps. Edwin McGraw went home this morning with an attack of the mumps. His 2 children have had them, and now the Bridgeton Post Office is shy one of its faithful officials. Dahlia Show. The monthly meeting of the Bridgeton Dahlia Association will be held Monday evening at 8 o'clock in the parlors of Commercial Hotel. Members are requested to bring any dahlia blooms they may have for the association members' show. Blooms will be divided into classes and voted upon by the members. A larder, as described in the following story, is what you would have used in the 1920s before refrigeration. It's essentially a piece of furniture where you would store meats in fat to preserve them. Headline: Jersey Devil raids larder. Pajama-clad volunteers flee as it pokes face into mess tent. Former Marine reports midnight prowler was collie dog with a white face. Pittman, August 9th. How even the Jersey Devil could stand the heat of the last few days has surprised those who've previously been able to track his satanic majesty only when there was snow on the ground. No less a personage than he, however, has been blamed for breaking up a merry camping party of girl reserves from Philadelphia along the shore of placid Alcyone Lake. Girl campers first began to miss eatables from their commissary department. A whole ham disappeared one night and another followed it the next night. The fair campers found no tracks about the tents in the mornings. Volunteers flee. Then the bravest of the campers decided to stand guard at night in the mess tent. As they dozed around midnight, they were aroused by the stirring of a tent flap. A white face and shining eyes could be made out at the tent opening in the pale moonlight and mist. Shrieks aroused the rest of the camp. There was a pattering of bare feet and a scampering of pajama-clad figures along the lake shore. They moved towards the nearest point of civilization, the cottage of Councilman Henry Mockett. There the campers found refuge for the rest of the night. A visit to their camp, again by broad daylight, showed that the larder had been pillaged. Wide-eyed girls told Police Captain Wright of a strange figure that had been prowling about their camp. They said the prowler was disguised as a devil. The dapper police captain, who was formerly with the Marines, hitched up his Tom Brown belt an extra notch. For 2 nights, the campers slept undisturbed in the lake cottage while the gallant police captain stood guard over their tents and tried to trap the Jersey Devil or any other prowler. Captain Wright made his report. "I found," he said, 2 collie dogs nosing around the food tent after dark. One of the dogs had a white face. Announcement. Many friends, both men and women, have urged me to become a candidate for the office of county clerk, and subject to the approval of the Democratic voters at the ensuing primary on September 23rd next, I have permitted the use of my name. I take this step at the insistent demand which comes from every part of the county and feel a grateful appreciation for the generous support. Your support is solicited. Frank F. Wallace. Dated August 8th, 1924. Paid for by Frank F. Wallace. Fine residence for sale. My residence, formerly the Henry Graham property, number 237 East Commerce Street, can be bought at private sale. Condition of the house is A number 1. Hardwood, hot water, heat, electric lighting, new garage for 2 cars. James Bowers. 1924 Hudson Speedster. Nearly new. Will sell at big bargain. Elwell's Garage.
What are you doing back there?
Serving African chicken.
What type of chicken is that?
This is pollo alla brasa. It's a rotisserie chicken made with tongue.
Hi, I'm Catherine Hardy. I'm here as your guest host for the Bridgeton Beacon. We're here with Hector Bonilla. He's the owner of the Mexico travel agency and also Inca Chicken. Hi, Hector. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day. So can we talk about the Inca Chicken menu and your restaurant?
Okay, so the Inca chicken menu is based on a little bit of Peruvian dishes. And now we're incorporating Colombian dishes too.
Wow.
So eventually when we open the front here, we're going to be doing breakfast also. And besides, we don't have, besides those 2 plates, we also have some Spanish plates also, for, like the Spanish fries, the tostones, maduros.
My favorite is the rice that it looks like it has lentils in.
Rice and beans?
Yeah.
That would be a Puerto Rican rice, Spanish rice, yep.
I love that. That is so good. That is so good. And you do the chicken yourself every morning?
Yes, every morning we fire up the charcoal and we put in the fresh chicken in.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And then what inspired you? I know you had said that the building came up for offer, but what inspired you to open a restaurant?
So I had 3 years in Bridgeton, working in Bridgeton, and I noticed that you only had 2 places to eat. It was either fast food or Mexican food.
Right.
So I said, there needs to be something different. So I decided Peruvian chicken, which is totally different. There's nothing around here. The closest one is in Pleasantville.
And we're so happy to have you here. I mean, it's just wonderful. This is great. And I can see one thing that I think we're going to get special photos of is most of the renovations inside this room you've done yourself, yeah?
Correct. Yeah.
And including, can you talk about the finish on this bar?
So when I was doing the bar, I looked at different designs. I could either go with granite, I could either go with either tile. They also use tile, but then I decided to do this is actually hardwood flooring, and then on top of the flooring we put in the finish, which is the like a hard coat clear finish. So it really, you can't mess it up. You can't spill anything on it. It's really waterproof.
I love the iridescent glitter. I love that.
Yeah, we mixed the glue with the some glitter, and then once you put it on, it becomes like that.
It's really amazing. It's really amazing. And so over the years, have you gotten a big following with the restaurant and the travel agency?
Yeah, the travel agency does a lot of wire transfers.
Got it.
So we do, like Western Union, MoneyGram. So we do get a lot of that clientele, which sends money away. Then the clientele here, once we've been getting a lot of people because we bring in live bands, we bring in a DJ, music. So the music side of it is a new addition that we're doing that is bringing a lot more people. And
it's wonderful. So is this side open regularly now?
Not yet, only for events.
Got it.
But once it's finished, because it's not completely done, the bar is not completely finished, then it will be open completely. This will be the main room, and the back will be just a special event.
Okay, I see. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And so was there a reason you chose Bridgeton to start, or it was just the opportunity?
Actually, it was just the opportunity. Somebody called me and said that was from Bridgeton, and told me I have a business. I want to retire. Do you want it? Yes or not? And I took the chance.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And you were born in Puerto Rico. You moved here when you were 14?
Correct. Yes, I was born there. I was moved. I didn't move.
Oh.
I didn't have any choice in the matter when I was a kid. So, yeah, I moved to, first I went to Newark, New Jersey.
Okay.
And then from there, we moved to Violin. And I stayed there ever since.
Do you go back to Puerto Rico?
No, I have family there, but my immediate family is mostly here and in Florida. So.
Got it. Wonderful. Wonderful. And so I'm reading that prior to opening these businesses, you didn't have any experience in either travel or...
I never had a business. So the only business I had before was construction business. That's why I have it this whole... and that's why I was able to do all this. But in 2008, when they had the crash, the housing crash, I had to go back in to look for a job, and that's why I stopped that.
Wow. Well, I mean, we are so blessed to have you, and no wonder all this area looks so great with your construction background. That's really wonderful. Yes, it sounds like you're really busy today, and thank you so much.
No problem. Hours right now are from 11 to 8, but when we open up in the front, it's going to be from 7 to 9.
You had the travel company before the restaurant?
I had, yes, that's correct. I started with the travel company.
Got it. And the travel company was successful enough that you felt a restaurant should come?
Actually, what happened was I was given the option to look at this building. The first I looked at this building, they said, you want to buy the building? And I told them, well, let me look at it first because I just purchased the building for the travel agency. So
you have a building for the travel business, and that's in it. You don't rent that.
No, I don't rent that. I don't rent any other buildings.
Got it. So you've done a decent investment in downtown. That's wonderful.
Yeah. I bought this building, which included also the theater.
Yes.
So that's another project I'm going to be doing eventually in a couple of years.
Can you share with us, or is it a secret?
It's going to be something like the district of Millville. You know how they have the art district building?
Yes.
Something similar. It's going to have different shops inside.
I know exactly where you're talking. Yes.
Like a little shopping center, and then the second floor is going to be something else, which I'm not going to divulge yet.
You tell me?
Right.
Great. We're so lucky to have you in our community.
So
it was so interesting to find out that you graduated from Vineland High School.
Yes.
1985.
Back in 85, yes.
I graduated 1986.
Really?
Yeah.
Also Vineland?
No, from Bridgeton, but
okay.
It's a wonder we didn't cross paths sooner.
I never crossed to Bridgeton before.
All right. I'll see you when you come back.
I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back to the Bridgeton Beacon. I have the true pleasure today to be speaking with Mrs. Harriet Weber. We just finished a really nice lunch at my mom and dad's house, Bob and Jane McCormick, and Mrs. Weber has been gracious enough to speak with me today, in particular about an organization that I just became aware of, but it certainly has been around for quite a long time. By my math, the Seven Oaks Club will actually have its 130th anniversary this coming year. It was formed in 1895 by a group of women in the Bridgeton, Cumberland County area, and it has been going strong ever since. Mrs. Weber is a member, and I'm hoping you can give me some insight as to your experiences with this club, which I take to understand is art, culture, music, education. It looks like there have been meetings on a regular basis over the last 130 years where there are speakers that come in and really educate and inform the women of our area. So is that a fair representation of the club, or has it evolved over the years?
It is. And in the beginning, I think they used to meet twice a month, but then it's just once a month now, usually the first Tuesday of the month. We don't meet in the summertime, but...
Where do you meet?
Well, the group membership has become so large that we no longer meet in private homes, which we used to do. And we meet at the West Cumberland Senior Center because that can accommodate a larger group.
Right out in Hopewell Township?
That is correct.
Okay. So how long have you been a member of the group?
Since 1971, which would make it 53 years at this point in time. So I'm one of the elders of the group.
So tell me what the group generally talks about and meets when you meet.
Well, we often have an outside speaker, but not always. Sometimes the members will put on the programs themselves. And we have a formal meeting every month that we meet, except for summer, except for April. And that is like club day. It's a fun day. So we have a very, very short business meeting. And then we get into doing something that's fun. And next year we plan, because I believe it's on April 1st, which is April Fool's Day, we're going to have an April Foolish Fashion Day, which means that people will come dressed up in a humorous sort of outfit. So we'll see how that goes. That would be a first.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Well, I was able to get my hands on a copy of a history of the Seven Oaks Club. But this was a history, it says a brief history of the first 100 years. And so this book was published in 1995. Which would have been the 100th year anniversary. And in the beginning of the book, they talk about an article that was printed in an issue of the Daily Pioneer, the women's edition. And it said, quote, came into the mind of one progressive woman to broaden her own as well as other lives by stimulating a mental growth and a lively interest in the living events of the day, which should relegate the trifles where they belong to a subordinate place. And it goes on to talk about it being a group of wives, mothers, sisters, that apparently was formed in 1895 on the lawn in front of a Mrs. Jonathan Elmer's home, which I thought was a neat way for this to have started, because there was 7 oak trees on that front lawn. So I'm going to have to try to find out what house that was and see if those 7 oak trees are still there.
Sure. I think it gave an address in the book of 220 Commerce Street.
I think it was East Commerce, 40 or 220.
And one of the things that carry on the tradition of the oak tree is when you become a member, you get a lapel pin of an oak tree.
Oh,
so all new members are given that.
I should have had you wear it today.
We are required to wear it to all our meetings.
Oh.
And for some of the women that forget, we have name badges. They leave their oak tree on their name badge so they don't have to remember to do that. But the interesting thing to me, why I was so pleased to asked to become a member of this group several years ago, this group of women are responsible for seeding the idea of the Bridgeton Hospital.
I did not know
that. Came into being in 1898, I believe. The club started in 1895. But these women, through their local influential businessmen, husbands, or whatever, I think seeded the idea. And that is something that Seven Oaks can really be proud of.
So they saw a need.
They saw a need, and I think it started with just a couple beds here, and it grew. And in fact, I think what became one of the nursing homes was a gray building, wasn't the original hospital. But,
and I noticed in the book that, again, every meeting was a different speaker, and those speakers, we could be here all afternoon if I were to name all the different speakers that the club has hosted over the last 130 years. But some of the speakers were about literature, some were about music, some were about education, but there were quite a few presentations by doctors about health issues.
Right.
Is that still the case?
Yeah. No, not today. Doctors are too busy.
Right.
And when you talk about art, music, and literature, in the past, there was a junior women's civic club in Bridgeton, and they would sponsor a table topic tea every year. And any women's club could put entries in that. And my good friend Carol Gould and I decided to set a card table for this table topic tea. First year, we got a first place ribbon. So we did it the second year. And the topic, the theme was either art, music, or literature. And the second year, we got second place. So we did it a third year, and we got third place. And we saw where this trend was going. So we never did it again.
You should have quit while you were ahead.
Right.
There is a motto, and I never took Latin. It is a Latin, so I'm going to probably mispronounce it. But the motto is, I'm going to spell it actually, UT. Yeah, I don't know either. So, but it means quietly or softly useful, which I think is interesting in light of what you said about the club being instrumental in the forming of the hospital.
Right. And it's always been putting the community first. We have dues, but we're not fundraisers. So combining our dues at the end of our season, we make donations locally to a lot of worthy causes, and some we have done for years.
And there is correct me if I'm wrong, but a National Federation of Women's Organizations that it is part of, or at least at one time was part of?
Yeah, Seven Oaks was part of that. And in myself reading the history long before my time, they discovered they were spending so much of their budget to belong to this women's federation that they decided not to continue to be part of that, so they could give the money that they had, the resources they had at the end of the year, to donate to local causes.
To keep it local.
Right.
Makes sense. Another thing that I thought was really interesting, there are so many local women that have been part of this organization over its many years. One of the things that this publication said that was when members passed away, the saying was, we cannot say, we will not say that they are dead, they're just away. Which I think is kind of a nice way of, they're still part of the history of the organization.
Gentle touch.
Right, exactly.
And then a donation is always made, what used to be made to the Bridgeton Library or Cumberland County Library, in their memory, a book that would have been of interest to that individual.
Do you recall how you became a member? Do other members bring, every year, do you bring new members in, or how does that work?
Yes, I think I became, my good friend Carol Gould is the one that introduced me to Seven Oaks Club. And I think I became a member also because my mother-in-law, Esther Weber, was a member. And it's sort of like if you were a Seven Oak member and then maybe your acorn came along, the next generation. And at that time, we actually voted on members, but there was never a negative vote. We would go through the paper ballots, somebody would count them, and that's how you became a member. Today, you're expected to, a sponsor, to bring you to the meetings a couple of times so people can kind of get to know you, and then propose, if you're interested in becoming a member, there'd be a write-up a little bit about you, and that would be presented by your sponsor. And then you became a member. There's no more voting on a member.
And how do you go about soliciting and organizing the speakers that come in? Is that up to each member? Do you have a turn in terms of who you're supposed to bring in?
Well, in the past, we used to have one of the vice presidents would be program chairman. And that was a huge responsibility for one person.
Sure.
So what we do today, in the summertime, the president will call, set aside a date, and those that are interested in coming to offer suggestions for meetings, we will get together, come up with suggestions. Then we usually have a second meeting to decide to fill the calendar. And that's kind of the way we do it. Do have speakers come from the outside that we pay, give them a stipend. But members also put on programs. And of course, we don't get paid for that. We don't expect it. That's just part of becoming a member.
Right. Well, I would imagine, too, that when the organization first started, for the most part, it seems like most of the members were what we would refer to nowadays as like stay-at-home moms, right?
Right.
Now, I'm sure so many women that are members have careers in their own right that they're able to speak upon topics that they're familiar with from that perspective.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there are a lot of members with a lot of different interests. We have a lot of teachers. We have retired nurses, of which I am one. That's why I am so pleased to be part of the group that started the Bridgeton Hospital, which is where I went for my first job after becoming a registered nurse. So that's important to me. And we do have a limited number of members. I'm not quite sure what the number is. It's around 40. It used to be fewer members than that, and that's when we could meet in individual homes, which was really a nice affair to go.
Personal.
Yeah, it really was. But times have changed, because you used to go into a home and there would be the linen tablecloth on the table for refreshments. There would be coffee or tea, in the fall, cider maybe. But today, and there was always the china cups and saucers, the silverware, the fresh flowers on the table. But today's woman's life is different. So many women are working or have worked, have had careers, and just life in general is different today.
Sure.
So we're in no longer the china and silver generation, but the paper plates, the plastic tablecloths, the styrofoam cup generation, because it's quicker and easier.
But I would imagine that the friendship and the fellowships are still just as strong.
Oh, yes, it is. It is.
And maybe that gives you the freedom to spend more time on that aspect of it. I don't know.
And one of the things that I like about what we're doing today, when we meet at the senior center, we sit around tables, but instead of sitting with people that you know, the name badges are prearranged before we get there. So we get the opportunity to know the 38th member, the 39th member, or whatever, where before, if you kind of sat with the people that you know, you never got to know the other people, which are really interesting people. So that has been really exciting for me in the last 3 or 4 years that they have been doing this.
That's a nice thing to do. I'm sure in the beginning, people might have been like, I want to sit where I want to sit, but being forced to have an assigned seat will definitely do that.
So we have a big variety of topics. There are a lot of social programs in the area, and people will come and speak about their particular interests. And some of the members of our group have different talents, and they will. In fact, I was honored a year ago to speak on quilting.
I want to speak to you about your quilting. That's a whole other topic.
Yeah.
But what we talk about it now.
Yeah,
you brought it up because we're talking about that at lunch.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity for me to tell about the history of quilting. That was my topic. And the interesting thing, I just did it last year. The interesting thing is I had given the exact same program 43 years prior to the same group of people. I don't
Did it change?
For the most part, 43 years ago, there weren't that many members that are still here today.
Mm.
And if they were, I think they probably would not have remembered the program. And so that was kind of exciting because I had already done the research, already had it. And then I took some of the things that I made and was able to show and tell and a little bit about quilting, which is a whole new topic in and of itself, really.
Well, how did you get started with quilting?
As a child, we did not have central air in the house at all.
When did you grow up?
In Canton, Lower Iris Creek. My parents had what is now the Canton Country Store.
Salem County.
In Salem County. It was built, my great-grandfather, my grandfather had it, and then my mother and father had the store. So I grew up the oldest of 5. And I remember as a small child in the wintertime sleeping under 3 or 4 quilts and how colorful they were. And I was so small, to turn over was an effort because of the weight of the quilts, but I was warm. So I always wanted to learn to quilt, and nobody in my family quilted. I don't know where these quilts came from that I slept under. And then a few years ago, Bridgeton High School had an adult night school. And every fall and spring, they would have different classes.
Now, when you say a few years ago,
50 years ago, 50 plus. Anyway, I saw they had a class for quilting. I thought, oh my goodness. So I signed up, and then a week before, I get a phone call. We're canceling the class because we don't have enough people. And I said, how many do you need? They needed 10. And they had a few sign up. And I said, if I can make it up to 10, will you hold the class? And they said, yes. I got on the phone to all my friends in Shiloh, and we signed up. And that's where I started back in 1973, I think it was. I'm not sure about that.
So right around when you started with Seven Oaks.
Right. So anyway.
And you have been quilting ever since, and now even teach a quilting course at West Cumberland Senior Center?
Yes. In 2007, West Cumberland Senior Center opened up, and somebody knew that I quilted and asked if I would teach quilting. And I had belonged to a quilt group in Cherry Hill, Love Apple Quilters, for 30-some years. And then the drive became more than I wanted to make. I would get home too late at night. So I did have some experience, but I had never really taught before. But over the years, and looking back over my notes recently, there have been 25 people that I have taught to quilt. Some have kept on with it, started with me in the at Bridgeton High School, and are still quilting.
What's it about quilting that you like? Is it that memory from being a child and sleeping under those?
Well, that was the beginning, but I find it relaxing. And I used to have a rather stressful job in my career, and something about coming home in the evening, poking that needle into
Because you were explaining to me, and you hand sew the quilts. You don't use the...
Well, I use the machine to sew them the tops together. But a quilt is a sandwich. It's the piece top, the batting, and the backing. So to put those 3 layers together, they're basted, and then I quilt them together by hand. Today, a lot of women will use their home sewing machines to quilt, or you can send them out that people will quilt for you. There's also a machine called a long arm quilting machine. They can put a whole large quilt on it, program it with a computer, the design. But the best part for me is the hand quilting because it's relaxing. I can pick it up, put it down, go back to it.
What do you do with all of your quilts when they're finished?
Well, in the past, I have shared some with the Gallery 50 in Bridgeton for their Christmas fun when they have a Christmas shop to sell things. But then a few years ago, I decided I really didn't want to sell it. It's such a part of you, spend so much time with it. And so my family has more than they'll ever use. I've only made 9 double bed quilts. but I made well over 200 wall hangings.
Oh, wow.
So what do I do with them? I usually maybe have one or two hanging in my house because I just don't get around to doing it. But also at the senior center, our group will line the walls of the large room with quilts. We change every month.
I'm going to try to get some footage of that.
Yeah, because, and so what do I do with them? I have a spare room at home, has twin beds in it, and each bed is probably 2 feet higher than the other bed. And these are not folded quilts. They are spread out, and they're that much better.
Wow.
So I said to my daughter-in-law, I said, I need to probably give you some sort of a value for the quilts. And then you can take them to the gallery. They can take their percentage, sell them, after. And she said, I'm not going to do that. And I said, what are you going to do? She says, I'm going to keep them. She has no idea how many. So, anyway.
Maybe she will after watching this.
I don't know.
You had mentioned that the quilting group that you are a teacher for, that you're part of, also donates items to area organizations. Is that right? And do you have a name for that?
Yes. Our name is the Downing Street Quilters.
Downing?
Downing.
Like Owning?
Yes. And the reason for the name is that when the senior center first opened, the name was Downing Street. And then they changed the name to honor a local person. And I said to the mayor, I said, how could you do that? We named our quilt group. And he said, you'll have to change your quilt group's name. No, we didn't change the quilt group's name.
Good.
So we are the Downing Street Quilters.
Can anyone come to this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is open to anyone who wants to come. And several people have come in and out through the years. Some have stayed with quilting. Some have decided it just wasn't for them, or family obligations, whatever, couldn't continue, or moved away.
When do you meet?
We meet the first and third Wednesday of every month, except July and August.
So the first and third Wednesday of every month except July and August. And that's the same location that the Seven Oaks Club meets.
That is correct. It is behind the farmer's market, off 49. And we meet from 9:30 till noon. Okay. And at this point in time, in the very beginning, yes, I did come and teach. But the ladies have been there so long that people are bringing their own patterns. We see a pattern that somebody else has that we'd like to do that, we'll join in.
Now, when I think of quilts, I think of the squares put together. Is that a type of quilt, or is that something completely
different? That's a patchwork quilt.
Patchwork.
But they're also applique quilts where you're going to have just a large background and then just applique flowers or figures or whatever on. In fact, this past summer, I finished one. I had the book for a long time, didn't do anything with it, and it had a birdhouse and a 3D bird, and it looks like a goldfinch, so I call it Yellow Bird. But it's got all kinds of applique leaves with buttons on, like a vine growing around the birdhouse.
It's truly a work of art.
Yeah, I think it is. You have an eye for color, an eye for material. And from time to time, we actually get donations of material, which is great if we want to experiment with something. Because material, when I first started sewing, making quilts, $3 a yard. And now we're up $13, $14, $18 a yard for 100% cotton, which is all I use.
Most of your material.
Well, that's a bit of a problem today because so many quilt shops have gone out of business. But there's still a quilt shop or a fabric store in Vineland, the Pincushion, but sells a lot of other materials besides quilting materials. But they still give some lessons there. So that's the only real local one. And so I've bought a lot when I've been out in Pennsylvania, in Lancaster area, because they're heavily into quilting there. And you can get a lot.
Place in your room, in your house, rather, that you like to do your work, or do you take it wherever you go?
Well, actually, when I put the top together, if it's not appliqued by hand, it is machine put together. So I have a sewing room upstairs, that my husband tore out the attic stairs that were very steep, and we have pull-down stairs. So in that alcove is my sewing machine, shelves for fabric. And so I do my sewing machine work there. But then throughout the house, it's very portable when you're quilting. You can take it anywhere. You can take it on a trip. I've even given lessons on a plane to airline hostesses in the past. I'm working on, oh, how do you do that? Empty seat, they sit down. So,
and that's such a wonderful skill that, unless it's passed along, it's going to be a dying art.
Right, but there's, in the 1976s, the bicentennial, it was kind of a resurgence that people got back into quilting, and it was just before that I started.
Was there a group of women that quilted downtown? I interviewed Sharon Kiefer of Gallery 50, and when we were walking through Gallery 50, she mentioned that there was some quilting that had been completed by a group of women at the Seven Sisters store.
I think years ago at the hospital in Bridgeton, in the lobby, there was a quilt made by a lot of local women. They each made a block of some place in Bridgeton. And I don't know where that quilt is today. And I don't know that they were a group that did that. I know there were individuals that would applicate a building or whatever, and then the whole thing was put together, and it was like at least a double bedside, full-size quilt.
Well, it would be neat to
and I'm not
try to track that down.
Right. I'm not sure. I don't know where that is today.
You mentioned that this gave you like almost like a stress relief from when you came home from your job. Tell me about your career as a nurse.
I started at Bridgeton as a young nurse. I was 20 years old. And fortunately, the law had been changed, I think, just the year before, that to become a registered nurse, you used to have to be 21. And I was only 20.
Okay.
But it was changed. So you take the state boards, and which all-day affair and all these different disciplines that you learn through.
Where did you get a nursing school?
I went to school at the Memorial Hospital School of Nursing in Wilmington, Delaware, which is no longer. I watched it being imploded on the TV one day. I have a brick from there. And as of last year, we no longer have alumni meetings because there are so few of us left after all those years. So I lived on the borderline between Salem County and Cumberland County, but the only doctor I knew was our family physician, Dr. Carl Ware, was Carol Gould's father. So I decided to go to Bridgeton Hospital to work. And there I worked for 38 years, but most of those years were part-time while I was raising two boys. So.
And if we can just shift gears for a minute, you and your husband owned the infamous Weber's Candy Store in downtown Bridgeton, which was in operation, I think, in total of 123 years.
That is correct. It was started by my husband's grandfather, the original William Frederick Weber, and then his father, and my husband's William Frederick Weber III, and our oldest son, William Frederick Weber IV, was the last owner, and it was in operation from 1888 to 2011, I believe. And my husband became ill at that time, and he and my son made all the chocolates from scratch. Candy canes, clear toys at Christmas, Easter eggs with your name on. And to this day, people will come up to me. I just became the add-on after I stopped working at the hospital. And I would go down and help do what little I could do. One of the things that we did do was pull together a book, a nice story about the candy store. And a video.
I would love to check that out, because anyone that you speak to about or speak with about growing up in Bridgeton and going downtown, one of the first thing everybody talks about is Weber's Candy. And of course, the only candy store that I know of that you could get your tennis racket strung in.
Well, that came about because my husband's father was a pretty good tennis player in the state of New Jersey. And my husband played tennis in school and after. And then I learned to play. And I loved it. And we played until my husband had a second knee replacement, and then we stopped playing. But it's a wonderful sport, and one that's very popular in Bridgeton.
Sure is. Where would you go to play when you played?
Georgetown Swim Club.
I played on that court.
Yeah. We when it first was formed, we joined as a young family so the boys could learn to swim, which they did. And yes, I used to get up early in the morning and meet 3 friends. We would play doubles, and then I'd go on to the hospital, change my clothes, and work the rest of the day.
It's great. When you were, it seems to me that you had a very busy, like many people, but had a very busy family life between working as a nurse and the candy store, and yet you still found time for civic involvement with clubs like Seven Oaks, with quilting. Why was all of that important to you?
I guess I've always had a lot of energy. It's kind of fading a little bit now, but I'm still doing quite a bit for my age, I think. But so I was never one to just sit still. I think growing up, being the oldest of 5, you have a responsibility for the younger ones as they come along. We had a business. I learned to work in the business when I could make change for a dime. Sodas were a nickel. They gave you a dime, you give them back a nickel. So I always say from about 10 or 11, it seems like I had my hand in retail or working or doing something. It's just what I do. I just need to have something at the end of the day. Well, what did I do today? Besides get up and eat. And cleaning, not so important. Creating, more important.
They're true words of wisdom right there. You have lived in your home out in Shiloh for how many years?
65. We moved there when my oldest son, was 2 months old. So we've been part of the Shiloh community for a long time. It's a great place for children to grow up. They went to school in Shiloh.
Mm-hmm.
And we developed lifelong friendships with people that are still there and still our friends.
Very close-knit community for sure.
It is. Yeah.
And there's something special about a home, right? And I'm glad to hear you say, though, that cleaning's not so important.
No. You have to keep doing it.
Well, right. Well, it just never goes away.
Well, I'll never be known for being a good housekeeper, but I hope people will remember my quilts.
I think they will. I think they will for sure. I would love to have some photographs of some of your quilts to share with our listeners and our viewers.
Okay, that can be done.
What do you think in terms of, just returning for a few minutes to the Seven Oaks Club, of all of the presenters, are there any that stand out to you that as some important ones that you want to share with us?
Yeah, and in the beginning, we often look for speakers that could tell us a story that were free programs, community things about PNT, electric company or whatever. It always had speakers come in. But one of the most valuable speakers to me, we had a lawyer once that spoke to this group of women and said how important it was for a woman to really have some resources of her own, after you're married, not taking anything away from the husband or anything like that. But I still find today sometimes when people lose their mate, they're kind of at a loss. So I got a lot out of his talk that day. And I was a very new member at the time and a very young bride. And I gained a lot from his talk that day.
It stayed with you.
Yes, it did.
Well, that idea of
being able to have an independence and an independent persona is important.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was, to me, it always was. And I had a husband that understood that and supported it in every single way he could. And it was not a problem. One of the interesting things in reading through that same history of the book was the names of the women. At first, they started sort of with their own name, and then they're Mrs. somebody. You know, you're losing your personal identity. You become part of him. But which Mrs. So-and-so are you? He could have had a second wife or, you know, whatever.
I noticed that as well.
And I thought that really strange that they started off with their own names and then went under the name of the husband, which kind of made me feel that maybe they felt less important than their husband. And that's why I don't know. Mm-hmm. I never, that was not my perspective, no.
Well, and I would imagine that having a family business that is so long-standing and so busy, such as Weber's Candy, could be all-consuming, right? You really truly live the business, and that's, you know, you grew up with a family business, right? But you were still able to not let that necessarily define you, although I'm sure everybody wants to talk to you about Weber's Candy, but you were able to have more.
I was able to have a career as a nurse, and I loved being a nurse. I really did. In fact, I was never going to get married. I just wanted the career as a nurse. I met my husband on a blind date.
Really? Who set you up? Do you remember?
Frank Mastaraki.
Superintendent. Bridgeton.
He was a patient of mine. His wife invited me for dinner. What happened? I was lamenting. I was a young nurse, a couple of years in, and it was back in the time where nurses got patients ready for bed at night. He was a patient. You'd rub their back. They don't do that anymore. And he said, and I was lamenting, everybody wants me to meet their son, their nephew, their brother, their cousin. I'm not interested. So one night he says, I know you don't want to hear this, Miss Parkell, but there's this young man I think you should meet.
And how old were you then?
22. And no, I was, that's right, 22, around that. So that was fine. He was discharged. And then a couple of weeks later, I got a call from his wife. Would I come to dinner? And I thought, oh, that's nice. Nobody ever asked me to do that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was a dinner party, and I found out ahead of time, and I thought, oh, I can't do this. I don't know these people. I don't even know the Mastaraki. And I thought, but I've accepted. How can I say no? So I went, and sitting across from me was Fred Weber. I looked in his blue eyes, and I knew. I absolutely knew.
And the rest, as they say, is history.
9 months later, we were married.
Wow.
In about 4 months, we were engaged. He was 7 years older than me, but he was ready. He waited for me.
That's wonderful. That is wonderful.
So, anyway, that's my story.
And you ended up having, tell me about your children, grandchildren.
I have 2 boys. Will, he goes by Will, because my husband said when he was born, being the 4th William Frederick Weber, he said, he's not going to be Fred. I never knew if my mother was calling me or Dad. So Will was his great-grandfather's nickname. He was called Will.
That's neat.
And I thought, oh, Will sounds so old for that little tiny child. But we had Will, and he was in the candy business, and I had a son, Mark Weber, and he became a executive vice president at a large bank. He's retired, and he had no interest in the candy business, and he did very well in his business. And one granddaughter, and she lives in Connecticut and works in Connecticut.
Wonderful.
So, anyway.
I would love to speak with you, and maybe I could get my hands on a copy of the Weber's Candy history that you referred to a couple minutes ago, because I would love to talk about that.
Okay.
Maybe even more detail at some point.
Okay, that would be great.
And you're down here in the Ocean City area. You've spent a lot of time at the beach.
Right, I do.
You like the beach like I do, which is nice to hear.
Yes.
And it's nice to hear that you are able to maintain all those connections in the Salem County, Cumberland County area, which is, obviously so important to you.
Well, my husband is the one that brought me to Ocean City. I had never been here before. So
once you get your feet in the sand, it's hard to go back.
It is. It's a great family resort area.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks from Bridgeton who vacation in Ocean City, for sure.
You don't have the bars. There's the Boulevard bar outside, but you don't have the problems that a lot of drinking on islands can lead to.
Yeah. One other thing I wanted to talk to you about just for a few minutes, if we could, is you have been a member of First Presbyterian Church for many, many years. Is that correct?
Yes, my husband took me there. We were married there in 1957.
And that's got such a rich history. It does. And are you still a member of?
I am. In fact, my minister was just visiting me over the weekend down here, our current minister.
Wonderful.
Yes, and I'm involved there, not as much as they would like me to be, I think, but I just have a certain balance in my life. And I am a member of the Presby Perennials Garden Club, and we put on a tea. We did it every year until COVID. And then after COVID, this year was our 10th tea that we put on. It's sort of a fundraiser, and then we donate all that money out.
Is that an organization through the church? Or
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the name of that again?
Presby Perennials. We were looking for a name for a garden club. Plant the flowers outside, keep them watered. Flowers in the church. We're responsible for that. And then someone came up with the idea to have a formal tea, which is very well received. We fill all the tables.
When is that tea?
It's in the spring, usually after Easter, not always, but around end of March, beginning of April, somewhere in there. And it's a lot of good food. And we make everything. We donate everything. We do sell tickets. And as I say, that money then is dispersed to within the area, Bridgeton area.
That's such a wonderful thing to do. It seems like that's a lot of what you do is giving back to the community.
Yeah, I guess I never really thought of that, but the name came about because we were trying to come up with a name, and somebody came up with the name Blooming Idiots. I won't say it was one of our previous pastors being funny. His wife said that.
That's funny.
But then came down that perennial, you're always coming back. Presby, we're Presbyterian, so between coming back to church and
well, that's such an active church. I grew up on Lake Street, as you know, which is right around the corner. And when I was younger, I was very good friends with the Hallfelder children.
Oh yes,
and
great people.
Wonderful.
Yeah, we really, really enjoyed having them there.
Sure.
So time marches on.
That it does. It's been such a pleasure speaking with you today. And you've been friends with my parents for decades, and today was the first day that we ever met. So I'm really honored to meet you, and I really do appreciate you taking the time to let me hook you up to the mic here. And
well, I appreciate
your words of wisdom.
I appreciate the opportunity, Megan. It's been great meeting you.
It's been great meeting you as well, and maybe we can do this again.
Perhaps.
I would
Don't
like
be too long at my age.
Well, we'll definitely have you back on. And at the rate you're going, you're pretty busy, which I think is just a wonderful thing to say.
It is. I'm fortunate.
Well, thank you again. All right. So we are back with Mrs. Harriet Weber, and we are at the West Cumberland Senior Center. And Mrs. Weber is going to introduce us to one of her friends.
This is Holly Hunter. Now, I'm sorry. Honey the Hunter. Honey's my name, and honey's my game. I love it whether I'm in my deer stand, my duck blind, or my boat fishing. It's all relaxing and rewarding to me. However, when I have time off from my hunting adventures, I love coming to be with my friends at the West Cumberland Senior Center. I could be here daily and not get bored because there is so much to do. There is no excuse to be bored. Be sure to pick up a calendar each month so you know what's going on. You can even get the calendar on West Cumberland Senior Center Facebook page. This is Honey, the hunter.
And I see her boots.
Yes, she's all ready for the hunting season.
And you told us about how she changes her persona with the seasons.
Yeah, she came to the senior center just a little over a year ago in September. And at that time, she presented herself as Sunflower Sadie. But she kind of suffers from a multiple personality disorder. And it seems as at the beginning of every month, she becomes a different persona. But she needs help with that. So the kind people here at the senior center, the art group, the Bay Gals, the bingo groups, the Mahjong group, the exercise group, different people have participated in dressing our friend here every month. So we never know who she's going to be. I don't know who she will be in November. But it's been kind of fun for all of us to come up with different ideas.
So you take turns deciding what her persona is going to be?
Yes, there's a notebook out front. People sign up when they want to dress her. And she has been an Olympian. She's been a St. Patty's with a frilly little skirt around for St. Patrick's Day. So you never know what she's going to be dressed as. So it's fun.
This is a beautiful senior center. And it is also the home of the Downing Street Quilting Club's quilts that you told me about the other day. So I was hoping you could give me a quick tour and show me some of those quilts that are hanging here on the wall.
Okay, well, this is because it's October. At the beginning of each month, we change the wall decor that's appropriate to the time or the season. So we have a nice fall-looking quilt here. And different members of the Downing Street Quilters, we were organized when the Senior Center opened in 2007. We organized in September and meet twice a month, the first and third Wednesdays of the month. So in the beginning, we taught new quilters. At this point in time, people have been in the group, 3 of us from the very beginning. So we come up with our own patterns or our own designs and share with quilting. But we always try to decorate. While we're here, we could take a look because it's Halloween this month. We have witches. We have pumpkin sprite and a small wall quilt. Another pumpkin sprite. More witches.
Now, who made these decorations? Where did these decorations come from?
The Downing Street Quilters.
Made all of them?
We made, yes. We dabble in little doll making. Primarily, we are quilters.
Get a little better.
And we're fortunate here at the Senior Center because we have all these wonderful bookcases and the books are all donated. In fact, we've overflown the bookcase. So I had too many books, so they added another bookcase recently. And people just come in, take a book, bring it back, bring in books, and it's great.
Like an informal library.
It is. It's no signing in and signing out for books.
The honor system.
This one says, in the pumpkin patch on Halloween night, dances a silly pumpkin sprite.
It's beautiful.
I think it'll stay up there. We have a wall hanging up there on the wall.
I just missed that one. How long does it take to make one of these quilts?
That's a popular question that every quilter has been asked at some point in time. It's hard to tell because we don't sit down and work from morning to night. We'll cut out a few pieces in our sewing rooms and then we may not get back to it for a couple of days. So it's really hard to predict. The very first quilt I ever made from the time I thought about what I wanted, got the material, completed the quilt, was 9 months. But other than that, you pick it up, you put it down. So it's hard to tell. I personally make about 4 to 5 pieces a year, but they're wall hangings today. I no longer make the full-size bed quilts, which I have made 9 of, I think.
Now, these are seasonal quilts. How often each year do you change the quilts that are hanging on the wall?
At our first meeting of every month, we meet the first and third Wednesdays of the month. We do not meet in July and August. So every month at the beginning of the month, we will change the quilt.
You change these quilts every month?
Right.
Wow.
Right.
So I could come back every month and I will see
the
new
first
quilts.
Wednesday of the month, there will be a new exhibit.
Sounds like a very strict
you're
rule.
invited back any time. Now, the only thing is with fall, we'll take down the witches, but a lot of these same pieces will stay hanging.
Sure.
Because our group now is down to only 7 people, and that's 6 people. So that's not too many of us to be making quilts. So probably these will stay up. And then December, we will have Christmas quilts. And in January is our snow month. And February, of course, hearts and Valentines. And
I bet it's very festive at Christmas time.
yes, it is.
And the detail on these quilts is really amazing.
Almost all of them are hand quilted, which it sort of adds a lot of interest.
And are these quilts based off of patterns?
Yes, we get patterns from books or magazines or online quilt shops. You can buy patterns. Occasionally, one of us might design our own quilts, but all the ones here today are from patterns.
It really gets you in the spirit of the season, being in here. This is just wonderful. I'm going to have to come back.
Good.
And see what it looks like in November and December and January and February and all through the season. So it's been a real pleasure to be able to see these in person. Since we got to speak about them just a few days ago, it always is nice to come. So I really do appreciate you giving us a tour of this beautiful facility, which has been here since 2007, right behind the Amish Market. The West Cumberland Senior Center hosts the Downing Street Quilters as well as the Seven Oaks Club, which we discussed the other day.
Right.
Well, thank you again.
Thank you for having us.
Always.
NJ or New Jersey Farmers Against Hunger, correct?
No, it's a little more complicated than that. Unfortunately, it's the New Jersey Agricultural Society, and the program is Farmers Against Hunger.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, well, that's not that complicated. And with that, I actually still need somebody to give me sort of the elevator pitch. So that's the perfect starting off point for us.
Good. Are we on go mode now?
Yeah, we're on go mode.
Awesome.
With that, we're on go mode.
Right,
Yeah.
all right. Let me get myself framed here. Get rid of the LL Bean. So the elevator pitch is that the New Jersey Agricultural Society is one of the oldest associations, if not the oldest association in the United States. We were founded in 1781. And we were the governing body for all things agriculture in between the 2 major ports in the United States during early colonialism, right? So we basically, New Jersey as the Garden State, fed Philadelphia market, fed New York market, brought fresh fruits and produces into those facilities to help the burgeoning population there. So fast forward to today, there have been lots of pieces to that conversation that have been broken away. Education, went to the land-grant university with Rutgers. The government picked up a lot of the responsibilities that we had been a part of, et cetera. And now, for the past 30 years, we have 3 specific programs that we have built for the New Jersey Agricultural Society. Those are Farmers Against Hunger, which we'll talk about today, Ag Education, where we're educating the non-farm public on the values and benefits of agriculture in New Jersey, and then leadership training. We put a 2-year course together for those aspiring agricultural folks who have been in the business, who are looking to take a more leadership position. So we teach them non-farm skills, including public speaking, business planning, marketing, succession planning, strategy, so that they can perform at a high level when going after positions. So, for instance, 5 of the 8 Board of Ag members are alumni of our Leadership Development Program. The Secretary of Agriculture is an alumni of our Leadership Development Program. The President of the New Jersey Farm Bureau is an alumni of our program. So it's been really successful helping to train up folks in the agriculture industry to be leaders in the state. Getting back to Farmers Against Hunger, that was founded, I believe, in 1996. So we're coming up on our 30th anniversary here in a couple years. We are a network of farmers. Those farmers, if you know anything about food, about 30 to 35% of all food never leaves the farm. It's turned back into the soil, it's taken to a compost heap, never gets to market. And that's for a variety of different reasons. So it was, I think during a legislative tour about 30 years ago, people saw that there was a ton of food that was ready to go, that wasn't going to get to market. And they came up with the ideas, well, it's not going to go to market if you're upside down on this product from a cost standpoint. What if we collected it and took it into places in need? And thus, Farmers Against Hunger began. So fast forward today, we are collecting about 1.5 million pounds of food every year. We distribute it to 75 different agencies across the state. An agency is defined as a church, a community center, a senior living facility, a veterans group, anybody who is kind of a central hub for us to drop pallets of food off at the enterprise level. So each week we're delivering about 25 to 30,000 pounds of food across the state, fresh fruits and vegetables primarily. And our 4 main hub and spokes are Trenton, Camden, Browns Mills, and Mount Holly. We also are pushing into a variety of other places across the state so that we do ad hoc drop-offs to places like Salem City. We go up to New Brunswick. We work across Middlesex, Monmouth. We're working into Ocean County. So our trucks are on the road collecting food and then distributing food to places in need. We're serving
That's awesome.
Yeah, we're serving about, depending on the numbers, 11 to 12,000 folks in need every week. Yeah. We're funded by the state with a gleaning grant, and then we have other kind of individual corporations supporting us, like the Holman Foundation, the Wawa Foundation, and other family foundations who are helping support us. They all see a need, and that's a big opportunity for us, is to continue to build those corporate relationships to help us build and grow. The flip side of that is we do corporate gleaning. So we'll take companies out onto the farmers' fields and have them collect food. And so they get to participate in the gleaning process and then know that all the community service work that they're doing is going to a great place. And they get to be outside and really enjoy being out on the field. What we always hear is, well, typical New Jerseyans, right? Well, they're on the highways, but people never take the time to actually get off the highway and look at what's right around the corner. So we'll hear, I didn't even know this farm was here. Oh my gosh, this is amazingly beautiful. And, if people take the time to get out into agriculture and really understand the beauty of what the Garden State has, that people are definitely surprised oftentimes.
There's a ton of very rural spots you can find yourself in where if you had a certain upbringing in New Jersey, it might as well be, like being dropped on Pluto. Like there's certainly people who've resided in New Jersey their whole life who have no idea that you can go find a big stretch of country road in the middle of some rolling farmland.
And I'm kind of the poster child for that. I grew up kind of in the Mercer County area and in Hopewell. And there's agriculture there, don't get me wrong, but there's also a lot of wealth. And so, the real farms have been kind of pushed out, and now it's more gentleman farmers. And there are a handful of larger farmers, but not many. And when you go into places like the Pinelands and look at the cranberry bogs and look at the open space and the scraggly pines, it really does feel like you're almost up in like northern New England. It's got a very kind of rustic, authentic feel to it that you just don't get in any other places. And then down south, I did a study spent 3 or 4 days doing a video production on the blueberry harvest. And, the Hamilton, Vineland area, just spectacularly beautiful with agriculture. And we don't see that up in the more kind of densely populated areas. So if you get up to, Morristown or Princeton or Montclair, people think that agriculture is, these small, 30-acre gentleman farms, so to speak. But we've got farmers who are farming a couple thousand acres.
Now, the association, the sort of see what I'm learning is this goes back hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Is that a sort of an all-encompassing group of agricultural professionals in New Jersey? Is there a niche to the association membership? What does the membership look like in terms of participation? And are there like vendor participants or like that type of thing? What does the group look like itself?
Great question. No, really good question. So it really represents a network of farmers and related businesses in the agriculture community. So traditionally, I'll talk about our board makeup, which is a good reflection of our membership overall. 50% of our board are producers, so farmers. And our board's fairly large. We have about 30 board members. There are 6 board appointments, so ex officio appointments. So Secretary of Agriculture, the President of the Farm Bureau, someone that's involved in legislation and policy, the president of the SEB school, which is the former Cook College at Rutgers, the president of the Board of Ag, and the past president of the Board of Ag. And then elected members thereafter. We also have someone from the the president of the FFA, which is the Future Farmers of America. So trying to connect back into the next generation of farmers as well. So overall, that's probably reflective of our broader membership base as well. So I would say 50% farmers, and then seed manufacturers, fertilizer companies, tractor retailers, and anybody who's interested in supporting the agriculture community as a business or individually.
And the sort of educational aspect, does that go way back in time to the roots in the founding, or are these things that have come up as required, so to speak, by the community and by the market?
I would answer that more as the latter description. So, back in the 1800s, everybody was connected to agriculture. You didn't really need to educate people about agriculture as much.
Good point.
Today, there is a disassociation with agriculture and food, so that you've got people shopping at supermarkets who don't even really understand where their food comes from, or which animal it comes from, or what it actually reflects from a nutritional value standpoint. So education really for us is all about educating the non-farm public on the value of agriculture, with particular interest in the state of New Jersey. But, whether it's preserving open space, whether it's adding a value additive to the culture of New Jersey, whether it's building economic sustainability in agriculture, and I think most importantly for this generation, it's mitigating the amount of time and miles it takes to transport a vegetable to someone's kitchen counter. So, right now, I don't know what the percentage is, but a very large percentage of our food comes from California, the West Coast, Mexico, and then it gets to the supermarket and people buy it, and there you have it. There's no real sense that, wow, this tomato just traveled 2,000 miles to get to my kitchen counter. Is that a good thing? And I think the answer is no. I think the aquifers in the West Coast are drying up. I think the notion of you can have whatever vegetable or fruit you want 12 months a year. So thinking about eating seasonally, what we're really doing with food is we've commoditized it and turned it into a product that is it's a utility rather than someone going to a farm market and really understanding that all the hard work that was put into this, the nutritional value, the soil, what it takes to produce this. There's a big kind of disconnect between the public and the agricultural process. So we're trying to educate the non-farm public on the value of local agriculture and why it matters.
And seems like you'll take on any sort of conversation that contributes to that, like anything from the educational side, like you're saying, to just general PR, having a general understanding amongst the population is the only way that you could expect them to stand up for themselves and be on the side of local food production if and when it matters. So
yeah, just to be clear,
I can see how all of that sort of makes sense.
We do not get involved with policy. We're a 501c3. What our job is to teach the non-farm public the value of agriculture and to get them to, my background's marketing and media, so I know consumer behavior. General Mills and a lot of the big packaged goods companies spend tens and hundreds and billions of dollars building behavior. It's that muscle memory. If you can get someone to go buy a box of Cheerios, and you get them to do that every week for the course of their life, what is the customer lifetime value of someone going and buying a box of Cheerios every couple of weeks? The numbers are staggering, right? And we've built huge companies around the notion of consumer behavior. If I can change consumer behavior just a little bit and get that consumer not to go buy a tomato from California and to go visit a local farm market or ask their supermarket manager, where's the local New Jersey food? I want to eat local food. Then I've done my job. That's really what it's about. It's about creating an awareness around local food systems and getting people to think about changing their behavior enough. And I know people are really busy, so it's really hard to get a soccer mom to not, to take an extra 20 minutes to go to a farm market or to ask that question to the store manager. It's not easy. And I get that, but we're just trying to change behavior a little bit to get people to start thinking about local food systems for all the reasons that I just described.
I mean, most people don't even take the time to read the labels of what they're putting in their cart and will eventually put in their mouth. And I honestly think people's purchasing habits would change dramatically if they read the labels. One trip to the store, if they read the labels on everything they put in their cart.
Yeah.
and spend 5 minutes on Google for the words that seem to be from outer space, I think it would change their behavior. And I think that type of thing can be very sort of self-fulfilling or rewarding on its own. I don't know. I shop like that and I feel better shopping like that. And I feel better feeling better. So I continue to do it. Like, I think a little education around people's food ultimately does go in the right direction, because I sort of fall into the camp that thinks local food that doesn't have to be preserved for shipment, that doesn't have to be sprayed with stuff just so it can make it to the market looking presentable. I mean, the more proximity, I think there's a ton of benefits right there, flavor being one of them. So I don't think it's a hard pitch in any way, shape, or form once people have been exposed to what it is that you guys are selling, which is like, you can't have every vegetable all the time in a place. Like, that's not how Mother Nature really works. But if you acquaint yourself with seasonal eating, well, geez, there's nothing better, find some old timer and get them to talk to you about Jersey tomatoes or, asparagus or something like that. They will. And they'll give you a list as long as their arm why it's better.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, so when you pick a fruit or a vegetable, right? There's that vegetable is ready for you, right? You're picking it when it's ripe. It's full of nutrients and good things. Now, if you pick it in California, it's to the box truck. The box truck takes it to a warehouse. The warehouse, you're waiting for the truck to pick it up. Drives across country, goes to the warehouse, sits for a couple days, gets to the shelf at a supermarket or in the back of the room of the super. You're talking about fruit from the West Coast is going to be 6 or 7 days old after it's picked. Now, nutrient value dissipates over time as a vegetable gets picked. It's off the vine, it's off the tree, and then those nutrients dissipate. They naturally release. So when you eat something that's 6 or 7 days old versus 1 to 2 days old, there's a deficit in nutritional value on that particular piece of fruit or vegetable. So it further supports local food systems. So you want to eat something the day or the day after it's picked. And most farm markets in New Jersey, that's how they manage their food.
And farm markets in New Jersey are almost ubiquitous. Like if you see a flea market sign in New Jersey, that's not just a flea market. I guarantee you there's a farm market going on in that flea market.
Right.
Of fruits and vegetables that are seasonal. And certainly throughout South Jersey, and I would imagine even in the neighborhoods where you're going to find, a gentleman's farm in Mercer County, you're probably finding farm stands.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And there's a farm, there are community farm markets, and the one that keeps coming up over and over again is the one up in Summit. So farmers travel up to Summit, hour and a half, 2 hours sometimes to sell their foods up in Summit. When a good community farm market gets established and they build, again, this is consumer behavior, and they build a kind of a meaningful mass population that people keep coming back over and over again. And West Windsor farmers market right here in my area has done that as well. The vendors, the farmers know that when they do drive that long, and you're pulling farmers off of their fields, which is not perfect, but they need to make money, they know that they're going to sell product. So building those consistent engagements with customers, starting to happen. I think we're getting the beginning of consumer behavior change. Now, largely in affluent communities, people can spend more for those things. What we really wanted to do is to start to drift down into the larger populations in New Jersey as well. And getting back to Farmers Against Hunger, a lot of the food that we're pulling off of the fields, we're getting it into places into food deserts and people who are food insecure. Oftentimes, the food that we're giving them is healthier than what they can get from the store, and that feels really good because we're getting them. I'll pick 5 or 10,000 pounds of corn off of a field, and it'll be at the food pantry that afternoon.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Fresh, nutritious food from the farmers in New Jersey, getting to places in need. It helps break the cycle of poverty. Brain fog is prevalent with over-processed foods. People who don't have, the economic viability to buy regenerative or organic foods or things that are going to make their bodies more sustainable and healthier. They can't afford that, but they're getting it oftentimes with Farmers Against Hunger. And that feels really good.
Now, do you have any sort of fundraising events or any sort of fundraising online or anything that we can mention while we're on the subject?
Yes.
Obviously such a good cause, the Bridgeton Beacon. In that vein, consider the Beacon a soapbox and megaphone. If you want to talk to the folks of the greater Bridgeton area at any point in time, you can always reach back out to me and say, hey, we've got something going on we'd like to share. We'll happily give you a soapbox and megaphone.
No, I appreciate
but how can people support in general or the Farmers Against Hunger initiatives in specific?
Well, you can go to our website. It's pretty easy. It's www.njagagsociety.org, and you can go to our drop-down menu and donate right on our website.
You can.
Yep.
You can get involved. You can volunteer. You can donate. You can sign up for the newsletter and support the Friends of the NJ Agricultural Society as well. So it is pretty easy. I just jumped on that quick. You don't have to be a rocket science to find where to support a good cause on your website.
No, and we do an annual gala every year. So we do a celebration. We hand out awards, and we do a fundraiser gala. Be on the 29th of March this year, up in the Princeton area, right at the Crown Plaza. Anybody is welcome to attend that if they're interested, and that will be promoted in the next. That will be on our website as well, probably in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, so we'll look out for the gala in March. Anything we haven't touched on that you'd like to share? Should we be promoting membership in general? Should we be promoting anything to the general public about what they can learn or see about New Jersey agriculture to take sort of their first step on the path of, if they're watching this, they're interested enough. If they've gotten through 20-some minutes of you and I extolling the virtues.
If they're still watching this, they're troopers.
You've got them on the hook, is what I'm saying, Newell. If they're still here, you've got them on the hook.
So if you're still here,
tell them what to do next.
I would, you certainly can make a donation, and we're appreciative of any amount of donation. But even more importantly, become a member of the society. For the general public, you can become a member of the society for $75. We'll add you to the newsletter. I'm sending out at this point in time a bi-weekly newsletter to give everybody updates on what we're doing. But in general, you're supporting ag education. You're supporting leadership training so that we keep agriculture strong in New Jersey. And you're also supporting Farmers Against Hunger so we can keep our trucks on the road, our drivers driving, and that we're collecting food and getting it to the places in need. And for $75, that's a pretty meaningful and valuable contribution. And I would say that's as important as just making a straight donation, because membership models are lasting over time, and it means you value what we're doing. So that is also an important way. Other way you can participate is you can volunteer, come collect food. You or your company, we do a lot of corporate gleanings. Come glean food off of the fields of our New Jersey farmers. And you can sign up on our website to volunteer as well. There's a sign up portal there.
Yeah, that's great for all our all the Beacon friends in the Greater Bridgeton Area Chamber of Commerce who are looking for a philanthropic / team building activity in the sun.
We need that.
Maybe we're
down at so not too far from Bridgeton, I believe, is A.T. Busby. We're down there every Friday this summer during corn picking season. And we need volunteers down south. We really want to expand what we're doing in the southern region of New Jersey. And boy, I could have picked 50 to 100,000 pounds of corn one day, and we only had 4 volunteers. So we got 4,000 or 5,000 pounds, but A.T. Busby would have given me that whole field. It was there for the picking, and we just couldn't get it off the field. And that's what you see. And
wow.
It's not that we don't produce enough food. It's that we can't get the food picked the right time to get it to the people with the immediacy that's needed. So the bigger our volunteer network, the more we can activate that process.
Wow, that math is wild. That's such a missed opportunity.
It's a timing issue. And farmers are busy. They're working 16 hours a day. They're not thinking, oh, I should call up Farmers Against Hunger. They're thinking, This corn is going to sit in the field because the market doesn't demand it, and I'm upside down on my labor costs, and I'm going to turn it into silage and move that field into my next crop cycle. So we have a very small window. We have a very small window because the farmer is a businessman. Their margins are razor thin already. We can get in the middle of that conversation and affect change. Again, we don't have a food production problem. We have a timing and a logistics issue. So we have the trucks, we have the drivers.
Yeah.
We need to continue to develop our relationships with farmers and make sure that they think about us when they're doing their business. So if we can get a SWAT team down onto their fields and get those zucchinis that are perfectly timed that they're not going to get to, then we can be very successful supporting those.
Now, what would that operation have looked like fully manned? So 4 is on the low end. What does a full complement look like in terms of volunteership for a project like that?
Well, that's an unusual opportunity. So I would almost call it like a SWAT team of volunteers. I would say 30 people, picking, 150, 200 rows of corn and probably 2 trucks, 12 pallets each. Pallet of corn is 800 pounds. So, 10 to 15 pallets in each truck, it adds up.
Well, that's 30 people's not an outlandish number of volunteers,
No.
though, is what I'm getting at, is that's not a number that, you didn't need 150 people to get the job done that day. It's, 30 seems to me like the kind of thing with more work and more work and more work that it seems like almost like your dream would be to be able to push a button when that sort of opportunity arises and have so many people out there on a mailing list or a text list who are open to the idea that, hey, once in a while we get these crazy opportunities to really collect and deliver a great deal of food.
That's right.
Which to me, like, I would sign up for something like that locally. I happen to be in Florida at the moment, but when I'm in South Jersey, yeah, I think that's the kind of thing. Me and the guys who hang out at Glasstown Brewery and, their wives and all their buddies, they'd be like, oh, yeah, because heck, they probably know the road. They might know the farmer to begin with.
Now, you make a really good point. So those kinds of community building opportunities are really meaningful because, you guys meet at the brewery. Like that brewery could host a couple of days of gleanings, right? And get folks like you out there. And then what happens with corporations is they'll help pay for the gas, or they'll pay for a lunch, or it becomes this communal event that's really, there's something about getting your hands in the soil that's very communal and kind of spiritual in a way. And I see that over and over again. Those gleanings are really extraordinarily valuable just for the human condition. We're getting people, from accounting firms. We've got Amazon folks. We've got consulting firms. And I see the people who come out there. A lot of them are really moved by. It's amazing. People spend a lot of time just sitting staring at their phones and living in their cubicles. And the volunteerism that these organizations are asking them to do, they love coming out and gleaning because it really is a change of pace in a very good way.
Yeah, there's something about, actually filling an actual truck with actual stuff versus, I spent a lot of time at a computer doing editing and audio engineering, but handing someone something or putting a crate in the back of a truck, that's about as tangible as it gets. So I can see where there's, even just once in a while, if you don't get your hands dirty often, there's a real appreciation for seeing a whole pile of your work at the end of the day. It's a good feeling that most people don't have the opportunity to live that way.
No, it is. It's great. And they know where it's going too. I mean, they know that food is going to really important places.
Yeah, it almost makes me want to see what kind of interest I can raise from my buddies when I'm back up in New Jersey.
Absolutely.
I can't decide if that was an emergency or if it was your dog was going to come running down the hallway, if your kids were coming in with a sandwich.
No, that was my son's dog ran up the stairs, and I was being mindful of the noise.
That was great. The good news is in the last couple of years, the AI and this you walked right into my pitch for podcasting for associations, but the AI around audio engineering, cleaning up background noise, all that type, it's been game changing, even in really the last 12 months, the ability to take out stuff. So sometimes I'll even tell people in advance, like, don't worry if your dog barks, or don't worry because it's the quality of the product in the end is generally so good.
Right.
But that would be so you guys have an email newsletter, man. Again, if you don't start your own podcast, anytime you want to use us as a platform, don't hesitate. This is such a fantastic,
What about a live podcast? We set up a table, we get the headphones, and we do one out in the field, and you could do a podcast with 2 or 3 volunteers.
So you wouldn't probably live broadcast it, but you could record in the field pretty easily. Yeah. And the funny thing is, even with an iPhone or an Android, you can get those lapel mics now. So you get like a set of 2 lapel mics, and you can do a perfectly good interview in a not perfect setting, because they're so close to the speakers that it's okay that there's a tractor going over there.
Yeah.
Whereas maybe if you did it just with your iPhone, it's a much more difficult treatment at the end. But I think whatever's easy is probably the best plan. Like if it's the kind of thing that sort of fits into your routine in your life, I think that's probably the best way for you to adopt media. If you find that anytime somebody's like, we're going to launch a podcast, we can't wait to tell you all about what it's going to be, I'm like, well, this is never going to happen. And if it does happen, it's not going to last more than 6 months, because they've done all this planning to create a thing. I'm like, it's easier to just document the stuff you have going on anyway. Like, you're already doing a podcast, you're just not recording it. It's called your telephone. You talk to people all week long about this stuff. And some of those would be really interesting for sort of educational or public consumption, or even internal comms kind of thing. But I think whatever's easy. So if you've got the interest in doing things like that, don't hesitate to call me back and say, here's my idea, because I will be happy to say, okay, well, definitely don't do this and don't do this.
Right.
Because I've probably screwed them up before.
Yeah, that's good.
But I do think to get out there and interact with participating farmers, volunteers, people, and the conversations would change seasonally. I don't know, it's the kind of thing I think I'd be interested in, because it's so niche. Like most of the podcasts I consume are from these niches that I don't necessarily live in. Like I don't live in agriculture, but that's only more reason why I want to spend time listening to people who do. It's like I listen to hunters all the time, and I don't hunt. And that might be who I listen to more than anybody. And sort of their point of view on conservation is highly educated, very fascinating, their perspective. But who would want to take care of the land or the resources on it more than them? Because they're harvesting those resources. So for me, agriculture is very much in the same vein and has a greater depth of subject matter than Joe Schmo would think at a glance. There's chemistry. There's the business end of it. There's the human resources end of it. There's the agriculture end of it, the planting, the picking. But again, there's, you've covered business and chemistry and people, and like there's so many facets to make it all work. Engineering and mechanics, and the whole mechanical side of it is a whole different part of your brain, or really a whole entire different skill set altogether. So there's so much depth to the conversation.
Well, and the one that you didn't touch,
a farm,
that I think is really big is the culture that surrounds an agriculture community. So,
that makes a lot of
you
sense.
can listen to country music. They talk about two-lane country. They talk about, meeting their girlfriend out in the cornfield in high school. And all of the country music songs kind of talk about the country life and why it's so meaningful, and, the crickets and the streams, and, we know all those words. But the truth is, in New Jersey, we need to preserve our agriculture community, because who wants to just live in a strip mall and housing developments? If you don't have a balance of open space and culture of agriculture, you're missing a really big part of our connection to life.
True. It's a recognized but not nearly appropriately revered enough segment or segment of our culture,
well
is
said.
what I would get.
Yeah.
It's there, but it's been there before all of us, so we didn't notice it. Like, it didn't pop up, kind of thing. It's not a shiny new toy for the culture overall to play with, but it's underappreciated. I think there's a great lack of understanding or education, like we were saying before. People just reading the labels or spending a day in the field, and how much satisfaction they get from that can be a real eye-opener for this whole thing that goes on every day in the world, which is people growing your food and getting it to market. And probably there are people like that closer to you than you think, no matter what state you live in.
No doubt about it. You talked about the workforce too. The migrant labor workforces that come up through New Jersey to pick the blueberries, right? To harvest the food. There's some amazing stories about the relationships that farmers and their workers, and really valuable ones. And those stories oftentimes are unreported because you only hear about the negative stories, but largely these are great stories of, success and collaboration and cooperation. I really saw that when I was down doing the blueberry harvest. This is a seasonal. A lot of the seasonal workers are coming up through the state and are revered and well respected by all of our farmers. Because if we don't have them, they're not going to get the quality of the blueberry, because the electric machines don't do as good of a job getting the berries to market.
Well, you're right. There must be just an endless trove of incredible stories.
Yeah.
Going back decades or centuries in the state of that, because when it's local and it's not shipped in refrigerated, it's that seasonal thing. So everything is timing, and everything is getting the right amount of, hands into the field at the right time. So that migrant workforce, boy, that's such an interesting sort of economic market there too. Because from season to season and farm to farm, but really still you could maintain, if it's an equitable and you could have extremely long-term relationships, even with all that transient nature of it. You could have really long-term relationships.
No, they do. So the workforce now is largely in the blueberry industry. I've been told largely now Guatemalan population. They used to be from Mexico, but it's shifted to Guatemala. They come up and they start down in Florida. And they work their way up to Maine, then over to Michigan, and they do the blueberry harvest. These are families, and they come back if you don't treat them with respect and properly, they're not going to show up. So the relationship is, I was talking to one gentleman, they do an annual kind of pig roast at the end of the harvest. They have a nighttime soccer game where the employees and the farmers, go out on a pitch and play soccer together. And it used to be just the men would come up and pick. Now the whole families come up. So they've had to kind of transform their living conditions. So they have a family room. They've got a place for the kids. They've got little playgrounds that are set up. So they're really having to adopt to kind of the changing dynamics of the migrant worker in a really positive way, because if they don't, they're not going to get them to come.
That's so interesting.
It's actually, you hear all the negative stories in the press, but it's actually a very positive relationship. You hear about the bad apples, but in general, these are long-standing relationships, and a farmer's reputation has to be how do you treat your workers? And it's with respect. And there was a big issue this summer with the heat stress bill, right? I don't know if you read about that, but largely it was architected to support workers who were in really tough conditions, where they were working in a restaurant or out on the boardwalk serving food, and it was 120 degrees, getting dehydrated. They weren't getting enough shade, and legislators set these kind of parameters about this heat stress bill that really didn't take into account of the labor force out in the fields, so that it was prohibitive because every day the heat is over 80 degrees, and the workers always have water breaks. They're always can stop working, get into shade if they need it. Now the government wants to start regulating kind of how businesses, including farmers, treat their workers. They've got to have a heat break station. They've got to have this, that, and the other thing. And it really was affecting, very concerning for the agricultural population, because it would limit them on their ability to kind of do what they've been doing for so many generations without a lot of regulation.
A college kid busting their hump on the boardwalk, God bless them. Respect to the hard work, but they don't know squat about keeping cool compared to somebody who's spent last summer and the summer before in the field also. Like, nobody really has any business telling those people how to keep cool.
No, and the farmers get that. They already get that. They're treating their workers for productivity, and you can't have workers dehydrated and exhausted out in the fields, or they're just not going to be effective. So it was already happening, and I think the legislation was, I think, done with all the right purposes, which is, restaurants and places that are confined can get really hot, and you need to make sure that people are taking the proper breaks. But it's just not as relevant when you're out in an open field.
So we've covered the Agricultural Society. We've covered Against Hunger.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, it's such again, don't hesitate to come back anytime. Like, just on its face, everything you guys are involved with is so sort of wonderful. I mean, it's just one of those feel-good conversations. Like, oh, you're taking food that was going to get wasted and you're getting it out to people who need food post-haste. Like, there's just nothing that can beat that. So, again, we're thrilled to have had you on the Bridgeton Beacon, Newell. We welcome you back anytime. We'll put this out and promote it as much as possible. Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on things differently, because gleaning is a new conversation to me. And I grew up in an agricultural area, but you just added a wrinkle, and I'm not a young man, but you did just add a wrinkle to the conversation that I thought I had a pretty good handle on, and how this is it's its totally own separate opportunity. It's its own totally separate course of action and outcomes, and it needs its own sort of support, and ideally a SWAT team in every county, where when these opportunities sort of arise, you guys can really, really, put the bushel to them and do the collecting you'd like to do.
Absolutely. And to your point about the kind of your conversation about meeting at a brewery, churches and any community groups that are organized down in the Bridgeton area or just in South Jersey, we would love to connect with them to help build this network so that we can get that SWAT team enabled and get to the food in time to recover.
Yeah, well, I don't think too many people would be upset if they got a text that said, hey, remember that group you joined? We've got an opportunity to, collect 8,000 pounds of food and get it to the hungry. We need you Saturday. We need you Friday. Whatever the case might be. That's kind of a cool text to get.
It is. And it's, believe me, I do many every year, and it never disappoints. Never disappoint, because it's a way to clear your head.
Awesome. Well,
it's just a great experience for everybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, sunshine's good for your mood and your immunity and everything else.
Yep.
Yeah, I can imagine. It sounds like a good time. We'll do what we can to promote it. Thank you for coming on. That's Newell Thompson. It's the New Jersey Agricultural Society and the Farmers Against Hunger program, which is a really cool thing. So We'll get clips out, and I'll probably shoot you an email in a couple days, Newell, if there's any highlights from this that you guys can use to promote on your Twitter, your Instagram, or anything like that. I'll send you a media kit of you sounding brilliant and compelling, those clips. And you can use them to your heart's content.
That sounds great. Tom, thank you so much. I really appreciate you bringing me on.
Thank you very much, sir.
Big John Sukanoff. Everybody knows Big John's Pizza. Well, I did know him before that. He showed up at the plant one day and said, I want to work. I want some exercise. I need something to do. And being a young, upcoming manager, I said, well, we've got to unload this giant green tomato truck filled with the equivalent of asparagus boxes with green tomatoes. He came in, said, this will be just right for me. He and another guy had the job to take one crate at a time, carry it out, dump it into a pallet box, which the Teamster forklift driver, Yodo Mileta, was sitting there handling. And John and his colleague worked hard. But it took forever. It takes forever, 2 people to unload them. And I talked to the truck driver. I talked to the guys. I said, we got to figure a way to do this faster. And we did. We came up with these roller skate conveyors, and they had a ball. Throwing the boxes on the conveyors, shooting it down to the end and dumping it in. So we saved a lot of company money doing that. But the interesting thing was John and I got to talking, got to know each other really well. And he said, I have a great dream. I'm going to open my own pizza place. And this was in 1969. And he did. He left. He opened Big John's. It's just a little bit south of where the Laurel Theater was. And I walked in there the first time. He said, Merry Christmas. and his worker handed me a pizza and said, it's on the house. John was great, and we all loved him. That's how I started with him, and it's a wonderful memory.
Welcome back to the Bridgeton Beacon. I am here with the associate editor and senior staff writer and podcast host for South Jersey Beer Scene. I've got Tom Renzulli and Vic Zabailo. Did I get that, Vic?
That's good. You got it close enough, sure.
Oh, no. Well,
I say it's Spalo like J-Lo.
Found you guys, I think probably once in a while I Google South Jersey podcast. Just see what's out there. For this purpose, to find people who might come on the Beacon and, shine a light on some things that we don't have a ton of expertise with. And you guys have a really cool one. South Jersey Beer Scene is a website that is basically a news site for the niche Jersey beer industry, but also you guys run a podcast and I think have a couple of flavors of what that is when different people are hosting. And been doing it for a little bit. So with that being said.
All right. Well, Tom, why don't you talk about the founding and stuff?
Sure. So it was March of 2017 when John Kashu approached me. His wife and my wife are in the same medical field, radiation oncology, and my wife actually worked with his wife's sister. So we kind of knew each other, and he said, I'm thinking of starting a website, because what brought it about is nobody knew what was going on, and breweries were just starting to hit pretty hard in 2017. And we come in to work on Mondays and be like, oh, did you? No, I didn't know that was going on. So that's where we really started it, to try to get the information out for people to go to these places. And then we would never rate the beers or anything like that. That wasn't our job. That's your job to do. And so we started diving more into the breweries themselves. We started 10 questions with the brewer and get a little backstory on everything, and just try to bring more of the brewery South Jersey beer scene to the people.
How much of your activity is out in the field, so to speak?
It's slowed up until when COVID hit. I mean, we were jamming. We were just starting to break loose, and COVID hit, and it kind of stalled everything. And we, like everybody else, we had to take the exit and try to find different ways to do things. And we did the one thing that was pretty cool. We did do a virtual beer festival where we went around to all the local breweries that participated and got beers from them, and we hosted, and we would bring them on throughout the day. And it was about 4 hours, and by the end, I was pretty lit up. It was pretty funny. If you ever get to see it, it's really funny.
That's a good
Tom
format.
and John.
Yeah.
Tom and John started it, and I joined shortly thereafter. I was and am a home brewer in Ocean County, and there wasn't a lot of coverage up in Ocean County as far as interviews, talking about the breweries up there, etc. And I was also the president of the Ocean County Homebrewers Association. So what I brought into it is a little bit of a northern South Jersey, so to speak, area. And we started, and as Tom said, we were doing those podcasts fast and furious. We were probably doing at least one a month back until COVID hit. And then we switched gears a little bit during COVID, and we did a number of Zoom podcasts, which got us onto the YouTube. And Tom, we were talking about YouTube earlier, and that got us into YouTube. And, for a while we were doing a lot of YouTube video shows, which we tried to keep to a half hour or so. Normally you find the video format is a little shorter than audio format, because once we got on podcasts and it's audio, you never know what direction that's going to go in. But it's great because we got to know a lot of the folks in the breweries, became very friendly with them, and gave us a way of promoting the breweries, but also gave us a chance to try some fantastic beer.
It's a cool hobby, and it's also like the coolest networking thing. Like if it's something you're clearly interested in, what better way to get out there, press the flesh, meet some people who are like involved in a niche where you have some passion, than to plant your own flag and say, hey, okay, we are the local publication for X, Y, or Z.
Yeah, and you're not going to find better people on earth than brewery owners and brewers themselves, especially in the Cape May County area. All those breweries, they really... What was the Mets and Mets? What was that? But I mean, everybody does get along. I mean, it's great when we have the big festivals. It's great seeing everybody. A lot of collaborations are formed at some of these festivals between two breweries, and it's just a good vibe. It's a really good vibe.
It's nice. It's a great community. Wonderful people, like I said, that we've met throughout South Jersey and outside of South Jersey too. The one year I know we were doing some podcasts and doing some YouTubes from the Atlantic City Beer Festival, and Kelsey Grammer has a brewery, Faith American. Okay. And actually did get 5 minutes or so to sit with Kelsey Grammer and to do an interview with him, which was pretty cool. That's probably the most famous person that we've ever had on, except no, that's probably the most famous person we've ever had.
Doesn't he send you Christmas cards, Vic?
He sends me Christmas cards. He invites me. He invites me to his Christmas dinner and Thanksgiving and everything. So we're like this. We're like this.
Where's he going to be, Vic?
I don't know.
You should know.
I should know. I hear from him all the time.
And he's got four. He's got 4 beers.
Was he in Atlantic City last month?
He was at the Irish pub, but he's going to be. God, where's he going to be? I just saw it. He's going to be somewhere pouring beers.
Kelsey Grammer pouring beers in South Jersey.
Yeah, I mean, it might be up by you, New Granada. Was it? God, where is it? I wish I could remember. I just saw it on Facebook. He's going to be somewhere
down here in the basement.
No.
I'm pretty sure anybody who's listening could Google that and figure it out pretty quick. But there's a
Yeah.
nugget right there. That's why it's good, worth knowing, beer guys. And
Yeah.
I guess that was going to lead me right to actually the question I think I forgot, which is, what New Jersey, and name a brewery or name a specific beer. Like, what's your favorite thing? What sort of tickles you right now and you're like, oh, that's just good stuff? Or either what they're doing or how they're doing it. I'll accept a pretty wide range of answers. And figure you guys have seen a lot, and maybe that's even a tough question to narrow down.
There's
I'll let you
quite
go
a
first,
few.
Tom.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Like right now, the Seed Living Beer Project in Atlantic City, they're really doing some really good stuff. Slack Tide, they do some good stuff. Gusto, I think almost every brewery you can go into and at least find one beer that kind of knocks your socks off.
What do you like about that? Who's the brewery in Atlantic City you mentioned? I wasn't familiar with the name. And frankly, if you want to name drop and give me 30 seconds on each one of them, those will make great clips for this that we can tag them in on Instagram. They might love you guys. But I don't know, so feel free to take the floor and expound on each one a little bit. Give me a little color and sell me on them, because I'll be back in South Jersey shortly.
So where the Seed is located, it's kind of like in the inlet part, and they're part of a building that also houses Little Water Distillery, which is make really good spirits, and axe throwing. So that's a weird combination, but kind of good.
Now, the Seed is known for really the quality of their beers. What was that? 2 years ago, they were voted best brewery in the United
USA
States.
Today, top 10.
Yeah,
Wow.
that was a
USA
couple of
Today,
years
yeah.
ago. Their beers are, speaking as a brewer, they are just superb. They're served properly. They are beautiful, beautiful beers. Now, one thing that they do use is down there in the Bridgeton area, beer starts with the malt that goes into it, the grain that goes into it. And they, for the most part, I don't know if all of their beers, there's a malt producer down by you. There's a farm, Rabbit Hill Farm, which is in Shiloh. And most of the grain that they get comes from Rabbit Hill Farm.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
And it shows in the quality of the beer. But the beers are served perfectly. When you see a cartoon picture perfect photo or drawing of a beer with the perfect head on top, that's the way they serve their beers all the time, like that.
Damn,
And
that's
some of the other, that's a great description, Vic.
That's a glowing endorsement.
Yeah.
As far as like Slack Tide, they were like the kind of model that all the other breweries wanted to, they started out with a 3-barrel system, then went to a 10-barrel. Now they built a beautiful facility down in Claremont, I guess, exit 17 off the Parkway. Big, beautiful facility, outside, inside, and still putting out great beers. Gusto Brewing is all the way down at the end, right before you get on the ferry. Bear Brewing. There's probably 12, I think, right now in just Cape May County.
Down there in Cape May County, Tom, can't you just go right down that Route 9 corridor?
Yeah.
You just hit a lot of terrific breweries right along the way.
Yes, you
Our
can.
last podcast was from Ludlam, which is in Woodbine.
Yep. He
which
just
moved
moved
from a small
into.
location out, and that's actually a brew pub now.
Yep. He serves food. He serves spirit, mixed drinks, cocktails from Little Water Distillery. He tries to keep everything local wines. They make their own birch beer, so they get a bourbon from a distillery up north near Tom's River, I believe, and they make a bourbon and birch beer. And the barbecue is really good. It's an old bowling alley that he transformed into a beautiful, beautiful place.
Where's that located? Slack Tide?
Slack Tide is on Route 9 in Claremont, I believe.
I think that's Claremont.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, as soon as you get off exit 17, you go up to Route 9, make a left, and it's about 5 miles down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is all good. Yeah, because I'm hanging out in Cumberland County quite regularly, and I've got a lot of love for Glasstown around the corner of Millville.
Glasstown. Love Paul and Jen. They're great people.
But
Very,
variety
very
is the
good.
spice of life.
Yeah.
Sure. And you got, a lot of them around them. But the great thing about that is you also got, like I said, you also got the producer where everything starts right down there in Rabbit Hill. This is actually a brewery that's going to be, I guess I'll give them a plug, Tom, that's going to be in Vineland called Wanderback Beer Works. I don't know if you can see the can here.
Sure.
But right now they're contract brewing someplace else. Their place isn't ready. But this is actually their Pilsner, which is delicious. And, we talked about beer and beer trends. And I think that's where a lot of breweries are getting much more into Pilsners and, a Pilsner is a lager, lagers and Pilsners and lighter type beers.
Yeah.
I work at Manafurkin up in Ocean County. And last year we moved into a new brew house, which gives us the capability of producing more lagers and Pilsner, which are a little more complicated to make than some of the ales. They take a lot longer, and they're much more particular, much more delicate type of beers.
Yeah, I mean, people don't realize that a Pilsner is probably one of the hardest beers to make because there's really nothing to hide behind.
Mm-hmm.
It's the ingredients and the recipe, and it better be good, or people are going to drink it.
Yeah, actually, very good point. I never thought of it that way. And I've painted myself into a corner at Glasstown with IPAs when I visit.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. They have their place too. If you like them, he's got some terrific beers. He actually produced this year a delicious Mexican lager that he did. Do you remember the name of that one, Tom?
I don't, but I know that the Czech Pilsner that he made was really good
nice
too.
Yeah, that's really good. But more breweries are getting into that. When the breweries first opened, Tom, a Pilsner, a lager takes a lot longer than an ale to brew. You can have an ale ready to go in the tap in 2 weeks, from time of brew till time it's ready, sometimes quicker than that. A lager is going to take a lot longer because the lager yeast works slower. So that's actually fermented at a lower temperature, which takes a lot longer for the yeast to reach its maturity.
And when you would have a smaller brew house just starting out, you really couldn't tie up your tanks for 6 weeks when you could bang out 3 beers in that time.
Exactly.
But now that people are getting bigger and have more stuff, then they can,
That's why when you see some of the macro advertising cold lagers, all lagers are cold. That's the way they ferment cold. A lager yeast is not going to survive at a high temperature, so it has to be done cold.
Yeah, I mean and also we do like traveling to other, just outside of New Jersey too. I've done a few articles on breweries in Pennsylvania. One, Hidden River. If you like IPAs, Hidden River is one you got to hit. It's in Pottstown, actually Douglasville, but it's considered Pottstown.
Do you feel like New Jersey or South Jersey has a style in aggregate?
I don't know so much as a style, but I it's hard not to find a good beer. I mean, everybody is really everybody's so competitive and get along so well, but that's what's good. They're trying to outdo each other, and we benefit from that.
and that's the one thing, and Tom's been doing this a long time, and me also, is the quality of the beers has gotten so good. It has gotten so good at the local brews. Every brewery, I cannot think of one brewery that produces bad beer. Yeah, every brewery produces good, consistent
Yeah,
beers.
you're gonna find one or two that really you're like, I'll come back for that one, and then you'll find another one.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Let's see, Summers Point. They have a brewery. That's my hometown, born and raised Summers Point. And actually, it was the old ice building. I grew up a block and a half from it. Thank God it wasn't there when I was younger, because I'd be stumbling distance from home every night.
What's the name of that brewery?
Summers Point Brewing Company. SOPO for short.
Sopo for sure.
Yeah.
And you could find a lot of times these breweries help revitalize a downtown area just by being there. I can think of an example. I worked in downtown Toms River for 40 years, and it was always the businesses were always very transient. You'd have a business here, a business there. Restaurant would be here this month, 3 months later, it'd be gone. Battle River Brewing opened there a few years ago, and that just brings people downtown all the time now. That's there. There's a distillery now next door to it. There's a lot of terrific restaurants. So a lot of times the breweries can help revitalize a downtown area. Not saying it's the sole thing that people are looking for, but it's something that would bring them down there. And like I said, the breweries don't survive unless you're making good beer.
Yep.
And that's one thing that we can always agree on. Tom, myself, and John, is that the beers have just gotten so much better in South Jersey and all across. Like Tom says, we like going outside of the state too. I love Dogfish Head down in Delaware. Is always a fun place to visit.
Yep. There's dogfish down there. There's a big oyster is really good.
Mm-hmm.
They make a Mexican lager. It's a play on Pacifico. It's called Atlantico. That is delicious. That's very good.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I had one can left of it from the last time we went down there. Crooked Hammock is a cool place down there.
That's right near the ferry, correct?
Yep. And Revelation is what you would think a brewery should be. It's a little off the beaten path. It's right near Dogfish Eats on Rehoboth Boulevard. About a 3/4 mile walk. It's just a little tiny brewery, but what's cool is you walk in, they have a chalkboard, they have the beer tenders' names written on it so you know who you're talking to. And it's just brings you back to the original, how breweries started out as. It's very small, very quaint, and great beer.
And I think they occupy a more destination-oriented rung on the hospitality ladder than bar/restaurant. So I think it's fair to say that they're going to be more of a draw, because I think when people are in town, every restaurant's pictures look great, but I don't know, brewery kind of puts it over the top. It's like, even if it's just okay, it's going to be pretty great if we go to a brewery and see where it's made and stuff like that. So I think it has way more of a destination, and I haven't looked up the Google searches, but that's an assumption that I'm willing to look foolish if I'm wrong about.
No, and I bet you everybody that's at the brewery, it's not going to be their first or last stop of the day at a brewery, because it is. People say, "Oh, there's too many too close." No, people line up and say, "Oh, I'm going to go hit this one, this one, this one."
Sure.
And you can't have too many breweries, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning before. Tom was talking about the Cape May County breweries. You zoom right down Route 9, and you got terrific breweries all the way down. Even where I am in Southern Ocean County, we have Manafurkin, which is right by Long Beach Island, right before you go over the bridge. You have Pinelands, which is a little bit further south, more toward Atlantic County.
Pinelands is very
Oyster
good.
Creek, right up Battle River, and Icarus, which was in Lakewood, New Jersey. They just moved into a brand new, huge facility. Actually increased their size probably 10 times.
Yeah, it's
and
gigantic,
it's a gorgeous,
massive.
2-level, beautiful brewery.
you're describing what would make a perfect visitors map for vacationers at the Welcome Center. It's all the breweries, it's just breweries, by the way, but all the breweries down Route 9. Yeah, shoot, you're killing me, because this is something I haven't taken advantage of, and I've crossed Route 9 several times in the last, few months, and so I'm like, shoot, I gotta
go
get
the
on
other
the ball.
side. The other side too in Wildwood. Tony, be mad if we didn't mention
Mud Hen Brewing in Wildwood.
Mud Hen Brewing in Wildwood. Not only terrific beers with a terrific brewer, they've actually won
great food
medals at the World Beer Cup year after year. But they also have some fantastic food there.
He just won a medal for his Wee Heavy.
And that's the second one that he's won for that particular beer.
Yep.
Now, you're raving about the menu. Expound on that a little bit. Let's feel free to take a hard left turn into the food side of the menu. What are they doing there that has you both clearly pretty fired up about what they're doing?
Yeah, Tom, you're the foodie guy more than me.
Yeah, so I love the wings. Their brisket is really good. Everything. I've had their salads. Pretty much every single thing they make is delicious.
It's really good, and it's nice. There's a lot of parking. They had an extension that they were building on there, the station house?
It's completed. It is completed. He tore down an old Chinese restaurant on the corner and built this big, beautiful station house, it's called, but it's just another catering hall, separate kitchen and everything, but it's all connected. All the properties are connected.
And what's the name of this establishment?
Mud Hen Brewing.
Mud Hen. That's
Mud
what
Hen,
I want.
Yeah. They named it after the train that used to run because it would have to go through some mud sometimes. There was a train that ran through in Wildwood, and they called it the Mud Hen. There's great artwork in there.
And I guess, is Cape May, is that the largest craft brewery in the state now, Tom?
As far as production?
Yeah, I think it is.
I would say as far as production, yeah.
Wow. That's in Cape May Brewing. And
That's
I remember
at the
going
airport
there
in
and they
Cape
had
May
a
County.
one-room bar.
Yeah, it was tiny before they first opened.
A lot of great growth of the breweries, as long as, just like any other business, Tom, as long as it's managed properly. As long as it's managed properly, and as long as your product is good.
Yeah, if you make it 5 years, you're making good beer. That's how I feel. If you've lasted 5 years, you should be able to continue on. Another thing we were doing right before COVID hit is I started doing jitney tours for the South Jersey beer scene. I think it was
That's awesome.
$100. $100. We would hit 4 breweries. For that $100 was the jitney ride. You would get a flight at each place. I would have pretzel and cheese cracker trays and everything like that, water, and I would pack another cooler with ice empty to encourage buying packaged goods at these places, and you could put it right in the cooler. And that was just starting to really take off, and that was right when COVID hit. Yeah. The last one I did was, I think, January. We hit Bonesaw, Action Arrow, Neck of the Woods, and Core 3. And that was a great one.
Well, I know for a fact that those sort of brewery caravans are back. Whether or not you guys have jumped back into it, because I just intermittently, if I can pop into Glasstown, and they'll have one on the schedule, or there'll be one there where it's like, a whole busload of people unload, and they're it's not going to be their first or their last stop, and they're not going to spend all day. So
no, most breweries hope that they are the first or second stop. They never want to be the last stop.
Yeah, no doubt.
They never want to be the last stop, because then, breweries, I bartended at Tuckahoe Brewing, which has since closed. And you really never had the problem of stop serving somebody, because normally they would come in, they wouldn't belly up to the bar for 5 hours. They would come in, have a beer or two, and then move on or go to dinner or whatever. So you really never had to, there were a couple times I had to cut people off or take their keys, or a couple times I had to drive one person home twice. He lived right down the street, and I'm like, nope, I'm driving you home.
I'm part of the public, and I know what I'm like.
Yeah, like I said, most of the breweries, are we the first stop? Okay, they're like that.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, yeah. There are several of them now. You know, there also still is, throughout the beer festival season, sometimes is a way to get acquainted with some breweries that you may not be familiar with, and may not be aware of. In Stafford Township, every August there's Manahopkin is a beer festival there. They usually have about 30, and I've been stewarding the beer judging, because we judge the beers that the breweries enter. And Tom has judged for the last few years
Yeah.
there, and the winner 2 of the last 3 years is actually a brew pub up in Aberdeen, which is in Monmouth County, called Alternate Ending. So again, without a festival like that, there's probably a lot of people in Ocean County that wouldn't even be aware of that particular brewery, which makes fantastic beers.
I mean, I do love festivals, but it seems like some of the breweries, it's like more of a hassle for them now than it used to be, which is a shame. But I get it. I mean, it is festival overload, but I just love them. I love all of them. I mean, that's the whole point, is to find something that you haven't had before.
Mm-hmm.
Atlantic City Beer and Music Festival was pretty much like the godfather of it. It started 17, 18 years ago, and it was called the Celebration of the Suds originally. And it was at Convention Hall, and I think it was $25 for 8 hours, 10 hours or something. And then they realized that, nope, we got to cut it into 4-hour sessions.
Mm-hmm.
Can't give people unlimited beer for 10 hours. But that's still going strong.
Yeah.
I've been to
I
that.
look forward to it. You've been to that one? Have you been in the outside one and inside? Or
I think it was inside when I went.
Yeah. He just brought it back inside. He went outside for COVID, and he liked it at Bader Field in Atlantic City.
Oh, okay.
Because of COVID, and kept it out there for a couple of years, and people wanted it back inside. So this year he brought it back inside in April, and it was well attended. And then he had a double session on a Saturday in July, and the ticket he had to cancel 2 weeks out. The ticket sales just weren't there. But if you remember, there was a lot of hot weather before that. Like the summer started off extremely hot, and for me, there's always a breeze on Bader Field. It's always cooler there. I didn't see a problem with the heat, so it was a shame that we had to cancel, but it'll be back. I think he already dropped some hints that it's definitely inside. I'm not sure if it's going to be outside next year inside at the end of March.
It's going to be March or something, correct?
March 29th, I believe. He just put March 29th and left it up to us to figure out what he's talking about. So
I understand the pain of the brewers who are like, oh, geez, it's almost like they're like they're in a band. They got to load up the van with a bunch of stuff. It's like, hospitality / manufacturing is either one of those is a big enough pain in the neck. But then you throw in, oh, now we have to, get a van and do the garage band thing next weekend with a crew. Like, that's like, oh, that's a workout.
Yeah. And it's, it was originally a way for people to find out about these places. But now with social media and everything, that's free advertising there. And it's like you were saying, a garage band that kind of made it. They don't need to play the smaller venues anymore, or it's a hassle, and it's a shame because that's the spirit of it all. The festivals are what I like the most. I really enjoy them.
Which is Atlantic City the Can't Miss Festival, or is there a specific festival that you think is, because you can only get to so much stuff anyway? So if there was one and somebody said, "Hey, pick a festival in Jersey for me," that'll be really cool and fun.
Well, once they started adding music to it, like last summer, the Sunday he had 311 playing. So people bitch about you're paying $75 for a ticket. You pay that more than that just to go see 311. Now you're going to throw 4 hours of free beer and fun and activities, and and it was a great show. I mean, it was great. And the day before that was the Dropkick Murphys. So I don't. Once he started adding the music into it, that was just a whole other thing. But yeah, I would say Atlantic City Beer Music Festival is the can't miss.
Well, that's the granddaddy.
That's the Godfather.
Yeah, Tom. When we actually had John on a podcast, he kind of helped the state make the rule for other beer festivals in the state.
Yep. John Henderson, who runs that for Good Time Tricycle Productions, he sat with the state and penned a lot of the rules for these festivals because they were just starting to. He did one, and everybody wanted to do one.
Cool niche.
So that's pretty. Yeah. I would say that one. There's the Manahopkin one is pretty nice. It's a smaller one. Glassboro Beer Festival.
Yeah, so I think Burlington has one coming up too in September.
The Central Jersey Beer Fest. I've worked that a couple times. That's a cool one. That's in a sporting complex, fairgrounds type place. I mean, it's like a whole city inside this place, and that's pretty good too.
Yeah, I need to get to one of these. It's the other one I have been to was isn't there one at a racetrack? There was, or oh shoot. Trying to say the racetrack wasn't Atlantic City. I thought there was a racetrack in Jersey that had a beer festival there that accompanied races. And this is going back at least a decade, but I remember it being quite the rip-roaring good time. It didn't even occur to me until right this second and have no idea exactly which racetrack it was at.
I'm trying to remember. Maybe Monmouth Park up north, further north, or South Jersey. Monmouth Park did one a while ago, I believe.
It might have been. I think it probably was.
Yeah, I don't know. Did the Millville? Did they do one? The racetrack there. I don't remember one being there.
Oh, I'm sure that they probably get trucks or something from breweries for events. Would be my guess. Like they probably get breweries in. I'd be surprised if they didn't. And of course, they do have food service themselves. Who knows what they do in terms of supplying beer over there? That's quite an operation. That place, that's a really neat addition to the countryside. Is like music to my ears on a Saturday morning, and you just hear those engines whining like an orchestra. All right, what else you got? Are there any new breweries or any new kids on the block? And then the other question I had that you can take a swing at if there aren't any new kids on the block was, if somebody says food and brewery, what's the short list? It just pops in your head that have that combo down.
There's only a couple that, really, the Mud Hen and Ludlam, right off the top of my head, are the only two that I know. There is a new brewery in Cape May County, Myers Lighthouse Brewing.
Yeah.
And that's in Ocean View, which it's right on Route 9. It's about 5 miles from Slack Time. They have a mini golf. It was a mini golf place.
That's fun. Tom and I failed miserably at our tournament.
Actually, we won most honest because we didn't cheat.
That's why you failed.
Yeah, nobody would put down a 67 over if they didn't really shoot that.
That's actually the newest brewing, Cape May, and
that's
Meyer
new.
Brewing in Philadelphia.
Yeah, he's in Philly too.
And Mike Myers, the owner, he lives around by that area in Cape May County, and he wanted to open one there. So he's actually got your old brewer from Tuckahoe as the head brewer there, Andrew.
Yeah,
Andrew is the head brewer there, and the one thing you see, Tom, I think the brewers are kind of, and the folks that work there it's kind of incestuous, but one brewer will move from here to another one and everything. And actually, at Manafurkin, our head brewer we have there was the head brewer at Tuckahoe. Tuckahoe closed, and he's the head brewer at Manafurkin now. So, like I said, very incestuous. A lot of people, they know each other, and like I said, the community is fantastic.
Like it's not odd for a brewer to call another brewer and say, "Hey, I'm short. I need this hop. What do you have?" And then they'll swap. They'll trade off, or they're always willing to help. And that just proves that they know they're confident in their own beer. They don't mind helping somebody else because they know their beer is solid.
Not only that,
They're
but
not
the more good breweries a good brewery has in its neighborhood, the more you just became the Disneyland of breweries instead of just a place where there is one brewery. So it's like, if it gets crazy weird how many great breweries there are in South Jersey, well, fantastic. That's not a threat to you as a great brewer. That's just becoming more illuminated to a broader, larger audience who likes beer.
Well, like I said, rarely does a group of people go out and say, we're going to one brewery today. Yeah. Usually they're hitting 2 or 3, at least. Or 6 or 7, or is that just me?
And like I said, it's such a great sense of community. Like as I said, I run the Ocean County Home Brewers, and we have our monthly meetings, and we go to a different brewery in Ocean County. So the brewers we not only get to meet and talk about our own brews, etc., but we'll have the head brewer, the owner of the particular brewery. They'll talk about their process. They'll talk to the brewers about different beers that they're making. So it's an educational experience for them. Plus, like I said, it's a great way to get to know the owners and the folks that do work at these brewers.
Yeah, and I've judged some of Vic's Club's beers. Like they'll have at the other breweries, they'll have a judging contest, and it's amazing. Like home brewers are putting out some really, really good beers. Really good beers. I remember the one that he wasn't so happy about, but I liked, was when you guys did the California Common, which is basically the first original American recipe for beer.
Yeah.
From Anchor Brewing, which is since closed.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So I think I only had 7 guys try to make it, and I forget who won, but that guy really knocked it out of the park. It was by far the best California Common.
Yeah, our brewers. I actually didn't brew it. I actually didn't do that. I usually don't participate in those competitions within the breweries, but yes, and went to a tri-state or a tri-county competition, and the brewery that we went to, which I won't mention now because it's not open anymore, they selected a beer that was not a California Common because that's the one they wanted to brew.
I used to Anchor Steam was my jam for a bit as a younger man.
Yeah.
I thought they made a wonderful beer. Yeah,
that was a good beer. Yeah,
and that, like I said, that was the original American recipe. That was the first American recipe.
Yeah, it's not very common or well produced, and there's very few breweries that actually make a California Common.
Summers Point Brewing Company makes one. It's called Jetty Jump. Summers Point Brewing. It's called Jetty Jump. It's their California Common, and whenever I see it on the menu, I try to make it in there for one.
Yeah. So again, that's a different style of beer. There's just so many totally different styles. That's why it's a great hobby and type of business to get into, because you're always doing something different, no matter what. Always doing something different.
Well, it's chemistry, mixology. Like there's a lot of, it's agriculture. It's like winemaking in that respect. Like it's several industries before you've done several industries before you've got a glass of beer.
Yeah,
at the end of it.
Absolutely.
The timing, yeah.
Oh yeah, where you've got a recipe, quote unquote, in your head, and then Mother Nature brings some sort of weather event to your backyard that changes whatever you can get out of it.
Yeah, or you change the timing of your hop additions or something. That's why.
Oh sure.
It's nice when you can take your recipe and put it to pen and stop using pencil because it's
Yeah, but
trial
then-
and error.
How long does it take till you get curious and start messing around with some new recipe and putting yourself through the same rigmarole?
Probably as soon as you master the one, you move on to the
I
next
had
one.
a feeling. I had
Yeah.
a feeling.
Well, there's certain, even as a home brewer, Tom, there's certain beers that you just do every year, certain time of year. You'll do a particular beer this time of year. Okay, like I know, like come February, I have to do an Irish stout for St. Patrick's Day or an Irish red. Later on in the fall, it may be some kind of dessert stout that I have to brew or something. But you do like to switch it up and do things a little bit differently. I was talking to Tom before. I've been doing a beer, a raspberry wheat beer, for probably 14 years now. And this year I changed it up. I actually did it as a sour to give it a little different flavor, a little different taste. And that's done by using sour yeast instead of regular ale yeast.
I've liked a few sours. I'm more of an. I've painted myself into the IPA corner. No thanks to Paul and Jen at Glasstown.
Yeah.
Yeah, IPAs are still, they're still on the top of the sales list. You have to have IPAs in the breweries, but they're still at the top of the sales list. There's some other beers that may inch up there, but the IPAs are still at the top of the list.
When people ask me like, "What's your favorite beer?" I'm inclined to say, "What's in that season?" See, I'm a seasonal beer guy. And fall is my season. I like the fall beers. I like the Märzens, the darker stuff. The Oktoberfest.
This is starting to be pumpkin beer season too.
You know the best way to drink pumpkin beer?
I don't love pumpkin beer, but this is the season that
You open a
people
pumpkin
start.
beer and you dump it out. That's how you do it. Now there's a couple that actually, I believe it was Pinelands made a sweet potato beer. I think.
Okay.
That was really good. Kind of like just like a pumpkin.
Right.
The ones that are like not real strong with the nutmeg, I can definitely appreciate. But the ones that are too spiced or too thick, and that's just me. I mean, that's why everybody's got their own. That's why they make chocolate and vanilla. I say everybody likes them. Some people like them. Some people don't.
Is there anything coming up in terms of short term of events people should look out for? Or do you guys have a plan to do another visit on your podcast anywhere?
We're trying to get Wonder back to do one, but I'm sure they're busy.
They're tied up in their production. Actually, we may be out at Glasstown at some. I saw Paul a couple of months ago out there. I said, we're going to come out here and do one. So that may be one. Concrete on the schedule right now, not right now, but we'll have something coming up in the near future.
And is Glassboro Beer Fest coming up?
Glassboro Beer Festival is next month. Yeah.
Yeah, it's towards the end of September. It is. Yep.
I think that's like the weekend of the 21st.
Mm-hmm.
So
the cool one that I love every year. This will be like the 5th year, I think, is Witchcraft by the same guy that does AC Beer Fest. It's out in Paradise Lakes Campground. It's a Halloween themed beer festival.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. It is awesome. I love getting dressed up. So, and I camp out there for the whole weekend. There's no running water or anything, but it's cool. It's fun.
That's a podcast episode right there. That's amazing. A Halloween beer festival. Oh,
and
man.
he's got some good acts. I actually have a wooden carved pumpkin. He has this woman out there in spandex with a chainsaw carving up stuff, and she sells it. And a lot of the breweries go all out with their decorations of their tent, and it's so much fun.
If you can't have fun walking around like drinking beer dressed like Michael Myers, I don't want to hang out with you anyway. That's what I'm saying. This is the greatest event I've heard of yet. Oh, we could have talked about this for 45 minutes. I'd not have been entertained. This is solid gold. Yeah, what a great. What a great niche.
I think October 11th and 12th. It's right off 206 at Paradise Lakes Campground. It's like a defunct campground that they have all kinds of weird festivals out there.
That's great.
It's like a 1.5 mile road all to get back there. So it is kind of creepy once you get back there.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
The last 2 years from that, I was at the festival in Denver. This year, I'll be in Denver again for the Great American Beer Festival. That's actually the largest one in the Northern Hemisphere, or in the Western Hemisphere, the Great American Beer Fest in Denver.
Yeah, that's the big one where everybody sends their beers to be judged. If you get a medal from there, you're doing something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You are.
It's a good place for it. Do you guys have any URLs or social media to share? And is there anything we didn't cover?
Well, I guess it's Facebook, South Jersey Beer Scene. You know, that's really the best place to get us. If you want to find our podcast that we've done in the past, Spotify, Amazon Music, etc., you can find past podcasts on there. If you check YouTube, we do have a YouTube channel too. You could find some of them. Again, everything's under South Jersey Beer Scene.
Yep. The website's cool too because you can click on the breweries and then it'll break it down by counties. You click on the counties, then it'll give you the list of all the breweries in that county.
Mm-hmm.
And you can archive all the stories, all the articles.
Yeah, Tom.
Vic, is your T-shirt, is that hashtag? Is that a South Jersey Beer Scene hashtag? Because
Yes,
it's
it
pretty
is.
darn
This
clever.
is South Jersey Beer Scene. Is this still still valid, right?
Yeah.
Hashtag enjoy local beer. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is
Well done. Well done. Proper product placement.
Yeah.
That was exquisitely executed. And that's a great hashtag.
Yeah.
Yeah, enjoy
I'll
local.
I'll take credit for that.
I would if I
MJ.
could. That's good. That's great work. Slow clap.
Because, yeah. Hey, turn around, Vic. Show them the logo.
turn around. It's got the logo on the back.
Oh, you got to stand up.
I am standing up, Tom.
Well, at least Stevie Wonder can see it.
You've got the executive chair back, though, Vic.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, now we're talking.
Perfect. The hop turtle. Everybody loves turtles.
All right, South Jersey Beer Scene, Tom and Vic. Oh, and I would say this. I know for sure I've got permission from the big boss, Mike Horner. If you guys ever, for announcement purposes, or if there's any way, shape, or form, you see us as a soapbox and megaphone for any sort of conversation, you know, we focus a great deal on history, agriculture, business development, and you guys talk about things that really honestly fall under those umbrellas in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was the whole reason why we started it, just to get the information out to people so they can enjoy what we already know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you guys ever want to promote a, want to promote your Christmas episode, come on in January after you're posted. Like, that's simple.
Okay.
We'd be happy to hear about what it is that you're covering. So I guess with that, we've covered everything. That's South Jersey Beer Scene. Vic and Tom, on behalf of Meg Horner, I'm Tom Ritter. I guess we'll sign off now. What I will tell
Okay, Tom, thanks for having us.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, welcome back to the Bridgeton and Beacon. I am joined today by Brittany Ingersoll. Brittany is the curator over at the Cumberland County Historical Society, and we are going to talk all things history today. Brittany, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me here today.
Oh, I'm so excited to have you on. And we've been talking about this for a little bit. So you are, and here at the Bridgeton Beacon, I'll just start by saying, you know, we focus on people, places, and things in the Bridgeton, Cumberland County area that are doing really neat, interesting things and make it a great place to live, work, and play. And what I have found is that although when we first started the Bridgeton Beacon a couple years ago, we weren't really focused on the past. We weren't focused on history. Our focus was on the present. But what I have discovered over time is that the history of our area is just so rich and so wonderful, and folks love sharing all of those interesting things. But also I have found that it's really important when I'm speaking with different people to touch on the history and to go back and not, forget about how we got to where we are. I've been a history buff my whole life. And so we've really become, I think even more recently here on the Bridgeton Beacon, extremely interested in the history of our area to tie it into the present. And so because of that, and we met through the Cumberland County Historical Society, because of that, I thought it would be great to have you on as a local history expert to share with our listeners why history is important. Why should we all care about the history of our area? So that's kind of the stage I wanted to set for this conversation. But before we get into that, I want to ask you to tell our listeners a little bit about yourself, the kind of who, what, when, where, and why of Brittany Ingersoll, and how you became so interested and so knowledgeable about history.
All right. Well, I am from Vineland, New Jersey, which is part of Cumberland, and graduated high school, was like a C student, didn't really know what I wanted to do, so wasn't planning on going to college, ended up going and falling into history. I had a professor who just really got me interested. So I started at Cumberland County College. Well, what's Cumberland County College, now Rowan. And then from there, I transferred to Rutgers, Camden. I got really interested in social history, people on the ground, particularly people who found themselves at odds with the law, or just working class people who economically struggled a lot. So and then once I graduated with my bachelor's, I moved on to the master's program at Rutgers Camden, and I got my master's in American history with a certificate in public history. And public history is just it's kind of a newer term. It's museum work. It's how to work with work in museums and how to work with audiences and stuff like that. And then as of recently, I have started my library. I'm pursuing my master's in library science, and I will be done, which I'm very much looking forward to it, in May of this upcoming May. But I originally started at the Vineland Historical Society. I was volunteering there in 2013, and Jack Wood, who was a former president of the society who passed away several years ago, he contacted Vineland and was like, we're looking to hire someone. And so I applied, and I started working there in March of 2014, and I just never left. I was hired part-time to put the catalog into Past Perfect, and then I kept taking on more responsibilities. I loved working there, and I learned I learned just the history from being there for so long. And then in 2018, I was promoted to full-time and became the curator of the Historical Society.
Wow, that's great. And you went to Vineland High School?
Yeah, I graduated 09.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
And I'll just note that you had mentioned that you have a master's in American history from Rutgers University, and I should note that that was with distinction. So
Yes.
your grades improved over the years, and I think that's certainly if you study what you love, you generally will do very well.
Yes, and I thank a lot of my hard work in graduate school to my professors who were so inspiring, but also were there if I needed any help and helped me helped push me to get me to where I needed to be academically.
Okay. Why history though? What was the turn
I think
on initially with history?
I think I always liked history, but I didn't know it because I didn't like I'm not good with dates or numbers, which is like a
That's
pretty
surprising to
common
hear.
thing amongst historians. And so it was always so boring to me, but I loved going to museums and seeing old houses. And then I had to take a history class when I was at Cumberland, and there was this professor there who did not worry about dates, and he would just we'd walk in and it was like listening to a soap opera every day, and it would just like made me fall in love with it. So that
Do you
history
remember who
was
that
just
professor was?
yeah, Professor Nicholas Signari, and I think he's somewhere else. He left when I was still there.
Okay. It's neat to hear, when I talk to people and they mention somebody that was instrumental in their lives, and it sounds like he kind of gave you that history bug that hasn't left. So that's neat.
Yeah, yeah. I always hear people talk about like high school teachers, which my high school teachers, I have some that really stood out, and but a lot of the educators that really inspired me are the ones that I met in college.
Okay. So you is it safe to say that your focus now, and I've got your resume in front of me, and I'm really impressed with
Yep, thank you.
how many publications you've been a part of, how many, the books that you've been instrumental in assisting with, the presentations that you have. There's a laundry list of presentations that you have, um, you know, been involved in just in the last several years. I mean, your CV is extremely impressive for someone that's, for all intents and purposes, had a fairly short since your academic career. You're still in college, so kudos to you.
Thank you.
It seems that like your focus has been to a large extent on local history. Is
Hmm.
that safe to say? What
Yeah,
is it about,
oh no, sorry. Um,
what is it
I
about our area that's kind of
yeah.
kept your interest?
A part of it is mainly because of my role at the Historical Society. Our focus is Cumberland County, so it's finding the history that I love to. I think I've found a way to find the history that I love within the geographical area, which has made me love the area much. I I've mostly focused in Bridgeton, since focusing more on history, and or the local history. And it has knowing the history has made me love the city so much more. I just had a meeting with the mayor the other day regarding the Bridgeton Library, and I was just like, I love Bridgeton, and it's it's really a pride just wanting to be able to help in any capacity and just learning the really interesting history because Cumberland County as a whole is just a very kooky place, especially like Vineland has a very bizarre history. And Bridgeton also does when you start digging. So once you like get below the surface, you're like, there's some weird history going on here. And I just recently found that Millville does as well. So it's uncovering those histories that's made me really appreciate the area more and more. I think because it's just caught that of my historical interest, and it's made me value the area more.
Yeah, that's neat. You say uncovering, and I like that because you're almost like a detective, in when you're researching. And I have followed, and we'll get into this in a couple minutes, but I follow your podcast, and you really have developed a niche of sorts when it comes to kind of quirky things that other people might not know. And
Mhm.
so, you know, part of the reason why I like to do this podcast is because I love speaking with people and having these conversations. Like, we haven't prepared this at all. We're just having a conversation like we would over the phone. And I really like that. And I'm not a trained historian, but I like to think that these types of oral histories are really, really important. And having these conversations with people and kind of leaving this conversation, right? Somebody might listen to it in 100 years or maybe not, but it's history, right? Isn't it?
Yeah. It's
Your
constantly
primary
being
source.
made.
Right. So, you mentioned also that you were speaking with Mayor Kelly. You are a member of the board of the Bridgeton Public Library Board of Trustees, but you were also recently named a trustee. Is that right?
Yeah, I was just recently approved as a trustee for their board. I've been
Well,
working on their processing material in their vault for the last couple months. So, and
congratulations. It's well deserved.
thank you. Oh, thank you. I'm looking forward to just helping, getting involved in another local institution that is incredibly important and helping it grow.
hmm And the Bridgeton Library, you know, you used to be able to go down there, maybe you still can, I'm not sure, and go on to the microfiche and read the old Bridgeton Evening News. And there was recently a project, am I correct, with the Historical Society where a lot of that was scanned in. Can you just speak about that a little bit while we're talking about the library?
Yeah. So recently, so most of the time when you come to the Historical Society's Limits Library, we have Genealogy Bank, which is like a paid service like newspapers.com. And they have majority of the Bridgeton evening newspapers. And so it ended at like 1929. So we scanned from 1929 to 2008, I believe is when it ended. And then the Bridgeton Library loaned us some of the missing reels some of the reels we were missing. So after the scans, we gave them a copy, and I know they're in the process of making that accessible to the public.
That genealogy bank is great. We have
Mhm.
started, we meaning the Bridgeton Beacon, we have started utilizing that genealogy bank, and you had actually turned me on to that.
Yeah, I love
And
it.
yeah, we actually check it out. My producer Tom actually did this on his own, but we are going to start um, doing a little clip where we pick a front page of the Bridgeton Evening News from 100 years ago
Oh,
and just
fun.
read some of the old articles, which is kind of what you do for the Cumberland County Historical Society. I see on the Facebook page you do that, and I love reading that. That's kind of neat.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's I do the posting. One of our administrative assistant, and she's also a docent, Tia Antonelli, has been writing all this up for us and going through our ephemera collections and everything.
Right. You
So we're
said
trying.
docent. What is a docent for our
It's a
listeners who
tour
may not
guide.
know that term?
It's a
A tour
fancy
guide?
term for a tour guide. Yeah.
Got it. And a curator is kind of the same thing, or?
No, I take care of it's kind of hard to explain. I take care of almost everything. Like it's like I do like administration work, I do exhibits, I wear lots of hats. But that's just kind of the setup most of the time in smaller historical societies. But I I have a hard time saying the Cumberland County Historical Society is very small because I don't think it is. I think it's a pretty large institution with a number of museums.
Well, and it's got a rich history.
Mhm. Yeah, since
You know,
1905.
that's impressive. That the Historical Society began in 1905, so that says a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of history there. Um,
Yes.
one question that I have for you, and you know, this has come up a lot recently. when you are conducting your research, do you primarily look to newspapers or prior publications? And what I'm getting at is, I'm curious. When you've got a master's in history, you're working on a master's in library science with a concentration in archives and preservation. AI, artificial intelligence. What is the, I guess, official position of true historians on how, if at all, you can utilize AI in your research? And is it a matter of kind of just fact checking, or is it completely off limits?
I know in library school, I took a class last semester, and I forget what the class was called, but we discussed different ways in which we could use like it was just like an idea session of different ways to start bringing how we could use AI in different ways. I unfortunately don't remember the details of it. I am not privy to I don't know a lot about AI.
Right. Well,
Yeah, so I know like it's a lot of concern in like academia amongst professors about students using like ChatGPT to write papers and everything.
Mhm.
But it's also I've heard a lot of people say it's also very easy to catch because it's
Mhm.
not very detailed. So it's like very surface level. And so I don't know. I know in the library science circle they're thinking of different ways, but I'm not sure about the history spectrum, like what they're looking
Mhm.
at. But when I begin research, I start at newspapers. I have like key terminology, like key terms, that I go through to try to find stories because a lot of the time there's um really nothing pre-written outside of the newspapers on individuals that I'm looking for, except for like maybe vital records and census records.
Do
And
you start with
sometimes
genealogy bank?
I do, yes. I love genealogy bank. And actually my last, I just wrote a paper that the Sojourn that's under Sojourn is the Stockton magazine is currently looking at to see if they want what if they will accept it. Um, but yeah, so I usually begin at genealogy bank, and I have like I said pre-term key terms I look up to try to see if I can catch any articles of my interest. But since this last research assignment, I think also going to the courthouse and looking at their 19th century court records would also be an interesting avenue to start beginning at as well.
Okay. And I'll just note for our listeners that anybody can go on to genealogybank.com. And I think it was only like $25 a year to get a subscription.
Yeah, it's a
Um,
great source.
it is. Now, what does what you were instrumental in scanning in from the Bridgeton Library that's currently housed at the Historical Society in Greenwich, how is what is contained in those, I guess, archives different from what you get on Genealogy Bank, or is there an overlap?
Actually, it's just so funny. So when we were doing that project, I kept contacting Genealogy Bank to see if they would like our microfilms to scan them to add, and I couldn't find the right person to talk to. And so we did the project, and everything is now updated on Genealogy Bank's idea. So now it looks like everything's similar. So, which is fantastic.
Okay, so now that means that anybody can just sit from their home and go on the Genealogy Bank. Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
So what was you mentioned just a second ago that you were working on an article to submit to Stockton's Sojourn magazine. What's your most recent research been about?
I have it was looking at the because in archive studies, there's a lot of discussion over voices and representation that you're not finding in the archives due to just either maybe materials not saved, but also how archivists themselves choose what to keep and what not to keep, and what they find important and what they don't find important, and how that can affect whose voices are preserved in the archives. So I did that. So I took that argument and then I did a case study with three women who were living in Bridgeton, Millville, and Vineland, and whose lives other than like newspaper articles and vital records, nothing further was preserved. Um, which gives us like snapshots into their lives and doesn't give us this fuller, richer history. But the one woman was really interesting. Her name was Anna Garrison, and Bill Sonderland helped me get some vital statistic records, which was instrumental. But she was just she just found herself in a lot of trouble. She was hanging out. She was from Millville, and there was this area, I forget where it was at, but it was in Millville, and it was called like the Sandro, and it was like this bad area. And she was involved in a disorderly house there. So disorderly houses are really kind of ambiguous terms because they can be brothels, but they can also just be like a rowdy house. Sometimes they can be almost like uh illegal bars. They'll sell beer illegally sometimes. But her and her roommate were arrested. Her roommate was found not guilty, but Anna was found guilty. But one of the funniest things I've ever seen was she was accused for just cursing all the time and having a foul mouth, and her rebuttal to it was, I only curse when I'm mad. And I just love that documented in a newspaper.
That's great. Well, what made you pick her? I mean, and I'm going to segue in a minute here to your podcast because,
Yeah.
and in reviewing the articles that you've written, there's quite a few on brothels, which I think is kind of neat.
Yes.
And also the podcast that you do with two of your colleagues kind of focuses on this idea of women's history and how women have been portrayed in history. But before we get to that, what made you pick Miss Garrison to study?
I think I was just Googling like disorder because like the term brothel and prostitutes are not really like, they're not printed in the Bridgeton papers very well. So it's kind of like finding and reading between the lines. Like sometimes they have like the name of their disorderly house and you're like, there's no way that wasn't a brothel by the name. I think one of them was like Burning Bush. And and I just kind of, sometimes they'll print really long in-depth stories, and I think that's how I hooked on to Annie Garrison. But it's so funny because she had several husbands throughout her life. Her first husband deserted her and they got divorced, and he remarried, and he ended up killing his second wife, 6 months after they were married. And then so her second husband was an Ingersoll, and I was telling my mother-in-law, like, I didn't think anything of it, and she pulled up the family tree and was like, oh yeah, we're related to him. So that was fun to see.
That's
like,
kind of neat.
Yeah.
Little
But
family
yeah,
history.
yeah. But yeah, I just kind of, if the story's real thick and then like if like real like if it's a hefty story, and then I just kind of I'll look up the person's name, and if there's more attached, then I just kind of fall down a rabbit hole, which is always an amazing feeling when you're just like hooked to someone. You're like, I just need to find as
To
much
know
as I
more.
can.
Yeah, it goes back to what you said a couple minutes ago about kind of uncovering those quirky, neat stories that other people may not know about, right? And so, along those lines, I mean, that does seem to be maybe your area of specialty, the history of women in our area, that maybe we're not so well behaved, right? So, I guess that's a good segue to talk about your podcast. So why don't you tell our listeners about your podcast, how it got started, who's on it, and what you guys talk about.
Yeah. So yeah, the podcast is made up of Rose Emily Matthews. She's like our producer. She's the one that it was her idea to start the podcast and everything. And then her daughter, Kate Matthews, she helps us as well. And then the two other hosts that I work with are Victoria Scanella and Tia Antonelli, who are both staff members as well at the Historical Society. And it just started out as like, let's tell different histories all over the place, histories that interest us, and it's been a really fun project that we are
It's a
continuing to
great
work on.
it's a great podcast to listen to, and I would certainly suggest to all my listeners that they hop on over. Tell us where we can find it.
It's on Spotify. Yeah, I know it's on Spotify. I think it's only on Spotify. We do also share the videos. We just started doing videos, and those are on our YouTube channel at the Cumberland County Historical Society's YouTube. And then Spotify is Not Well Behaved Women.
Okay, I'm just going to pull it up so I can make sure that our listeners can find it. Was there more than one YouTube channel for the Historical Society, or did I imagine that?
No, there's just one. But there's
Just
like
one.
Cumberland County and Pennsylvania.
Okay, maybe that was it. So it's the Cumberland County Historical Society, New Jersey, and I like the video too. I think that makes it more fun. Where do you guys record that?
At the bookstore in Pittman.
Okay, what made you pick there to record?
Rose Emily is friends with the owner, and she said that we could use the space because we were recording when it was just sound at the Gibbon House, but since the museum's open and it's kind of tight in there, so it's been really nice recording in there.
Excellent. Yep. So it's Cumberland County Historical Society, NJ, and the podcast is the Not Well Behaved Women podcast, which is great. I love it.
We only curse when we're mad.
There we go. I like it. That would be a great name of the podcast. We only curse when we're mad. So I want to just ask you, you mentioned a couple minutes ago that our area has some really kind of quirky history. Can you share with our listeners maybe, and we didn't prepare this, so I'm kind of putting you on the spot, but
oh no, I know.
Give us a story. You talked about Miss Garrison, but give us a story that may interest our listeners that perhaps folks in the Bridgeton area may not know.
All right.
So I'll turn it over to you for that. Like, what's your favorite kind of? This is like a cocktail party story.
Oh, that'd be a good idea, like cocktails based on the kooky characters of Bridgeton. There's
Exactly.
one fellow that is near and dear to my heart. He ended up finding and learning about him because we had a broadside within the collection at the Historical Society, and it was like reptiles, animals, all these animals for sale in Bridgeton by this guy named Otis G. Bellows. And
Otis G. Bellows?
yeah, and I was just like, I need to know more about him. So I went to Genealogy Bank, and it just unraveled this whole story. He had like this museum shop. It's been a while since I looked into this research, so it's a little foggy, but he pretty much wanted to be like the next Barnum. He held a seance one year on Christmas. he had animal museums, so you could go and see his animals. He had both he talked about how he had these rare birds that he sent over to the zoo in Philadelphia, and I checked those records and I haven't been able to find documentation on the libraries or on the zoo's end of it. But he wanted to do a traveling Indian show. And what those were like exhibits of indigenous people that would you so you'd go around, and in these spaces you could also buy like um different like medicine, like fake medicine that was mostly like 90% alcohol but could cure everything or claim to cure everything. So that what he had that and that failed. But he also was friends with some of the bigger he knew he had connections with some of the bigger circus people that were popular at the time. But yeah, he was a big deal when he died. I forget what school it was. It may have been the West Jersey Academy ended up acquiring some of his stuffed, like a lot of his taxidermy.
Did he live in
But
Bridgeton?
mhm. Yep, he moved several times up around Bridgeton. Uh, I don't think he was his parents. I think they were from New York. He was in Bridgeton, and he only really left when he did the Indian shows. He also did
Okay.
minstrelsy shows as well in Bridgeton. So he was like he was like a Barton. So
What year did he live? What time frame?
he was around 1890, 1880 to maybe 1910. He was within that window. He was alive in Bridgeton.
Got it. I
Mhm.
grew up in an old house on Lake Street, 60 Lake Street, and the house was built in the 1860s, I think 1865 or 1868, and there was an old schoolhouse out back, and Miss Carey had a schoolhouse, had a little school there, and so I'm really interested in um, local architecture,
Mhm.
local architecture and homes. So I kind of want to do a series on some older homes in town and maybe tour them. I'm curious,
Oh,
and
that'd be
what I'm
cool.
getting at is I'm curious where he lived.
Oh, I can send you the like his moving
Hmm.
because I that's one thing I always like to do is I like to do drive-bys once I know
Hmm.
where some of these people were living. I like to go and see if the house is
Me
still
too.
standing.
Right, me too. I think that's really, really neat. And um, the other thing that's interesting that I've checked out is Broad Street Cemetery. Um, there, there was a while ago I was interested in the trial involving um, the gentleman that was Robert Haltman, who was charged with the kidnapping and murder of uh, the Lindbergh baby. And the
Oh, wow.
judge in that trial was actually from Bridgeton, and he's buried up there. So
Oh,
I had gone there to look. Yeah, so
very
it's kind of neat.
cool.
But you're right. I think really what it comes down to is there are so many ties to our area. And I've always said that Bridgeton and the surrounding area is kind of like a microcosm for the country. So I think it's important to know the history and to keep these stories kind of passing down from generation to generation. But the only way to do that is through folks like yourself who are willing to take the time and the energy to conduct research that's accurate, right? And we could probably go on and on about, history and what is truth and what is fiction kind of thing. Um, but I guess to a large extent, you are relying on the newspaper articles and how they were written at the time. And so I think that goes back to what you were saying a couple minutes ago about, um, the way those women that you were researching were portrayed. And I guess the only way to question the articles is just to continue to do research, right?
Yeah, and I think, and one thing like being trained is you're always aware of subjectivity. So
Hmm.
understanding in which the framework of society in terms of like what they saw as moral standards and beliefs and how people should behave, and understanding that and being able to see the framework of of the newspaper, what it's telling you, and understanding that it's within that context.
Sounds like the beginnings of a dissertation. I think, has anyone ever really kind of delved in, to kind of take that topic and expand it? And I'm kind of, as I'm looking at all of the articles that you've written, has anyone really ever done an in-depth study of uh, women in history in our Cumberland County area?
I think I think we have, but I think it's like it's not consolidated. I
Hmm.
know that the research club, they have a book that sits on many shelves in the area, on local shelves, which is I do think is a very good resource. It's on like individual women throughout the area, throughout the county. And I think it is very instrumental in picking, in telling women's stories that of women you wouldn't normally know. And then
Yeah,
I
I
think
like that.
that, yeah, it's a very good resource.
You said the research club. What is that?
It's a local club, and from my understanding, they hold meetings sometimes at the Lummus Library. So I've only been at one of their meetings, but from what I can ascertain is they research, and then they present their research. It's a very cool club.
That's pretty neat. I would
Yeah.
like to know more about that. So, have you told me all that you know about that or that club?
Yeah, I can give you contacts of it, but
Hmm.
yeah, it looks like, and then I don't know how often they hold meetings. I don't know if it's once a month or if there's more time between the meetings. But yeah, they'll have one person who does a deep dive into a subject matter. I guess that is pre-planned, and then they do the presentation at the meeting, and then they have food, and seems like a really cool
Seems
group.
like they'd be almost like a wing of the historical society, no?
Yeah. Yeah, and they were the ones that put together that fantastic book.
Okay, that's neat. I'd like to get some more information on them and maybe have somebody come on and we can talk
Yeah,
more.
definitely. I can give
Um,
you a contact.
Thank you. I like what you're saying about telling the story of people that maybe nobody else knows about,
Mhm.
right? That's
Yeah.
that's interesting to me, like finding the extraordinary in the ordinary.
Yeah. And I think it helps people connect, who are more like like for me, I remember I took this class at Rutgers Camden. It was an undergrad class, and it was called Lives, and it was about the
Low
history of
lights?
like, yeah, low lives. It was
Interesting.
about just regular everyday people, or people who also found themselves at odds with the law, and it was mostly 19th century, which is my bread and butter. And I remember the professor went around and she asked everyone like, "Why did you pick this class?" And I said, I was like, "Because if my family and myself were, this is the class they would be." That like I identify with a lot of that, and I think that while maybe I think teaching different histories and bringing those histories to life, I think it helps people connect with the past who may not even um be related in any sense, but it makes sense. They see a part of themselves in the past in some capacity, and I think that helps them grow in interest. I think it helps the public become interested, and also just knowing the fun, kooky stories of some of the
Yeah, I
people.
mean, I think what you just said, that's it in a nutshell as to why history is important. It's not just about the dates, memorizing dates, or it's not just about the quote unquote famous people, right? It's about the Miss Garrisons or the Otis Bellows of the world. That's what really makes history so rich.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Because it's like, oh, they were just like me, trying to get by,
Yeah.
doing stuff they liked doing, getting in trouble. Like,
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You don't have to be well behaved
no.
to make the history books.
No.
uh, yeah, I like I'd like to learn more about um, the women in the area that were lawyers back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, because there weren't a lot of them.
Yeah,
And if you ever go over to the Cumberland County Courthouse and walk around in a lot of the courtrooms, they have the composite photos from the Cumberland County Bar Association. And I remember one day when I was still practicing law, I was in court and waiting for my case to get heard, and looking at a composite photo. It was only from like the 60s, and there was just a couple women, and that kind of interests me as an attorney. But you're right. I think there's probably a lot of Miss Garrisons out there that would be really neat to learn about. But like you said, it takes a lot of work. But knowing that you can at least start the research with the genealogy bank is, I think, a great resource for everyday folks.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah, it doesn't, you don't, thank God to like, because I know like when I was a lull between my two degrees after I graduated with my master's, I lost a lot of, I lost all my access to university libraries, which is so instrumental to researchers. So it's learning the weird ways of how to get around sometimes when the resources aren't there, but there are ways, and thank God to these online newspaper sources and um, different like family search as well have been really helpful with at least starting and building a space on which you can do the research.
like ancestry.com, you mean?
There's one called Family Search. It's
Okay.
through the Church of Latter-day Saints. It's free. You just have to make an account. But they have a lot of
Family
census
search.
records. Yeah,
Okay,
.org.
that's neat. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. I'll have to check that out. Um, and I would love to be able to stay in touch. You know, you and I, and maybe have you continue to come back on the Bridgeton Beacon, and we'll certainly continue to promote your podcast, which I love. Um, but but I think what we're going to start doing is an annual kind of like short documentary or series on an area that is historical in nature in the Cumberland County area. So um, perhaps we can partner, to some extent, to bring these topics to our community. I think that would be fun, and I think it would be a
Yeah,
kind of a neat thing to do if you're
that'd
interested.
be fantastic. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. Thank you so much.
Okay. Fantastic. Great. So our listeners want to get more involved in learning about history in Cumberland County. What should they do? We talked about Genealogy Bank. Um, how can they support the Cumberland County Historical Society and the important work that all of you do over there?
Well, if you want to get more into history, we have a blog online. I've also recently made our newsletters public on our website, so you can look at those. They have a lot of great, well-researched articles, and the sources are all linked, like are noted on each article. So you can see where all the information has come from. Um, because that's always a good starting point when you're researching anything, seeing what other people have written on it and looking at their sources and then going and looking at those materials. To to help the Historical Society, check out what we're doing. We have lots of programs going on currently. We have our big anniversary coming up October 5th, and that is free to the public. And if you're interested in becoming a member, that you can also become a member on our website as well. And and we're always happy to accept financial donations, but no pressure. But yeah, just engaging with us too. Like we're trying to post. One of my goals in this month is making sure that we have something to post every day and on social media, whether it's on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. We've kind of taken a little break from TikTok. We're going to try to get that revamped, but yeah, we just want to share as much history with people as we can.
Okay, great. And I would just say also that all of your events are available not just on the website, which is cchistssoc.org, but also on your Facebook page, Cumberland County Historical Society. So I would encourage all of our listeners, if you haven't already, to like the Facebook page, follow it, share the posts. You do a really great job at sharing tidbits from the newspaper articles. It's kind of where we've got our idea to start doing a little preview of 100 Bridgeton news from 100 years ago. So I think it's all great. I really thank you for joining us today, Brittany.
Oh, thank you so much.
And please come back.
Yes, thank you.
Stay in touch. And and if there's, like I said, if there's anything that you're working on that you want to come on and promote and share with us, please do. So the next big event, you mentioned it a minute ago, October 5th.
Mm-hmm.
And tell us what that is.
That is going to be at the Gibbon House. It's going to be an anniversary of the tea. We have a lot going on, not just on the grounds, but in town as well. We're going to have a kids mustering program at I want to say noon. The dates, the times, the exact schedule is online. And then we have Dr. John Fia, who will be discussing the tea burning at 2 o'clock at the Lummis Library. And then we are doing a tea burning where everyone will be invited to throw a piece of tea into the fire themselves. So we are excited.
Come on down to Greenwich and burn some tea.
Yes.
Brittany, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Hi, Tom. I'm Barry Smith, and this is Michelle Jackson. And together, we are Smith & Jackson Military Antiques and Firearms. We've been here about 8.5 years, and when I say here, I mean the Millville Executive Airport in Millville, New Jersey. This airport was built in 1941 specifically for defense. It's actually Millville's first defense airport. Leon Henderson, who was Roosevelt's price administrator during World War II, he was actually from Millville, lived on Carmel Road. He was influential in having the airport, air base, I should say, military air base, based here in Millville. So in 1941, August of 41, the airport opened. There was a big celebration back then, and you all know what happened on December the 7th of 41, Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. This base was really influential, well, I should say, really important to protect us from any attacking the Germans by air. Now, it seems a long way away, but the Germans definitely were working on coming to the U.S. The type of fighter plane that they used here was a P-47 Thunderbolt. And it had a massive engine on it, and they trained here. This was an advanced fighter training base. Pilots who came here had already received previous fighter training, but when you came here, you learned gunnery. In other words, how to shoot planes down, how to attack trains, ships, vehicles, and that kind of thing. So when you left Millville, you were ready for combat. As you can see, we have a lot of mannequins in here. We name all of our mannequins, by the way. One of our good friends who passed away about 5 years ago now was from Greenwich, New Jersey. And we call him Private Robert Brooks Jackson. And I happen to bring his actual uniform here today, so I hope to show that in the tape a little long.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Very interesting.
So this is a typical GI from World War II, and you can see that he brought back a few souvenirs. The treasured German Luger, and he's got what's called the Knight's Cross and the Iron Cross, too, as a souvenir.
At his waistband?
Yes.
Gotcha. What's his rifle?
That is it's a reproduction of an M1 Garand, or a lot of people like to pronounce it Garand rifle. That's really, in my opinion, the rifle that won the war for us in World War II. The Germans had a bolt action rifle, meaning that every time they fired a round, they had to take the bolt, pull it back, put another bullet in, pull the bolt forward, and re-aim. So it took a lot of time. With the Garand, it had 8 rounds in it, and they could fire 8 rounds, one right after another. There's a lot of interesting things in this case. A lot of this stuff came into our shop since we've opened 8.5 years ago. And there's a whole mishmash of items in here. Great helmet here from the Vietnam War. It's called a short timer helmet cover on it. He was counting the days that he was over in Vietnam. And it looks like he actually made it home. Got a German World War II Air Force helmet here. German World War II police helmet. Since we're on the topic of German items, a lot of people get the wrong idea about collecting German items because of the Nazis. Well, these are simply war souvenirs that were brought back by veterans. Nothing more. I've been collecting for 50 years. It's hard to believe, but I've never met anybody who's a neo-Nazi who collects this stuff, only historians. Here we have a Japanese officer's sword, and it happened to be named, and I have a friend in Japan, Shuichi Kamasada, and he researched the tag, and it actually belonged to a Japanese general.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's a great piece.
Japanese World War II helmet. World War II German motorcycle helmet.
That's a wild design.
Yeah, it is. And we're not only a military collectible shop, but we're also a gun shop. So you're going to see a lot of war souvenirs and a lot of firearms. At the bottom, you have a lot of World War II German daggers. Here we have the uniform of, I forget his rank now, there's his rank on there, of Captain David Cunningham. He's still alive. He lives down in Florida. He was a helicopter pilot during the Vietnam War. We're really lucky to get his uniform, complete uniform. In fact, I need to give him a call. We talked to him
last year for a long time. He's a very, very nice guy. That's his whole
You might find this painting really interesting, too. This is the crossing of the Rhine River in Germany. Is it February or March? I think March. I'll say March, 1945. But this is an actual photograph a friend of ours painted for us. And so you can see the fear on the guy's faces. And our friend Marcos Montero did a really fantastic job of capturing the photo. What's interesting is that the soldier in the foreground, his face was completely washed out of the original photo. So we gave Marcos a original World War II American helmet and uniform, and he took a picture of the son wearing the items, and he planted him in the photo, in the painting.
Oh, that's cool.
Is that cool?
Ooh, potato masher.
Yeah, well, you're good. You know what that is. And this is a uniform and cap that belonged to my dad, Edward Mickey Smith. He died 4 years ago, unfortunately. We collected together for 46 of those years, of the 50 years I've been collecting. And I I always told my dad he had the most important job on the ship. You want to take a guess?
He was cooking.
He was the cook. Yeah. He served aboard the USS Macon, which was a heavy cruiser. He was really, really proud of the service.
I'm not familiar with the Macon. What? Give me a brief history on the Macon itself.
The only thing that I know is it was involved in the Suez Crisis. And I don't know what year that was, 56, something like that. But it was a World War II ship, definitely a World War II ship that was made into razor blades eventually. You know, this is our Japanese World War II mannequin. Most of the stuff is original. Some of it isn't. But one time, I think I looked in a hat the hat that we have here had a name in it. So I wrote to my friend again, Shuichi in Japan, and he said the name, and it was Goemon Nakano. So we call him Private Goemon Nakano. And here we have a Marine Corps soldier. This came from I. Goldberg. Many of you may have heard of I. Goldberg, which was in Philadelphia for, God, I don't know how many years, 100 years. Okay. But it folded up, I think, in 2019. We were lucky enough to get the call to come and buy some of their stuff and bought a lot of their figurines, which the one you saw out front. This guy we call Otto because Michelle's father was a Marine. And she was born at Camp Lejeune, by the way. And her father's name was Otto Becker. He was very proud of his Marine Corps service. Even
the big G.I. Joe is from Michael.
G.I. Joe came from there.
That's a scary dude.
We actually had two of them.
And I'll tell you what, if he stands up straight, he's probably pushing 7 foot.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
Here's another.
Speaking of big boys.
Here's another fun item we got at I. Goldberg. How about that for a grenade? You wouldn't want to pull the pin with your mouth.
Wow. No, you'd need a winch to pull the pin.
Yeah. We got our German mannequin. I think we named him Hans.
And this is our German World War II soldier. Call him Hans. And this is just as a German soldier would have appeared in 1939 during the invasion of Poland and 1940 during the invasion of France. See, helmet, dog tag here. This is an Iron Cross second class for an act of bravery in the field, kind of equivalent to our Bronze Star. A German potato masher. They're called a potato masher because they look like one, but they're actually a grenade. Potato masher grenade. Ammunition pouches. And he's wearing a K98 rifle on his back, too. It's amazing how much equipment that they carried on them. If you want to take a look at the...
There's his canteen.
How many pounds of equipment would that be altogether for this fella?
This mess kit, this gas mask, canteen, and a
I would imagine,
rifle.
Yeah, I would imagine with the rifle included, you're talking 75 to 100 pounds, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of gear.
And these are gas mask canisters?
Mm-hmm. This is probably our best showcase here, showing items that Michelle and I have picked up in the last 8.5 years in this shop mainly. We get calls too from all over the place. People want to sell their collection, so we go on runs all the time. And so some of that stuff is what you'll see in here. Mainly in here you're going to see German World War II war souvenirs, but there's a little bit of everything in there. Italian World War II pith helmet.
Was just going to ask what that fancy helmet was.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Italians didn't mess around.
No.
I've been used in North Africa. Usually the army with the best uniform loses war. I think that's funny and fair. So you have several German caps at the top here. And have a World War One.
Here, yeah, let's go ahead and get behind the glass.
World War One German.
Oh, wow.
It's called a Pickelhaube, which means in German a spiked helmet. So you have a spike at the top.
Sure.
Doesn't really do anything.
Like in the cartoons when we were growing up.
Yeah.
Wow. And so what were the various unis and who was wearing these?
These helmets here, hats here.
Yeah.
Rather, yeah. This is a Army enlisted man's visor cap. And
Very fancy for an enlisted man.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and the white piping that you see here, I call this piping. That is for infantry. If it were red, it would be for artillery.
Gotcha.
Here we have a political leader's visor cap. It's a low-level political leader. And this is for an SS soldier who, they were the elite of the German army and the bad guys as well, as I'm sure you've heard. Here we have a World War I U.S. medic's helmet. 3 German army helmets. This one's camouflaged. The Germans were big on camouflage, and this one even has a little bit of shrapnel damage to it.
I was going to say, somebody had a bad day with that helmet.
Yeah.
Or a lucky day.
Right.
Ooh, that's an interesting firearm.
Yeah, that's called a broom handle Mauser, because is it because the hand? Yeah.
Is that a full? What am I looking at? A stock there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a stock that goes with it. Yeah.
It's a broom handle Mauser, and the gun actually fits into the stock.
It fits in it, and you can use it as a shoulder.
That was upside down.
There you go. Look at that. So it becomes like a little.
So got a pistol that turns into a rifle.
It's pretty cool.
There's a lot of other interesting things in here. German World War II armbands. There's a belt and buckle for an Army officer.
All right, I was just going to say, that's right out of Indiana Jones.
Yeah, this is particularly interesting. It's the only German World War II award that had the soldier's or airman's name on it. This one was given to Unteroffizier, which means Sergeant Adolf Hosang. These were presented by Hermann Goering, who was the chief of the Luftwaffe, and given out for multiple missions, or fighter pilots could get these for multiple kills. They came in a case too, and about 7,000, I believe, of these were awarded.
They're beautiful. Beautiful.
And a lot of World War II German daggers, pistols.
Those you've got a couple versions of Luger there. It looks like to me.
1911 is a US 45, and there's a P38, a German Luger.
Okay, the P38 is what I got wrong.
Yeah, the P38 has replaced grips on there. Normally, it would have wood grips or plastic Bakelite grips.
After the war, a lot of American soldiers would take these to places. There was a place in Paris, I heard, to have them nickel-plated. And see, this was nickel-plated, and he had special grips made for it with his initials on it. Did I write down who that belonged to? Ralph Phillips. We actually met the daughter, right? Yeah.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah. And I imagine that's where a lot of this German memorabilia comes from. It's like, as people pass or need to consolidate things as they move, or a parent passes, like, who else are they going to call it? You're going to pop up at the top of the list. It's a good ecosystem for you to always have sources of stuff, and also a way for families to make sure that heirlooms, things that grandpa or great grandpa brought back from the war, find a home where somebody cares for them. That's really
Right.
cool.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Like
Well said.
a lot of collectors buy a lot of stuff for, like Barry.
Man, those Italians can make a helmet, huh?
Sure can.
Wouldn't do a whole lot if you got hit with anything. Now it's just very lightweight.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's very light.
Oh, okay.
It's like a hard cardboard. Okay.
Another thing I love to collect are World War II U.S. medals. And among my favorite, probably my absolute favorite, are Purple Hearts. Purple Heart was awarded, the first ones were awarded, they weren't a medal actually, but during the Revolutionary War. Washington instituted a patch, and not until I think it was 1929 they instituted the Purple Heart. So a lot of World War I veterans got the Purple Heart for being in World War I. During World War II, they made a hell of a lot of these because they were given out for people who were wounded or killed in action. And the first one I have here is for Joseph T. Biggs. My dad and I got this one, I don't know how many years ago, 40 years ago, but Joseph T. Biggs was from Bridgeton, New Jersey. And he wasn't killed in action. Usually a Purple Heart is only engraved on the back if the soldier were killed in action. But sometimes when the soldiers got back, their unit would put the information on the back of the Purple Heart. I don't know if you can see it very clearly. It's kind of faint.
Yeah.
But it gives his
Promotion
name
merit.
and his specific
Oh,
unit.
no, that if you, hang on, I believe I can get, oh, there we go, kind of. All right. Oh, perfect. Oh, there we go. Joseph T. Biggs, Jr., 26th Infantry, 1st Division.
The 1st Division was known as the Big Red One, and they landed on Omaha Beach on D-Day. And then we have another Purple Heart for Private First Class Mitchell A. Kamensky. He was from Bridgeton, and I actually knew one of his family members, and that's how I was able to acquire this Purple Heart. But he was killed in a B-24 bomber on July 11th, 1944, over the Netherlands after a raid on Munich, Germany. And you can see that this Purple Heart is officially engraved on the back. It's kind of small as well, but
Mitchell A. Kamensky.
So you got Purple Hearts for 2 Bridgeton men, one who gave his life.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you making the effort to bring out some historical Bridgeton stuff for us. And I do think it's cool that, these families have somewhere, like, instead of things getting lost in the shuffle, they know you're going to take care of it. You're going to, give it a place of honor and maybe even get it a new home of honor.
Yeah. Believe me, private collectors take care of this stuff better than many people, including museums. This is a piece I think you'll find really interesting.
The Army Weekly.
I bought this piece back in 1989 from a Bridgeton veteran, John Shaw, and he was at Nuremberg at the end of the war. And Hitler held all of his so-called party rallies at Nuremberg up until the beginning of the war. Once the war started in 1939, they discontinued the party rallies. But on top of the area where Hitler spoke, there was a big giant swastika that capped the stadium. And at the end of the war, members of the 7th Army wound up going into Nuremberg, and they placed explosives on top of the swastika or below the swastika. There's actual footage of this being blown up. You could look it up on YouTube, Nuremberg swastika being blown up. What's really cool is John Shaw was actually there, and he brought back a piece of the swastika. And years ago, I got this booklet about Nuremberg, and it talks about exactly the stadium, and it talks about the swastika itself. It says the whole complex was crowned by a copper gold-plated swastika within a laurel wreath. And there you have it. It's copper and gold-plated.
Wow. That's rough when your enemy's blowing your trophies to pieces and taking them home as their own.
To a lot of people, that would be a piece of junk, but as you can see, I document everything that I get right from a veteran or a veteran's family.
No, that's. I think it's we're sticking it to the Nazis. Frankly, blow it up and take it home.
That's it.
Yeah.
This is when I actually acquired it from him. You can see that was a long time ago.
Wow.
John Shaw handed me the piece of the swastika.
Yeah.
I also collect photos of the swastika on top of the Nuremberg Stadium.
Wow, interesting. It's like in Band of Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
The big thing was everybody wanted to get a Luger.
Sure. Yeah, it was probably in fact, I shouldn't say probably, it was the #1 souvenir for GIs to get. They had a lot of value back then, and guys were paying $200 for them back then when they were only getting, I don't know how much a month, $40.
Yep. Yeah, I was just going to say.
Yeah. Michelle, you want to be out here for Jackson stuff?
I'm trying to print from that printer somewhere.
Let me just look at this real quick to make sure I get a photo of Bob.
Oh, that's a great shot. Look at that. That is a great shot.
So behind us...
Yes, sir.
So behind us, we have the World War II Eisenhower jacket, or Ike jacket as they were called, of our very good friend Robert Brooks Jackson. He was from Green Village, which is up in North Jersey, and he enlisted in the Army right after Pearl Harbor. And he was a true American hero and really a great guy. He died just shy of 99, so I think he's been gone now for
5 years?
5 years.
July.
Yeah.
July.
But he was a real combat soldier and one of the funniest men I ever met in my life. Here's a picture of Bob before he went into the service, or well, just as he entered the service. His daughter put this together and gave me a copy of it. Bob was one of my absolute best friends. And she covered his
sense of humor,
complete
Bob,
history. Yeah. In fact, the first time that Michelle met Bob, she asked him, "Where does the Cohansey River go?" Is it Cohansey or Cohansik?
Cohansey.
Cohansey River. And Bob said, "France, Japan, Germany, wherever you want to go." Here's a picture of him in his later life, and he has a burger from Jim's Lunch. And, of course, a Glasstown Brewery right next door. I still think that Bob probably was the oldest person who ever had a beer over at the Glasstown Brewing Company.
He's in his 90s then.
Oh, good for him.
We took Bob to a reenactment at Fort Mott State Park, and it was the Germans and the Americans, and that's He loved it. You could see.
As you can see, he was using a walker, and I asked one of the German reenactors
if they'd surrender.
Yeah.
That's great. Still got it.
He had a sense of humor.
That made his day.
Yeah. For sure. And he went back to France.
And he landed on D-Day, it appears.
No, he didn't.
No?
He was in the 45th Infantry Division. He actually started in Africa, went to Sicily, from Sicily to Salerno, Italy, and then he worked his way up in Italy. He was in the 45th Division, which was called the Thunderbird Division. And there were a lot of Native Americans who were in this particular division, and Bob was friendly with a lot of them. Bob got wounded, and he was hit by shrapnel in the back in Italy. And members of the 442nd Infantry, or I should say Regimental Combat Team, they were the Japanese-American unit, the most highly decorated unit of World War II. A lot of them settled in Seabrook after the war.
Of course, that was going to be my follow-up question. I was going to try and sound smart.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Very interesting.
So after he was wounded, guys from the 442nd picked up Bob and took him to a field hospital. And then, after he recovered, he was, like, during the Battle of the Bulge. It wasn't quite the Battle of the Bulge, but it was still at the same time. January 1945. Bob was captured in a small village called Wingen-sur-Moder. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right in French, but he was captured by SS troops. And a lot of soldiers will say, oh, I was captured by SS men, and they were just captured by the regular army. Bob really was captured by the SS. For 3 days, he was held in a church with, we are guessing, about 90 other guys. They didn't have much to eat at all. They only had a couple cans of peaches, I think he told me, and a little bit of water. But all the while, there's shells blasting through the church. And one day, 3 days later, the doors busted open, and it was Americans.
Do we have a picture of that church with the...
that might be
right
in here,
before the
too.
Germans were going to go in and shoot all the Americans, the Americans shot the Germans at the door going in ready to... They were very lucky to live. Here's the church.
Here it is, right here.
Yeah, so see the Germans, they were going into... Bob said they were coming to shoot the Americans, and they were saved last minute when the door opened. And they shot all the Germans around the church.
But here's the pew, and Bob went back there in 2011 and sat in the exact pew that he sat in January of 1945.
Wow, that's very interesting.
And he went on to the end of the war, and he wound up in Munich, Germany, and actually was one of the people who went to Dachau concentration camp, which is located right outside of Munich. One of my favorite stories to tell about Bob is at the end of the war, he didn't have access to a lot of information, but once you got into occupied Germany, there were plenty of radios around. So he went into an old couple's home, and he took their radio, and he took it back to his barrack or wherever he was staying, and he said, he listened to the radio that night, and then his conscience got the better of him. He says, what the hell did I do? So he took the radio back to the old couple, and when he gave it to them, both were crying.
Seems forgivable to me. Like, you've got that guy in warrior mode 1 minute doing all sorts of hell or high water stuff. Yeah, I can see where it's a little bit of work to go from mode A back to normal, sort of civilized, I shouldn't take your radio mode, which is a very different than battle mode. I'm not going to pick on a guy too much for that.
Especially, like I said, he had just been at Dachau concentration camp.
Yeah.
And they were blaming all the Germans, but I always admired him for giving that radio back.
No, it's good to keep your conscience, for sure. And he was, that's a local family?
Well, he was from North Jersey, but he lived in Greenwich. That's where I met him.
Okay.
Yeah. And I knew him for about 25 years, and he was a great guy. He was really, really funny. He walked into a liquor store in Salem one day when he was coming back from his daughter's in Bluebell, Pennsylvania, and there's 2 liquor stores there. They both have bars on the windows. So he wanted to make a hit and run and get a bottle of booze. I forget what type of booze it was. And he walked in there. There was a German Shepherd that was in attack mode, barking and trying to jump over the counter. So Bob said, I took that bottle of booze, put it on the counter, paid for it, and got out of there. I'm not feeding anybody's dog. And that was Bob Jackson. He was so funny, really.
He's a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a big guy.
He looks like a big guy in those pics.
Yeah.
All right, let me show you. Okay. Here we have one of the most significant items that ever walked into our shop. This uniform, which is from the GAR, which is the Grand Army of the Republic. It was the veterans organization for the Union Army after the Civil War. These items belong to a man named William Jackaway. And he was from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And he was quite a guy. He was a fireman, and he fought in multiple battles during the Civil War. Oddly enough, he was never wounded. He's a big guy, like you, Tom. We figure he had to be at least like 6'3" or something like that. The way that we know that, not only from some of the photos that we have, but also the size of this uniform. Michelle will demonstrate how tall he was in a minute when we show you the pants. But we have his GAR kepi, and this would have been on his ammo box, a breastplate for his ammo box. This is a GAR medal that he got after the Civil War, and this is a infantry bugle that would have been on the top of his original cap that he would have worn at Gettysburg. These 2 pieces definitely were at Gettysburg. But what's interesting is that during Gettysburg, Jackaway was at the Bloody Angle, which you have to know your Civil War history, but you should read up on it if you don't know about that. But that's where during Pickett's charge, that's where they breached the Union lines, and they actually did for a short distance. But the 72nd Pennsylvania was there, and if they couldn't fire their rifles, they were using their rifle butts as clubs. And Jackaway was one of the people who actually did that. Now, what's really interesting, too, about Jackaway is that he was Philadelphia's oldest living Civil War veteran. And he lived to be almost 104. Let me see. No, he was 103. But you got to love this, because in 1940, when he turned 100, he challenged Adolf Hitler to a fight. He said he'd fight him anytime, any style, anywhere. And he called the German Fuhrer a big bag of wind. Now, isn't that amazing to have a Gettysburg veteran challenge Hitler to a fight?
That is amazing.
And in this photo of Jackaway, this is the exact kepi that you're seeing right here, and the exact GAR uniform.
Wow. That's the medal to the right of the image.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
And you know, it's funny, he was a tall guy, but his a tiny, tiny head.
Mm-hmm.
A very, very small head. If you look at the pants, this was dry cleaned after he wore it at the 75th anniversary of
I feel like a Civil War battlefield's a good place to have a small head.
Yeah. But this is how tall he was. Like, these are his pants. And that's the floor. So, that's how tall his legs were.
That's pretty good.
He's a tall guy.
And we know that he attended the reunions at Gettysburg after the war, and he was at the last reunion in Gettysburg in 1938. It was the 75th anniversary. Okay, and here's a picture of Jackaway shaking the hand of a Confederate soldier at the Bloody Angle. This was at the 75th and last reunion of Gettysburg in 1938. And William Jackaway, who you can see right here with the cane, is wearing the exact uniform we just showed you. And he is shaking the hand of William O. Gillette of Louisiana. He was the last survivor of Davis's brigade, part of Pickett's men.
Wow.
This is a really iconic photo.
Well, anyone who knows a drop of Civil War history will know Pickett's charge.
Sure.
And you're telling me that these fellas were at the breach point of Pickett's charge at Gettysburg. That's a story.
Yeah. July the 3rd, 1863, and here they are.
75 years.
Yeah, 1938.
And if anybody wants to read about William Jackaway, this guy from Philadelphia, this guy from Philadelphia wrote a whole history on everything he did.
Yeah.
It's a great read.
It really is.
It's
Bob McNulty.
Yep, and it's a great read about William Jackaway. It tells you his whole history from what he started as a kid to all the way through, and it's pretty interesting.
I want to say one more thing about this as soon as I find it. Back in November of 2022, Michelle and I actually went to the Bloody Angle, and we brought Jackaway's uniform with us. And this is the monument for the 72nd Pennsylvania, and you can see, as I said,
Swinging that.
using their rifles as clubs.
Wow.
Yeah, here's the photo of Jackaway shaking the hand of the Louisiana rebel. And if you really look closely in the photo, you can see the top of the monument right there. And I had Michelle hold up the photo, and she's standing about where they shook hands.
Gotcha. My brother and my nephews were at Gettysburg last weekend.
Yeah, it's a great place.
Great.
Love it there.
Great tour.
This A2 jacket, which was issued to well, I shouldn't say Air Force, it's Army Air Corps during World War II. The Air Force was under control of the Army, so it was called the U.S. Army Air Corps. I acquired this jacket about 15 years ago, directly from the veteran. His name is Charles Sandy Wenzel. He lives in Salem now. He is 101 years old, and he will be 102 in September. And he was a radio operator on a B-17. He flew the first mission over Berlin, Germany on March the 6th, 1944. And he flew 25 missions and was never wounded. But this is his A2 jacket that he actually wore during all of his missions. He was his bomb group was the 95th Bomb Group, and that was part of the 8th Air Force based out of England. This is the 94th or 95th Bomb Group insignia. And on the back of it, you can see the name of his plane, which Sandy himself named Ready Teddy, and a bomb for each of the missions that he participated in.
Oh, this is handsome.
And I asked Sandy, how come they call you Sandy? Where'd you get that nickname? And he said that when he got on a school bus for kindergarten, God, what year would that have been? He was born in 1925,
That'd have been
something,
95 years, 96
Do
years
the
ago.
math, yeah.
96 years ago.
He got on the school bus, and the bus driver gave everybody a nickname. And because Sandy had sandy hair, he called him Sandy, and that's a nickname that stuck.
That's all it takes.
Yeah. I'm really proud to have this jacket.
That's that's one of the things that jumped out at me in the whole building, just looking around. And you bring this in special for us?
I did.
Thank you. It's gorgeous. Yeah, that's...
He lives in Salem still today. Michelle and I visit him every once in a while.
We used to take him to dinner with his girlfriend, who's 20 years younger than him. She's 80-something. 85,
My mom's
actually, yeah.
85.
So, but now he's kind of not real mobile. He gets around, but slow.
Good.
Here's one more uniform I'd like to show you, mainly because it's related to the area. This is the Ike jacket of my Uncle Joe, Joe Walensky. He was in the 88th Division, which served exclusively in Italy during World War II. And it's great to have a photo of him wearing the jacket and even the scarf. You can see it's the exact scarf that he's wearing in the photo.
Oh, very dapper.
And at the very end of the war, the last 3 days of the war, he was captured by the Germans. But they knew the war was over, so he wasn't treated badly at all. He was born in 1918 and he died in 1999. He lived in Fairton. He was a refrigerator and air conditioning repairman. So a lot of people knew my Uncle Joe.
Those Ike jackets are pretty great too, actually.
Yeah.
So on the U.S. side, that might be one of the cooler garments I've seen yet.
Totally agree.
Yeah, yeah.
They're shortcut. They look smart.
Yeah. Throw a little scarf in there and you are really, really shined up. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, handsome.
So you forgot to tell about Sandy was captured, and he was not only in
Well,
World War
that's-
II, he was in Korean War, and he got captured.
Sandy was captured?
Yeah, Sandy was captured.
Yeah.
And during the Korean War, he fought the Second War, after World War II.
Yeah, Sandy was involved in the Korean War also, too. I think he volunteered for it, which he didn't have to do. But I forget how long he was over there. But he was captured in a firefight with the North Vietnamese. And he was actually the operator of a...
North Korea?
In Korea, yes. I'm not sure what area of Korea he was in. But a North Vietnamese unit came toward them and slaughtered most of the guys in the unit. Sandy happened to be captured. But he was taken to a small prison camp. It was really an old farmhouse. It had an entrance and an exit on each side, and there were guards there every day. Well, Sandy kept an eye on those guards because every once in a while they'd take a break for lunch for maybe 10 or 15 minutes. So he kept an eye on it for several weeks, and one day he made a break for it. He took his jacket, it was just his shirt.
They took their
They
shoes.
took their boots, so he took his shirt and ripped it up and made improvised shoes out of
And
his
this
shirt.
is in the wintertime, and there's snow on the ground and ice.
So he had just a T-shirt on, pants on, and no shoes other than his shirt. So he made a run for it when a guard was taking a break, and for 11 days he was on the run. It's an amazing story, really. It was bitterly cold.
And he was hiding in the trees during the day and running at night.
And this is in Korea.
Yeah.
Okay, because you said a couple times the North Vietnamese caught him.
Oh, sorry about that. No.
The only thing that he had to eat the entire time he was on the fly for 11 or 12 days, he found a turnip in a field, and he ate that. It's the best thing he had.
I was going to say, I bet it's the best turnip he ever had.
Yeah, and he found streams too. And when he would do that, when he would find a stream, he'd use his hands to scrape the water and get just enough in his hands to have a little sip. But I said to him, well, how did you get to American lines? He goes, one day he heard some firing going on, and he just ran toward that firing. He said he took a 50-50 chance, and he picked right.
Wow.
And then they put him in a hospital because he had frostbite on his feet, really bad. And the doctor wanted to cut his feet off. And he told the doctor that if he cut his foot off, he'd kill him. And he didn't get court-martialed.
He was threatened with a
court-martial. Yeah, but he still has his feet today.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah.
All right. Now, this is a Vineland-related war story.
Our friend who was in the Marine Corps in 1980s, late 1980s, he was part of Operation Just Cause, which was the invasion of Panama, which lasted from December of 89 till January of 90. Well, our friend Jim Lidke, let's see, we have a picture of him. Yeah, there he is. He was getting married. Jim Lidke, he was in an armored vehicle outside of Noriega's home, and a lot of people know that they thought he was in the home at the time, and people like Jim were blasting music into the complex. And I asked Jim, I said, what kind of music were you playing? And I said, what kind of songs? And he goes, well, of course, Panama by Van Halen.
Perfect.
So he wound up going inside of the home, and he
Here's
says
his picture of him when he got Marine Corps.
it was right around Christmas, and he said that they had left the house abruptly, and there were Christmas presents that were half wrapped on the table there, and in the middle of the living room was a rack of all of his clothing. So they were told not to take anything out of the house whatsoever. He says there were drugs in there, there's tons of money, and of course other valuables were in there. But Jim said, you know, I think I'd like to have one of these uniforms. So he actually took 2 of them. And we were able to get one from him a couple of years ago. And it's unquestionably his. We have it fully documented too. If you look up Manuel Noriega, and you'll see him wearing this exact style uniform with the exact patches. A lot of them, I don't think he qualified. A lot of these specialty patches.
The reason he went in to get the uniform was because he ripped his pants, and he needed a new pair of pants, and he ended up putting a pair of Noriega's pants on. Then he took 2 uniforms, but he had to ripped his pants out, his crotch out. And
But that's not the reason he went in the house.
oh no. That's the reason he took the uniforms. He was looking for a pair of pants.
Since he was not allowed to take anything out of the house, you might say, well, how did he get these things out of the house? While he was stationed in the house, his mother sent him a care package. I think he said, I don't know, there were cookies in it or something like that. So the guard said, okay, here's your package. Well, what he did was take everything out of the package, and he packed these 2 uniforms up and wound up going to a post office. I said, there was a functioning post office there? He goes, right up the street. He wound up taking the package there, handed it over to a postal person, and he says, I didn't know if it was going to get home or not. And he sent it home, and sure enough, it got there. And he put a little note in there to his mother. He said, do not wash these.
Wow. Very interesting. Yeah, Manuel Noriega, a name that I wonder if he's probably not even covered in your average high school history book. It was a
No, probably not.
But I remember he always had camo on.
Yeah.
Manuel Noriega always had camo on.
The other uniform's like a different color camo.
Jim was actually mentioned in these 2 well-known magazines, Leatherneck Magazine, which is the Marine Corps publication, and Soldier of Fortune.
Vineland proud.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Hopefully when we open our museum across the street, we'll get the other one.
When are you opening a museum across the street?
Hopefully before the end of the year.
Very cool.
Hopefully sooner than that, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah. And the plan is, because we're going to display things from all wars, we're going to call it Uncle Sam's Military Museum. If anybody has anything they would like to sell, World War II or before mainly is what we're interested in. Well, actually Vietnam items too. Feel free to bring it out here. No obligation to sell. I can tell you what you have at least, and be happy to look at anything. We're located at 21 Peterson Street at the Millville Executive Airport in Millville, New Jersey. And our hours are Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 5.
Or by appointment. We also do appointments, and we'll come to you if you have larger gun and military collections. We'll come to your house.
And we do have a website, too, if anybody's interested, in thewarstoreandmore.com. One word.
Thewarstoreandmore.com. Oh, that's pretty good. That's what it lacks in brevity, it makes up for in wit.
You're right.
Not too shabby.
We buy and sell new and used guns. We order new guns for a lot of people. And we also sell every type of ammunition you could think of. We have thousands of rounds of ammunition available for sale.
And going back to sort of when we came in, anybody who's a family member who's got old, what looks like memorabilia or something from great-grandfather, great-grandmother, and they don't know, this is a great place for them to come sort of figure out if it's something they should keep, or if it's something they should give you to keep, or if it's something of sort of heirloom value from back in the day. That's one thing I picked up here that I didn't expect to walking in the door is like, you're like a repository for the end of life for these historic artifacts. If a family doesn't have the room, or if it's just not appropriate for their house or whatever, you can give it a good home and sort of honor it appropriately for the historical artifact that it may be.
You're right on target.
Well, thanks again. Everybody head out to Smith and Jackson, and we'll see you soon on the Beacon.